Good morning and welcome to Day 2 of the South Australian State Championships 2022. We would like to begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and meet today. We would like to pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. Well, it is Day 2 here at West Lakes in some pristine conditions. I'm Jo Malkin and I'm joined by Anna Crowley here in the commentary box today. Welcome, Anna.
Thanks, Jo. Good morning. It's looking like another beautiful day for rowing.
Yeah, hopefully we get similar conditions to yesterday. Some really flat water for the small boats in the morning, a little bit of a cheeky tail to make things interesting in the afternoon. What was your take on yesterday's racing?
Sadly, I had to be in Murray Bridge coaching with a group of inters who weren't racing, but I did have a sneak peek at the
results.
At the results.
No, I think it's just turned down a little. I can still hear.
Sneak peek at the results and watched a bit of the live stream.
Yeah.
There was a hugely exciting end to the day, and the Open Men's 8.
How good was that?
Great race. I really enjoyed watching that, and also the Schoolgirl 8.
Yes.
Earlier in the day.
Yes.
Fantastic racing.
Yes. I think I really enjoyed watching that Open Men's 8, even though my club lost. Came second by half a boat length. It was just a fantastic race to see, and it's us against each other rather than us against, the school kids.
Yeah, absolutely. It was good to see the clubs reasserting dominance for the older people in their own community.
Older, careful.
Older.
We like to say
more
mature.
Sorry.
Mature.
So no, that was great. What I did see, there was just some fantastic racing. The course conditions were fast with that slight tail.
Yeah.
And beautiful blue skies, which we don't seem to have today, but perhaps we will later in the day.
No, and I tend to find when we get this overcast conditions like we're seeing today, the water stays a little flatter. It can get a little bit more humidity in the air, but it keeps you quite warm, I'd say, and the water is warm, and that makes it slightly faster racing conditions. As you know, warm water, faster water. But yeah, we did see some quick times out there yesterday. I just want to bring up some of those results. The Open Men's 8, definitely a quick one. Where are we? Yeah, Adelaide putting down a time in 5:52.
So that, if I remember rightly, is faster than it was last year.
We can check that. I was not sure.
It was a 5:50. Oh, yes.
But to see the uni boat just 1.8 seconds off, and that St. Peter's College 8, another 10 seconds behind the leading club crews, is a real shift to what we saw last year. The addition of people like Alex Hill, Oscar McGuinness, Nate Bowden to that top boat,
absolutely.
It really shifted that that caliber up to the next level. But not to say that uni 8 isn't stacked either. We've got Ross Hamilton, Nick Blackman, Jeremy Bill, who was in the winning 8 last year, so he's one of the schoolboys that's come up.
Who's moved up to the club.
And Will Smith, Paralympic rower, silver medalist. At the Paralympic World Championships, it's a hot boat, and it's a good boat to beat. So those Adelaide Rowing Club boys definitely earned their keep yesterday, and we really hope to see the same thing. Well, the same kind of competition
in the women's 8 today.
In the women's 8 this afternoon.
Yeah. Are you rowing in that, Jo?
Hopefully a little bit of a change in result, but yes,
we should have that disclaimer.
No bias, but also to say for these races, heats and finals for these, which we have. I don't know if we've seen before. Mangs was saying that he can't remember a time.
Such large fields, yeah.
Yeah, and I think with that...
Shout out to the Torrens Masters women who are rowing in the Open Women's 8.
That's going to be a fun time with Imi Graham in the stroke seat. I think it's going to be fantastic to see, these such strong fields, and I really reckon the schools are just really happy to be here this weekend.
Absolutely.
After they've not been able to race for the last month, I think it's just you can feel the energy in the air down here this weekend. They're itching to get out there. They're itching to race and show what their training has been doing over the summer.
Absolutely. They've really got no idea where they stand in the field, which is going to make Head of the River in 3 weeks' time very interesting.
I'm excited. So on our schedule today, what are some of the races that you think we should be watching?
Oh, that's a big question, Jo. Obviously, I've got a vested interest in the under-19 women's 4 because we've got a Pembroke crew in that one.
There you go. Yes. Today we'll obviously see the reverse of yesterday. So the men's events are now the women's events. So we'll see a mirror image of that. So the ones that I'm watching this morning are the Open Men's Single and the Open Women's Pair. But we have first up on the program, and they'll be starting in a couple of minutes, will be the heats of the under-19 men's single scull, which is a hotly contested event. We've got 4 heats of that, so it's a cutthroat progression, only first through to the final. And then, yes, the under-19 women's Coxed 4, the under-17 double, and then we've got the lightweight women racing. And the lightweight men raced yesterday, but there wasn't a whole heap of competition for that. Yep. So a couple of the events were row-overs. So to see that one contested, the open event, we see 3 of the current Victoria Cup athletes racing in that. So that'll be interesting to watch, and a couple of my crewmates. More school races, and then the under-16 men's single scull, which will be another quite tight progression.
It's always interesting to see these younger athletes come out and see who. It's really the first opportunity they get often to do that single scull race, this sort of level. And some real talents can shine through. Yeah, well,
I've got a couple of my kids race, some of my boys racing in the under-16 and I think under-17 events today. So I'm really excited to see how they go, because they've not done much small boat stuff before.
Yeah, we don't have any of that age group racing this weekend, unfortunately.
No, well, they all trained yesterday, didn't they?
They did. Yeah. And then obviously we've got some masters coming up after those single sculls.
Yeah, and then obviously the under-17 women's 8 and the open schoolboy 8 today, and
the open men's single.
Yeah, so they'll be racing this morning, and men's quad. So the open men's quad and 4. That's one that I'm really excited to watch. Open men's Coxless 4. We've got 2 heavyweight boats from Adelaide Uni and Adelaide, and then a lightweight boat from Adelaide Uni, it looks to be like the Penrith Cup lineup without Oscar McGuinness.
Yep.
And following that will be the open women's double scull, which I don't know who's going to take that one out.
Is this another one where you have to declare an interest?
I may have to declare an interest. I may be racing that one. But yeah, it's another jam-packed day. I love the heats and finals style. Everyone races hard. And speaking of racing hard, we are underway. First race of the day, race 80 of the program, the under-19 men's single scull heat 1. So this will be first 2 through to the final, with the rest eliminated. So you really have to be hard racing to get through on this one. In lane 1, we have St Ignatius, Finn McCormick. In lane 2, Port Adelaide, Martine King. In lane 3, Murray Bridge, Ethan Watkins. In lane 4, Pembroke School 3, Ozan
Oikal. His mother just delivered me a coffee.
Thank you. In lane 5, Pembroke School, Cooper Peter. In lane 6, Norwood International, Rowan Harding. In lane 7, Scotch College, Adam Holland. And in lane 8, St Peter's College, Thomas Hamilton Smith.
We've seen some of these down the track, I think, already this weekend.
Well, I can say without even looking at the result who I know is going to win this, bar any catastrophe in the boat.
You just never know.
Well, you never know. But Adam Holland did just win the state championship at New South Wales, which is a selection event for the national.
Yeah. And he had a fair margin yesterday, and was that the under-21 that he won yesterday by about 30 seconds, something like that.
And
30 seconds.
I do believe, now correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's entered in the Open as well, which is going to be a good one. Where is he? Yep, so he's entered in the Open against Nick Blackman, Ross Hamilton, Callum Deckers, Drew Clements, Bradley Robran, James Price, and Tom Sullivan from Renmark, which is he's making a bit of a comeback, I think.
Okay.
He's my era and quite a decent level athlete and rower. So I'm sure Adam's got a lot of racing here today, and I think he might be racing one of those quads as well, because he doubles up. Obviously, he rose for Scotch College at school. He's still a school athlete, but he is an associate member with Adelaide Rowing Club.
Right.
So they've picked up a nice bit of talent there, and he will be conserving his energy as much as he can in these heats. And I would say even in the finals as well, if he doesn't need to go hard to win them, I'd say he'd conserve his energy there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's in that the quad, the school quad.
He's in the Open. But yeah, he's in lane 7 left of your screen there. It looks to be an early leader, potentially with lane 5, Cooper Peter. Now, he's an up-and-comer from Pembroke. Tell me more about Cooper.
He's been rowing pretty well, actually, this season. I mean, I've been away for quite a large portion of the season, and they haven't actually done any racing since I've been back. So I've been watching his results from afar, and he's certainly been doing very well.
Has he got a big erg? Is that... No?
Pass.
Just pass? No idea?
No idea. I'll find out. When I get a break, I'll find out and come back with all the info.
Yeah, but
he's certainly been leading the squad.
Yeah, that's...
in single performances.
And the Schoolboy 4. I hear the Pembroke boys took out the Schoolboy 4 yesterday.
They did, which was very exciting. And he and Ozan both rode in that one, I believe.
Yeah, okay. Very good. Well, it is, I think, early lead to Adam with Cooper up in that second position. Tight tussle for third, but all important progression spots.
Absolutely. So it's just 1 and 2 who go through. There's no fastest finisher.
No,
fastest loser.
There's 4 heats.
Yep.
So no rapid charge. You got to be in for a chance to win to progress to the final.
So no foxing in this one.
No foxing. Yeah,
it looks like Cooper is well positioned there, so that's very exciting for him.
Yeah, although I do think there is an athlete on the far side in lane 8, St. Peters, Thomas Hamilton Smith. He might just be giving him a little bit of a push. The perspective is such that you can't really see, and because of the overcast conditions, I'm actually struggling to see out the window as well.
Yeah, I'd say Cooper's still got it marginally, but it is hard to tell from here.
Yeah.
There's no question who our leader is, though. Adam's out in front there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder, I should have brought my rate watch.
Oh, I did, actually. There you go.
Anna, you're showing me up. I love that.
I believe I did.
I have like 6 sitting in the shed at school, and I didn't bring it. Oh, no. It's a different one from what I was using yesterday. Yeah, so I'm clocking Adam at 24 strokes a minute. So he is just cruising.
He's got out in front and is as you say, conserving some energy for his later races. I suspect the rest of the field aren't doing the same. So
well, Cooper's actually not rating too high. He's probably about 26. 28 maybe.
So he's just got to watch out for that rower in lane 8. But
I think he's clear of him.
I think he's all right.
Yeah. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that this wind is playing a little bit of fun with us and has actually swung around to a little bit of a head here, or maybe a crosshead.
It's still very light, though. I don't think it's going to challenge any of these guys.
I'll tell you what, in a single scull, over 2 kilometres, any headwind is an unwelcome headwind. But yeah.
It's a lovely opportunity to to see Adam sculling here.
Yeah, he's such a lovely sculler. He's done so many kilometres in this boat, and when we're thinking of not taking out our big boats, he's still going out in his scull. So he'd be lapping up these conditions this morning, and yeah, just cruising there. I think he might have taken it down again, about 18 to 20 strokes a minute. Nice little T2 row. Man's got one of the biggest eggs I've seen. But yeah, just cruising along there, well clear. And Cooper Peter from Pembroke School doing just enough to stay ahead of that fast finishing Thomas Hamilton Smith in lane 8. But he's
got plenty of space.
He's got,
that's really good to see,
a length and a half of clear water, so doing really well there. Good to see the sculler from Norwood coming through. Rowan Harding, he's been in the sport for a little while now, bit of an associate with Phoenix, so sculling really nicely to finish off there.
Lane 6. And then we've got Ozan Oikal from Pembroke coming through.
Ethan trying to catch him a bit.
He is.
But won't get there, I don't think.
So that's Ethan Watkins from Murray Bridge, just following Ozan Oikal from Pembroke over the line, and the field's going to be completed by Finn McCormack of St Ignatius in lane 1.
And Marcin King from Port Adelaide. Unsure what happened
May
there.
have had a technical issue, I suspect.
He's one of mine, so...
You'll get the lowdown later on.
And we are on to race 2 of the day. So that's race 81, under 19 men's single scull heat 2. So the first 2 through to the final. In lane 1, Pembroke School 4, Yi Mao. In lane 2, Norwood International, Seb Cole. In lane 3, Scotch College 2, Charlie Bennett. In lane 4, St Peter's College, Eddie Hetherington. In lane 5, Adelaide Uni, Heath McLeod. In lane 6, St Peter's College, Hugo Worm. In lane 7, Pembroke School, Adam Bahuch. And in lane 7, St Ignatius, Pietro Tatani. So wondering who will join Adam and Cooper in the final. I think this is going to be a tighter race than the last one.
I think it will be. I think I also saw some of these boys racing yesterday.
So Heath rode up in the under 21 quad and raced really well. They won it just, but he had a really good race, and he's doing quite a lot of work. So I'd be surprised if he doesn't take it out, and he looks to be in the leading position here. Hugo Worm, also fantastic rower. Eddie Hetherington, also fantastic rower. Charlie Bennett, also first 8 rower, I think. Seb Cole has done a lot of work too. He's one of the Norwood boys in their first 8, and I can't pick who's going to take that second place.
Well, they're already well past the 1,000.
Yeah.
In fact, just approaching probably the 500 from the finish.
So I would say that Heath would be in the lead at the moment, and potentially just behind him the sculler from
over on the far side.
Yeah, do you reckon it's Pembroke, Adam Bahuch? Is that lane 7? I reckon it is.
Does look like lane 7.
I see a little spot of yellow there, so I think it's lane 7 with potentially Eddie Hetherington pushing up.
Certainly, as you predicted, Joe, a tighter field in this one.
Yeah, and also Seb Cole closing in as well. So I think we're going to have to wait till the perspective levels out. But Heath does look to be leading this
in
one by
about
a length of, I'd say, clear water.
And then at this stage,
second place, the boys will be racing hard, and that's hard for Heath as well, because it means he's going to have to keep pushing to stay in front of them. He does look pretty comfortable there, though.
If this is Adam in second, this is a fantastic row by him.
Yeah, he does look to be putting in the hard yards. Or, no, I reckon it's the St. Peter's Sculptor.
Yeah, I think you're right.
If he can hang on to it. Oh, just a couple of dirty strokes there. That can go one of two ways. It can either throw your concentration or it can give you an adrenaline spike to push through. So I wonder what's going to happen.
It seems to have done the latter. He's really winding up to the finish there.
Yeah, Adam and Eddie on terms through that final 250 sprint.
I think Eddie looks like he may be finishing faster.
I don't know. Cooper's just... Oh, sorry, what's his name?
Adam.
Adam's just picked up there. So it will be a tight tussle to the line, but Heath does look quite under control.
Heath looks very in control out the front. He's underrating the other two.
Just cruising.
Sitting on top of them.
And it's a push. The boys both really pushing now. Oh, I don't know. Sorry, you can't see it on your screen. We're just looking at...
I think Eddie, unfortunately, may be coming through. I can hear the Pembroke balcony from here. I'm saying unfortunately because I do have a vested interest in this. I am actually looking out of the door.
This is and
I think Eddie has just eased ahead by half a length.
Yeah,
as they take it over the line.
Out to a full length over the line. Fantastic sculling from Eddie Hetherington, who will join Heath McLeod in the under-19 men's single scull final later today. Just edging out Pembroke's Adam Bahooch, Seb Cole in fourth from Norwood. Yeah, much tighter field on that one.
Yep. I know, this is Yimao just finishing the field in that race.
Yeah, great racing, and as you said, for many, their first single scull race out in this kind of field and a national standard kind of field.
Absolutely.
So well done to the finishers there.
So we're going to move on to race 82 on the programme, which is Heat 3 of the under-19 men's single scull. Again, we've got a full field in this one. So reading from the right-hand side of the course, we've got in lane 1 from Torrance, Sam Jackson. Lane 2 from St Peter's College, James Ratossa. Lane 3 from Unley High, Hayden Daubnier. Lane 4 from Scotch College, Ben Walker. Lane 5 from Port Adelaide, Cameron Moffat. Lane 6 from Adelaide Uni, Daniel Shepherd. Lane 7 from Norwood International, Alexander Aleshin. And lane 8 from St Peter's College, Fraser Connell.
Another tight race underway here, Anna. Looking down that list, just by the sheer number of coaches next to James Ratossa's name, you would expect to see him out on top, although Sam Jackson is a very competent sculler. And I do believe that he's leading the field down at the moment.
In lane 1.
In lane 1.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, there could be in lane 7, actually, or lane 6.
I think we've got another tight tussle for second position.
And over on the far side as well.
Lanes 2, 3, 6 and 8.
Yep.
So
this is going to make our life hard. Can't we have more of these ones where we've got someone right miles out in front?
No, I love the tight finishes. I'll live for it. So
no, this is fantastic. You've got contenders. I mean, they haven't obviously done any seeding with these heats.
No.
So we haven't got that
can
standard
they?
V formation.
How
there's
can
no
they?
times on file.
Yeah, so that would be James Ritatossa, Ben Walker from Scotch, Daniel Shepherd from Uni, and Fraser Connell from St. Peter's, all tussling out for that second position. And I think it's the Uni sculler. So this is one of the Shepherd brothers just getting pushed up by the St. Peter's College sculler, Fraser Connell. But Sam Jackson looking to hold on to his lead as we come into the final 250. But all scullers are going to sprint here, I think.
Yep. No one's feeling safe, I don't think.
No, and Shepherd's going to have to up his rating to hold off that late charge from Fraser Connell over in lane 8. Ooh.
So Sam Jackson looks to be rating about 32.
Yeah. Like I said, in a single scull over 2 kilometres, nothing is comfortable here. And he's just getting wound in by the other two as well.
The Uni Sculler's on 34.
Oh, gosh, this is a tight finish. I reckon the Uni Sculler's still sitting a fraction in front. Sam looks to maybe have a boat length of water. Ooh, but it's closing fast.
This is another one where we're going to have to stand up and look out of the door to try to get some perspective.
I'm already on my feet. I think it's going to be Sam Jackson about a boat length ahead. And the Uni Sculler Shepherd, great response there. To hold off the late charge from Fraser Connell. It will be...
I think you're calling that right. Yep.
It will be Jackson from Torrens, Shepherd from Uni going through, and great race from Fraser Connell from St. Peter's in lane 8. Just the first one eliminated there. And a good row from the Unleashed Sculler as well. That's Hayden Dalbina. Dalbin? Yep.
So it really does make a huge difference when you've got people who are closer together in those fields. They don't get to relax, do they, at all?
Well, I'd be interested to see what times
Yeah.
come out as well. I'm pretty sure they seed the finals. You're talking about that typical V formation. They'll seed the finals from centre lane being the fastest time pushing out to the outside lanes. Obviously, if there isn't a manic crosswind, when the lanes get reseeded. But yes, recapping that result. So that will be Sam Jackson from Torrens and Daniel Shepherd from Adelaide Uni progressing to the under-19 men's single scull final.
Okay, so we'll progress ourselves to race 83 on the programme, which is under-19 men's single scull, the final heat of this. And in lane 1 from Port Adelaide, we have Charles Watkinson. Lane 2 from St Ignatius, Henry Moulds. Lane 3 from Unley High, Jasper Boyce. Lane 4 from Pembroke School, Beecher Ross. Lane 5 from St Peter's College, Will Osborne. Lane 6 from Torrens, Cooper Hoskin. Lane 7 from Unley High, Mitchell Luscombe. And lane 8 from Norwood International, Daniel Axenoff.
This is going to be another tight race, my goodness. And I've just seen that my sculler's not here anymore. He must have pulled out.
Oh,
I'm sad. He did something really stupid and went and played soccer and smacked his hand on the crossbar. He was like, I won't hurt myself if I'm
great when
the
they
goalie.
do. 3 weeks before Head of the River, I love it.
I love my job. I love my job.
Yeah, we lost. I remember a couple of years ago losing someone from the first 4 to a broken wrist in a basketball incident. That was unfortunate.
Ball sports, man.
Unfortunate.
Don't
Especially don't let rowers do ball sports.
Don't let rowers do ball sports. So uncoordinated. I can say that with authority because I am one. But yes, Charles Watkinson rowing up out of his station. He's raced in under 17 events this weekend, so he's quite young, but a fantastic sculler as they make them out of the port.
Mm-hmm.
Beecher Ross, we know him, Susie's son. He's definitely an up and comer. Cooper Hoskin, big up and comer from Torrens, and Daniel Axenoff won a medal in the indoor rowing championships last year. So big erg from him, and I can't pick who's leading this one. I think it might be that centre lane.
It's the centre lane, I think.
Is that
St Peter's College?
Is St Peter's College Will Osborne? And then Beecher, Cooper, and Daniel. You could throw a blanket over them. They are all up there.
They are. This is going to be another one where they don't get to relax, isn't it?
Fantastic.
Or we don't get to relax.
I love that. Good racing. That's what we like from a state championships. Good, tight racing. even if you get done, if you have a good race, you can take something away from it. Always learning. And these guys are young. They've got a few years to learn. So really exciting to see. I reckon Cooper's just pushed in front there. I would say he's about a boat length up. So that's Cooper Hoskin in lane 6 from Torrens, pushed out to about a boat length lead. Big push through that third 500.
Absolutely. And then in second, probably at the moment, we've got the St. Peter's College Sculler, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say that's fairly established now. I can't see Beecher pushing up on. Daniel's just had a little mishap.
He has,
with
hasn't he,
his
over on the far side?
Bugger. I only say that because I like to see the public schools do well. No,
there might be some bias in the commentary booth today.
I said it before I took that job, you know.
Well, it's good to see Torrens coming through. There's another bias.
Yeah,
we can't escape our loyalties.
Oh, that is some fantastic sculling there from Cooper Hoskin. He is picking up his rate. He's pushing to the line. I think he wants one of those favourable lanes. He's just pushed out his lead fantastically through that final 250 sprint. But Will Osborne not looking very fussed there at all with a late charge from Beecher. He'll just keep ticking it along. And Beecher will just get edged out, I say.
I think he will, unfortunately.
It's these boats being so small, they can change their speed so quickly. So you can tell when somebody goes for a push and they shift their boat speed up, it can really be quite demoralising if you're on the wrong side of that, and your boat speed can shift quite quickly down as well. And I think that's what we saw through that third 500 there when those two were on terms. The St. Peter's Scully just went, all right, I'm going to dig deep and go for one here now, and it just mentally breaks the other sculler just a fraction. So good racing here. Well done to Cooper Hoskin and Will Osborne, who will progress to that under-19 men's single scull final later today. Can't wait to see that one unfold.
Oh, absolutely. I'm waiting for all the times to come out on the mobile results. So if you're watching the live stream, you can also access mobile results on the Rowing SA website through Rowing Manager. So that first heat, Adam Holland had a time of 8:12 to win that, and he looked like he was doing it easy.
That's so frustrating.
That is quite frustrating.
I won my scull in that time yesterday. So he was rating 18 at the end. Anyway, he's a big boy.
I was very pleased to see you win that scull, though.
Thank you.
Just quietly. That was a fantastic race.
That was good fun, and by good fun I mean extremely painful.
Okay, it looks like we've already got a start in the next event, which is race 84, the under-19 women's Coxed 4. I'll declare my interest in this one because in lane 2 from Pembroke School, we have Lucy Townsend, Ebony Blackburn, Claire Rogers, Lexi Reynolds, Coxed by Charlotte Mercer Fleetwood. In lane 3, we have Pulteney Grammar, Nia Kilgariff Johnson, Isabella Harsmer, Manon Howell Mers, Emma Neuhaus, Coxed by Liam Luther. We've had a scratching in lane 4. So in lane 5, we've got Scotch College Adelaide 1, Scarlett Katsaras, Georgie Lyons, Olivia Edwards, Lulu Teat, and Lily Jeffries as their Cox. In lane 6, St. Ignatius, Violet Rosser, Olivia De Angelis, Imogen Graham, Rosie Kavanagh, and Solent Kervin as their Cox. In lane 7 from Loretto Marriotteville, we have Georgina Tenney, Hilary Longstaff, Francesca Lennon, Erin Munger, and Olivia Katie as their Cox. And in lane 8, we have Wilderness School 1, Annalise Roos, Millie Jackson, Zara Hoadley, Georgina Birchall, and Olympia Andre as their Cox. These are names that I recognise. They're halves of first eights, aren't they?
Yeah, so these, the
many
under
of them.
19, the fours that are racing today will be, I think, stacked from the top eights yesterday. Unless they're racing in the 8s this afternoon. No, the Schoolgirl 4 was yesterday. Schoolgirl 4 was yesterday?
Schoolgirl 4, I think, was
or is it this afternoon? So 4s and 8s race. Either way, unsurprising that the Loretto and Wilderness crews seem to be up in the lead.
So
although
that's
that Pulteney crew is up and about in lane 3, I'd say.
The field's pretty tight. I mean, no one's being really left behind, but it does look like the action may be over on the far side in lane 8, Wilderness School 1, and in lane 7, Loretto Marriotteville.
And we've seen just a late name change in that Loretto boat. Hallie Anderson stepping into the stroke seat. She's big. She's got a big erg. Should be driving that rhythm down. Just a couple of untidy strokes from that Loretto crew as I see them pushing up for a final lift, I'd say, in through that final 500.
So the critical thing in this one is to be in the top 4. So there may be some foxing going on here.
Yeah.
The top 4 go through to the final this afternoon.
And I would say that those first 4 positions are pretty wrapped up. But I know Tom, he won't ever tell them to take the foot off the gas. So that Loretto crew will want to show the Wilderness crew what's happening, although that Wildy crew does look like it's just cruising there now, over on that far side.
Yeah.
So it's all a bit of mind games here.
It is. I'd say there's still a little bit of uncertainty about that 4th place, unfortunately. So
I'd say Pembroke's well clear of
Ignatius. Well clear of Ignatius?
Uh-huh.
Okay. That Ignatius boat has Imi Graham in there, who won the under-19 women's single scull yesterday. So
how good was she?
She was great, and I was just conscious she can do anything. She'd get that boat over the line by herself if she could.
Oh, she... I raced her in the small boats regatta on early February, and I was frustrated at how annoyingly close she was. So you're right, she's a phenomenal rower.
And you're absolutely right as well, Jo, in that obviously Loretto have been told not to cruise regardless of position, so they're driving for the line. It looks like they're going to end up nearly a boat length over that Wilderness crew on the far side.
They don't look too fussed though. They're still going to keep cruising, and half that boat, or almost all of that boat, made the single scull final yesterday as well.
That's impressive.
So
and then we've got Pulteney Grammar coming through, I think, in 3rd.
And it will be...
And it will be Pembroke School taking out the 4th place in that heat.
Good race there from Ignatius, coming through in 5th position, unfortunately first eliminated. And Scotch College, this looks like their first 4 lineup. So where other crews have stacked their 4s, it looks like their 4 that isn't the first or second 8.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So doing a good row there, still in time together, racing well, maybe just not up to the standard of those first 8 rowers. Still a very clean, very tidy first 4 coming over the line from Scotch College, Adelaide.
And the next race on the course should be the next heat of the under-19 women's Coxed 4, so race 85 on your programme. I believe we've had a scratching in lane 2, so we'll start with lane 3.
We've got a whole heap of scratchings.
Oh, we have got a heap of scratchings. Okay,
That's
so in fact, that is frustrating for the people who've not gone through from that final. So how does that work? Because we've only actually got 3 in this field. Does the fastest loser there go through? Or?
So I believe... my understanding is you need to beat a crew to progress from the heat to the final. But the umpires on the start line do need to let you know that that's what's happening. And unless they do that, you do have a right of appeal.
Okay. So it'll be interesting to see whether it is.
So I believe the rules are, and I would really love if Beck was around to correct me on this if I'm wrong, but to progress from a heat to a championship final, you need to eliminate a crew. So these crews will still be racing, and it will be top 2 through, as there are only 3 crews here.
I see what you mean.
This is why we get really frustrated with the late scratchings, because
you don't have an opportunity to change the draw so that you make it
100%. Yeah. So every single one of the crews that has shown up to race today could have raced the final.
Yep. So let's just let you know what the what those crews are. In lane 3, we've got Loretto, Marriotteville 1, Murray, Illman, Macalino and Munger with the Cox Lang. In lane 4 from Unley High, we have Overdune, Gord, Murphy, Altus with their Cox Lilybridge. And in lane 8, Norwood International, Norris, Adler, Flower, Hanson and Cox by O'Connor. I apologise, no first names there because I'm reading it off the screen.
Yeah.
I'll do a Mangs, give everyone just their surnames.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes our job easier. And no surprises there. Loretto 1 coming through again quite easily. I'm wondering how many races they have this weekend. Last state championships, I think the record was 8 or 9 races in a day. That was Vic Binns. Unfortunately, she's unwell. I'm not sure if she's here today or not.
Oh, yeah,
if she's not in one of these boats,
I don't think she's entered today.
I know that.
I know that they were champions. Didn't they win the premiership last season? Loretto.
Yeah. She's a very very talented rower, very talented sculler and sweeper now. She's been racing the pair. But yes, this crew of Murray, Illman, Macalino and Munga they're all up around that standard. They've all been racing, and they will probably it will be between them and Wildy, I would say, in the final.
Yeah, it's hard to tell at the moment. I mean, the times won't be comparable really, because as you can see, they're pretty much cruising to the line, whereas in the previous heat we saw quite stiff competition.
Well, although Wildy were kind of cruising as Loretto pushed up over them, I would say when talking about sweeping, I think these girls may or may not have the edge over the Wilderness group. There's Beck there. I'm going to ask her about this.
Okay, while Jo goes and clarifies the rules, we'll just watch the end of this race. So I would say that at this stage, the crew in lane 4 from Unley High have got the edge over the remaining crew from Norwood Morialta. And so if Jo's right about the rules, it'll be those two that go through to the final, barring an accident. But certainly Loretto coming towards the finish line now, looking very controlled, really nice long strokes. A pretty dominant performance there.
So I just have had that confirmed that the last place in this race will be eliminated. So you do need a better crew to progress. So unfortunately, at the moment, it looks like Norwood International will be removed from that final.
That's unfortunate. So we'll have a 6-boat final instead of an 8-boat final.
Frustrating, but
that is disappointing because this season we've had such limited racing opportunities that you'd really like to see these girls be able to get out on the water again.
Yeah, but also I also know what some of the schools are facing with the restrictions in inter-school sport and racing at the moment. So for a lot of this, your hands are tied. If somebody tests positive or becomes a close contact or a classroom contact, there are just 100,000 loopholes that you have to jump through. And sometimes you just can't make it work. So I see it from the other side as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think we've all seen that in the last couple of weeks.
I'm so over it.
Okay, while Jo recovers, we've got race 86 on the water already, which is the under-17 men's double scull. This is heat 1. 1, 2, 3 and 4 progress to the final. So in lane 2 from St. Ignatius, we have Adam Leach and Alexander Stankovic. In lane 3 from Pulteney Grammar, I'm just checking that I haven't got... no, sorry, I apologise. That St. Ignatius crew has scratched, but we do have the remaining crews. So in lane 3 from Pulteney Grammar, we have David Perry and Samuel Darker. In lane 4 from Unley High, we have Patrick Lay and Nate Lessu. In lane 5 from Norwood International, we have Ryan Whitford and Luca Papa. In lane 6 from St. Peter's College, we have Oliver Franco and George Wicks. Lane 7 from Prince Alfred College, we have Edward Chappell and Hugo Knight. And in lane 8 from Pulteney Grammar, Joshua Zhang and Tyson Woodley.
And just looking down the list, I would have said that the PAC group would be up the top, potentially with...
Well, that's St. Peter's... Is that St. Peter's College? Oh, no.
Is that the Pulteney crew? Yeah, so Sam Darker, I think, is rowing with Torrens as well. He's quite... Is he? Or am I just seeing his name come up a bit? He's a big boy. He's a big guy. And Pulteney being my old school, when I see big up and comers through there, I kind of noticed.
So you're thinking on the far side, Pulteney Grammar in lane 8? I think it's Unley in the middle.
That's Unley, and then I think PAC on the other side, and Saints.
So that's the
through in
PAC
third
crew in lane 7, is it? And the lane 8 crew. Oh, yes, okay. Yep.
And I reckon that's going to be Norwood taking that 4th position over Pulteney, and over the far side, Pulteney 3, beg your pardon. I wonder if PAC are going to go for the sprint to win here. Unley just upping their rate to try and hold off that late charge from PAC. I'd say that PAC are actually sculling better technically here. They're matching up better together. And if they do go for it, I reckon they're going to row through them. Yeah, a little look out from the bow seat and Unley there. Ooh, a little bit of dirty
stroke.
Water from the PAC boys. Looking, slightly technically superior there. And I reckon they'll pull through. When you're together like that, you can just shift the rate a little bit easier rather than muscling it. This is something that I'll be telling all of my crews this weekend.
Yeah, I think they're larger boys in the Unley High crew, but they're just not rowing quite as tidily.
Yes, but both crews will progress through to the final of the under-17 men's double scull.
That's a good race for a heat.
Fantastic.
And it looks like St. Peter's coming over for 3rd. Is that right?
Yep, so Saints in 3rd and
Norwood
doing a good job.
And then I think it'll be this Pulteney crew in lane 3.
Yeah, so that's darker in the strokes.
He's tall, isn't he?
He's big.
So under 17s means they have to not be 17 in this calendar year. Is that correct?
So they turn 16 this year. Interesting. So this would be the Inters age group. Or younger.
Okay, so race 87's already underway. And that's heat 2 of the under-17 men's double scull. Again, we've had a couple of scratchings from this one. So in lane 3 from Unley High, we have Daniel Yates and Finn Doughty-Garside. In lane 4 from Norwood International, we have Oliver Evans-Wood and Juan Flower. In lane 5 from St. Peter's College, we have Max Walsh and Archie Young. Scratching in lane 6. So in lane 7 from St. Peter's College, we have Ollie Colborne and Edward Shearer. And in lane 8 from Pulteney Grammar, we have Ethan Menadew and Jacob McGinley.
The Torrens scratching. I have one of my boys in there too. I don't know what's happening. They're all falling. Oh, no, I think Rob Johns was injured. That's okay.
Righto. Well, this looks like a fairly tight field. Looking at them as they approach the 500 metre mark from the finish.
So again, it will be top 4 through to the final here. So one of these crews is going to be eliminated. It looks like the centre lane 4, is it at lane 3?
Maybe lane 3.
Lane 4.
Lane 4, yeah, lane 4.
It's the one centred by yellow boys.
Norwood International, would that be?
I love that. Love that for him. Ollie Evans-Woods and Juan Flower. Yes, Norwood. Getting pushed up there by lane 5, I'd say.
Yeah. And lane 8, is it?
Yeah, that I'd say lane 8 is on terms with lane 2, so 3.
Yeah.
So that's the Unley crew for that 4th position. And if I had to call, I'd say it's St. Peter's College 4 off the back. But Norwood International crew leading this into the final sprint through the final 500 now. About to come into the Red Boys. Good sculling there from the Norwood boys under the watchful eyes of BT. He's done some really fantastic things with that program.
Although their coach is listed here as Bryson Salter.
Yeah, Bryson does well as well. I think BT's mentoring, overseeing the helping Ben doing the actual technical work.
So it's certainly a tighter field in this one, but it does look like those. Now, when did Nord Morialta become Nord International?
This year. So last year, obviously, with the inclusion of Year 7s into high school now, they did a whole heap of redevelopment on their Norwood campus. And so there is now going to be a Morialta High School.
Ah, okay.
And now
hence the change.
Yeah. Great finish here.
Really good finish from that crew in lane 4.
Intensity of a final in a heat.
Absolutely.
I'd love to see it. Oh, and there's a big shift from the Saints boys for that qualifying position. We've actually got a race here now. Oh, and I reckon they've picked it up. Will Unley be able to hold on for that final spot? I don't know. We're going to have to watch the cameras here as they come into screen now. I think Unley will...
This is the crunch race. I think they will hold on, unfortunately.
That's a fantastic response from Unley. And they will qualify for the final there of the under-17 men's double scull and just knock out the St. Peter's College 4 crew. So under-17 being inters, a lot of these crews wouldn't have raced over the 2,000 metre distance before. So the inters in the school programs, the year 9 10s, current year 10s, they race over 1,500 metres. So these being a state championship event, everything from under 17 up is raced over 2,000 metres. The under 16s, though, only raced over 1,000.
I do remember the girls last year desperately wanting to race the under 16 and not particularly wanting to race the higher categories.
It's a big shock to the system, that extra 500 metres going from 1,500 to the 2K, although I prefer the 2K distance.
Well, the held start as well, I think, is an advantage.
You think?
Well, I think it, particularly in small boats.
Yeah.
Trying to line up in small boats on one of those drifting starts is a challenge. But
yeah.
That could just be me. I'm sure you're very adept at it.
You don't row small boats often, do you?
No. Stay away.
I think anything in the anaerobic threshold zone for me is not fun.
No.
Here's the big one. I'm excited.
Okay, so race 88, the open lightweight women's single scull from the 2,000 metre mark again. We should have, and we do have 4 entries in this. So from Adelaide Uni, Sophie Radford, coached by Jerick Hasselgrove. From Adelaide Uni in lane 4, Siobhan Rowe, coached again by Jerick Hasselgrove. In lane 5, from Loreto Marriottville, Emily Lang, coached by Rebecca Koch. And in lane 6, from Adelaide, Sophia Sahinin.
And she's coached by Ron Mobbs. He doesn't put his name down, but we know who he is, and he's done a fantastic job with her. She raced in the Open yesterday and was right up there. So this will be a race between her, I'd say, Sophie and Siobhan.
Yeah.
You
never count out a Loreto Sculler. Never count out a Loreto Sculler.
But these girls they've had a really good training block under them now. I know there was a bit of up and down with the Victoria Cup last year, but these are really strong lightweight scullers.
Yep.
If I would put money on it, I would say it would be between Radford and Sophia, but we'll see who wants it most.
I'm going to declare an interest. I want it to be Sophia.
You want it to be Sophia? I really want it to be Raddy.
Sophia rode with Pembroke last year, so
yes.
she was.
She did really well. She
came to nationals and she got into the A final of the under 19.
A final of schoolgirl.
Schoolgirl.
Yeah. But I think you're right, and I think it's Sophia leading through that 1,000. But we know she has a quick first 1,000, and I don't know. I never count Radford out. She is ridiculously quick for such a skinny tiny girl. We raced in the open quad yesterday and won that with her in the boat, and Siobhan as well. And Siobhan's up there as well. So is Emily. So it's a tight race.
Yeah.
It's good lightweight racing. I think all lightweight racing is good. A little frustrated that it's getting phased out. You see the tightest races at the Olympics last year were the lightweight women's double, the lightweight men's double. They're just like phenomenally tight drilled athletes.
And quick.
So quick.
Just so quick.
I think
it's disappointing because it does allow for rowers who don't necessarily have the height, which is something you can't create.
No.
So I think it's a shame to take those categories away.
Yeah.
It offers a pathway for people who aren't perhaps physically designed for the rowing boat.
Yeah.
But just have serious grit. I mean, I've never seen competitors like lightweights.
Although that being said, lightweights turn heavyweights can be fantastic rowers too. Mika was once a lightweight, and she has never performed so well as she has as a heavyweight. Same thing.
Just so pleased to be able to eat.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And that's a bigger conversation. But also, Mo Bridge. What's his name? I just remember these tall people trying to get down to weight, looking emaciated. And then as soon as they make the decision to row open, they put on like a ridiculous amount, 10 to 15 kilos of weight, and then they go fast.
Yeah.
And they already have that discipline from racing at lightweight. So there's a place for it. There's an argument for either way. I think it is Sophia.
It's Sophia, but with Sophie Radford, I'd say...
Keeping her honest.
And
I think Sophia's got clear water on him. She won't give that up. Unless Raddy digs deep and decides to go for it. That's what you got to do in the single. You got to decide to go for it. Looks very commanding from Sophia there. She's a good sculler.
No, she's a great sculler.
Yeah, I raced her a couple of weeks ago. And she led me through the first 750. I went, where is that coming from?
No, she's in great form at the moment.
Yeah. Yep. I think barring any issues, she will take that all the way to the line. Although we can sit here and say she's got that all tied up. It looks easy.
I never say that.
Her heart rate's up at 190, like 200 beats per minute. She is working hard. Because it will not be easy for her to be beating these girls. Yeah, that's...
She's rating about 27. So hopefully that means she's got it under control.
Yeah, she's got, I'd say, 50 metres of clear water there. Radford will want to be the best of the rest. Siobhan... pushing with Emily. It's going to be a good finish, but all credit to Sophia. She is doing a fantastic job sculling out there in what looks to be a definite cross headwind. Not
ideal conditions.
Not too breathy, but these won't be fast times today. Oh, Emily just pushing up on Siobhan there. We want to see a bit of a response from that. Great row sculling there from Emily. And also something that these lightweights have to consider is getting down to weight and whether that affects people adversely or not, whether they're struggling to get onto weight. So these have to be at max weight, I believe. So 59 kilos. Great sculling there.
Is it 59 or 57?
So 57 is a career average.
Okay, and 59 for a sculler?
Individual sculler. So Sophia, dominant win. Congratulations for the open lightweight women's single scull. She comes to the line now. Final few strokes with a battle unfolding behind her. Looks to be Sophie Rad keeping her nose in front of Siobhan Rowe, who's just responded in the last 10 strokes. She looks to be pushing up a bow ball canvas on Emily Lang. So it will be Sophie Radford 2, Siobhan Rowe 3, and Emily Lang in 4th position.
That's impressive to see a school-aged athlete really stick with the pack there.
Yeah, and she's, I can't say about state team stuff, but she's definitely been gone through, and she went over to New South Wales state championships as well. So Tom's doing a fantastic job with the program there. He's giving these girls experience, and it's showing in the maturity
really
of their
off,
racing.
Well, that was exciting.
I
need to take a bit of a breather after that one.
Well done, Sophia. She would be so stoked to get that one in the bag. I know that she keeps wanting to win that scull, and unfortunately, with people like myself out there. Yeah.
Well, she's looking incredibly strong at the moment, so great to see her. Okay, we're going to move on to some crew boats again. So race 89, which is heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. And in this one, let's just check scratchings just in case. No, it looks like we have a full field. So
love that.
Love that. Lane 1 from Unley High, we have Scarlett Shanks, Tiasha Harath, Georgie 12th Tree, Matilda Griffiths, coxed by Claire Emerson. Lane 2, Scotch College, Stacey Webb, Sasha Thomas, Rosie McMahon, Lucy Beaumont, coxed by Layla Tustin. Lane 3 from Wolford, we have Sophie Walsh, Audrey Spears, Susanna Hall, and Bella, excuse me if I get this surname completely, Annie Chiarico, coxed by India Harnett. In lane 4 from Loretto, we have Evie Blank Saunders, Olivia Pisanello, Abby Deans, and Lucy Bell, coxed by Portia Katsaris. In lane 5 from Wilderness, we have Sally Detmold Cox, Amelia Adam, Isabel Flowers, Lily Nichols, coxed by Brig Williams. In lane 6 from Norwood International, we have Georgia Shaw, Saffron Kimber, Mia Playford, Alana Haynes, coxed by Mackenzie O'Connor. In lane 7 from Wilderness, we have Zara Hart, Ella Johnson, Zara Shehan, Yana Shah, coxed by Alice Williams. And in lane 8 from St Peter's Girls, Lily Marshall, Alison Francis, Izzy Tucker, Stella Spalvins, coxed by Abigail Hawkes.
So Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. So this will be your 8-9s.
And they're going from the 1,000 metres. So
1,000 metre race. Short, sharp, shiny. Hopefully shiny.
And these girls really haven't had much racing at all, have they? Most of them, I suppose, last time they raced would have been Renmark. Is that right? I know that's the case for our junior rowers.
Yeah. We didn't have races in the small boats. No.
Yep. Renmark was the last time they raced. That's what, 2 months ago?
Early December. Is that right?
2.5 months ago. Gosh.
So they've got to get over all the nerves at the start, remember how to do the lining up. And
although some of them did race yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, so. Yeah, look at that. Little northeasterly. That's a bit rude. Shifting to quite a severe shift at around midday to that southwesterly that we saw yesterday afternoon. But headwinds for the heats and tailwinds for the finals. How's this going to change the results? We are underway for the heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. So 1-2 to the final. This must have 4
heats. Oh, this is a
heats.
crunch race, isn't it?
4 heats of this one. So we'll have an 8-lane final. It's going to be tough. And I wonder how many of these groups are putting through just the year 8s or have snuckings.
Wilderness School seem to have 8 crews in this, judging from lane 5 here, which is described as Wilderness 8.
Yes. We may need to look at some of the rules of racing for this one. My understanding is that only current year 9s should be entered in this regatta.
They have got a big squad over there.
No year 7s and 8s. That's true. Elle's doing a great job with the program. And I can't pick an early leader. Potentially lane 5. Lane 4? Lane 4.
4 and 6.
Loretto.
Yeah.
And 6, you're correct. Oh, come on, Norwood. I taught these girls. Again, disclaimer bias.
I have no bias whatsoever in these divisions because our year 9s aren't racing.
Yes. That's true. Oh, gosh. So 1 and 2 through cutthroat racing. it's a really harsh introduction to the sport, isn't it? Not top 2, don't get a place in the final. Don't win, don't get a medal, you know.
Well, it's very different to racing what they're used to racing the school premiership series, where they're divided into divisions, so you only have one crew from each school in each division.
Yep, early leaders.
So this is an A crew potentially against a D or E crew.
Sure, yeah.
Sometimes they can surprise though, can't they? Sometimes the D or E crew comes through and gives them a nasty shock.
We have a fantastic issue at the moment where the Bs keep beating our As, and then we swap them around and the Bs keep beating the As. It's just, and it comes down to the psychology of it. Who wants to prove themselves?
Absolutely. Well, I'd say Norwood is still
good to see.
Right up in the mix here.
And
Loretto.
Loretto looking good there as well.
I don't know enough about the names to know how experienced these girls are. I know Lucy Bell in the Loretto crew is Gina Bell's daughter.
Abby Deans, I'd assume that's Isabella's younger sister. Lucy Bell, yes, Gina's.
So some good rowing pedigree in that boat.
Yep, Pisanello, I think she raced the indoors as well. But it looks like that Loretto crew will be clear for that position, and it's a race between lanes 1, 2 and 6 at the moment for that really important second place.
Or 7 or is it 7 over there on the far side? Who's that?
I think that's potentially lane 8.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Saints girls then. Does that make sense with the Zutica? Yes, I think you're right.
Yes. So whether it's lane 2, Scotch College, or I think lane 6,
I think
Norwood Morialta.
6 or 8.
Or lane 8.
I think 8 is finishing fast here.
Oh, goodness. I love some quick racing. I think you're right. St. Peter's girls finishing fast. Whether we'll see a response. See Norwood sculling well.
They've certainly upped the rating in that Norwood crew.
They've picked it. See Mia looking across. She's trying to go for it. She's going to push. Scotch still finishing fast too. So this is a 3-way battle for who's going to progress into the final. I think you're right. I think it will be St. Peter's. They just look to be rowing a fraction longer.
Oh, they had a bit of an untidy one there.
Oh, goodness.
Anything can happen on the line in these races, I find. I don't like to call it too early.
So
they've definitely got a canvas, a half a length on them, I'd say, actually. So barring a total disaster.
So great racing here from the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. It will be St. Peter's girls on the line.
Oh, and Scotch finishing fast, coming through on the inside.
Just Scotch, I think, just pipping Norwood on the line. That will be lane 1 Unley High for 5th and Wilderness 8 in 6th, with Wilderness 5 in 7th position and potentially Walford Anglican coming through to round out the field.
Exciting. Now they are lining up the competitors for the next race, which is race 90, heat 2 of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. We've had one scratching in this, but we do still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crews, so it's still a very competitive field. In lane 1 from Saints Girls, we have Sophie Wang, Emily Bates, Grace Jones, Millie McDonald, coxed by Lexi Fishlock. Lane 3 from Norwood International, we have Bon Isabella, Bella London, Shakira Valif, Tina Lynn, coxed by Erica Shaw. In lane 4 from Wilderness School, we have Wilderness School 6, Willa McLaughlin. Let me just check these names haven't changed. I think we may have a change there. So Roy, and then Ella Meyer, Isabella Beaumont, coxed by Emma Oborn. In lane 5 from Wolford Anglican, we've got Wolford Anglican 1, Scarlett Brummy. Again, I think we may have a change of names here. So I've got Scarpin, and then Annabelle Cameen, Penhall Mia, Saskia Reynolds, coxed by, again, I think the coxswain has changed. So I've got Dean showing as the coxswain on the online program. Port Adelaide in lane 6, we have Lola Barlow, Lara Hassani, Talia Milik, and Emma Carey, coxed by Ruby Smith. Lane 7, Wolford Anglican 8, Stavruda Theodora Kakos, Casey Thompson, Olivia Tonkin, Lucy Economos, Coxed by Isabel Tolinar. And then in lane 8 from Scotch College, we have Baker Olivia, Rosie Morehouse, Isabella Nafine, Asha Bianchi, Coxed by Ella Sweet.
Must declare another bias.
Yet again.
Yet again. I just love all racing. I love all rowing. But these girls from Port Adelaide, I think 3 out of 4 of them are in they're my new year 8s.
Ah.
So
at Adelaide High.
At Adelaide High School.
Fantastic.
So really excited to see how they go up against the older girls in this division. Some of them raced last weekend and raced really well. And they'll hopefully be racing for me next weekend if I can get the registrations through in time. Beck, please be nice to me.
You've got connections. You should be right.
Nah, got to follow the rules. Trust me. And we have a start, and it looks like an early lead from lane 5. We'll expect Wolford Anglican's number 1 crew to do well here today. Typically quite a strong program there from Wolford. So they look to be out to an early lead. But it is 1-2 through to the final on this one. So if you're not in first position or second, you will not be racing the final. Again, cutthroat racing here. And fast racing as well, over the 1,000-metre distance. Looks to be potentially lane 5 coming up with them. And lane 1, again, St. Peter's Girls crew. Looking to keep them honest from a disconnected position from the race. So we love to see good racing, tight racing. I'd say 3 across for the top will be Wilderness School 6, Wolford Anglican 1, and St. Peter's Girls 4. Just off the pace at the back there, looks to be the Port Adelaide crew and the Norwood Morialta High crew. Just in that battle for the 4th position, I reckon the Port Adelaide crew has the better of the Norwood International crew. And keeping them honest as well, the Scotch College Adelaide crew on the far side. And Wolford Anglican 8 just off the back there. Seen just a bit of a push there from lane 5, sorry. Wolford Anglican still holding their own. Wilderness, yeah, they're neck and neck there. I think they'll push each other up to the line. If St. Peter's Girls haven't kept in touch with those pushes, they will just slip off the back there. It's really hard when you've got 3 or 4 lanes in between you and the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
That St. Peter's Girls crew, I think, just falling a boat length or so behind. And I think the Wilderness School crew
Pushing
has pushed
through,
up.
yeah.
Yep. But I would say that Wilderness crew and the Wolford crew do look to be safe and secure for the final, though there is 250 metres to race. Nobody's safe. It's when those bow balls cross the line.
They certainly look like they've lifted a bit in that Wilderness crew, but the
Oh,
Wolford
there's
crew
the
are responding. Oh, my goodness.
1,000 metres, there's so much energy. I think that big response from Wolford. They want to show that they're the ones to beat in the final. And they're pushing through now. So that's Wolford 1 versus Wildy 6. Wolford coming through now a boat length, I'd say, in front of that Wilderness crew. And Scotch have had a fantastic 3rd to 50. They've come up into that 3rd position. And a race between the Port and St. Peter's Girls for 4th place. I can't count.
So it looks like it's going to be Wolford by about 3/4 of a length. Half a length probably on the line from the Wilderness crew, followed over the line by Scotch on the far side.
So Scotch, the first crew, not making it through to the final, and a race
A tight
for
finish
4th.
here for 4th.
And St. Peter's Girls will just hold on to that 4th position. Port Adelaide coming through in 5th. Just a little bit of a mishap with the boat here. But crew from Norwood International coming through in 6th position. And Wolford 8 rounding out the field.
One thing with the 1,000-metre races is you don't get a lot of time
No.
between to call names and things. So we'll have another go at this crew. We're on to race 91 on the programme, which is heat 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 1, we have no scratching. So in lane 1, we have St Peter's Girls, which is Ella Laws, Emily Wildman, Molly Kennett, Matilda Powell, coxed by Francine Stavru. In lane 2, from Scotch College, we have Sophia Jackson, Faith Mons, Holly Gallagher, Mika Ravel. Actually, I think we may have a change there to Lines. Is that Georgia Lines? Coxed by Jazz Darwin.
So just to mention here that Scotch College crew in lane 2
is by invitation. Okay.
So I assume that they've brought in one of their inters to ensure that
that can go ahead. Okay, so they won't be qualifying.
So even if
final.
they win, they will not be qualifying.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Then in lane 3, we've got Wolford Anglican 5, which is Nina Kovac, Olivia. Again, we have a change. So Rooney. Have we got a total change here? Looks like a completely different crew. So Nina Kovac is the same. Then we have Rooney, Parletto, and Amelia Viacelli. Harper Thomas is the cox. Pulteney Grammar. We have Sienna Pagnosi, Scarlett Lamb, Emma Topman, Sophie Harsma, coxed by Lockie Miller. And then we've got Wilderness School, Layla Woodall, Imogen Sutton, Tiara Pullinen, Lily Erber, and their cox Hannah Yao. Wilderness School 7 in lane 6, Molly Thompson, Jessica Felstead, Anastasia McMullen, Millicent Wilson, coxed by Ella Smart. Lane 7 from Alford, again we've got a change. Valamine, Zara Hutchinson, Eliza Rayner, Scarlett Brammy, coxed by Ella. I've got again a different cox, Schultz as a cox. And Wolford Anglican 4, rounding out the field in lane 8, Eloise Baggett, Imogen Griffith, Alice Milne, Harriet, I've got Matthews, and then Natalie Uwe as cox. So sorry, there are a lot of crew changes there.
Yep, well, it's great to have that up-to-date information in front of us so we can call out the right names. I am seeing this race come into the final stages now, and I think it's lane 1, St Peter's Girls 1, which is unsurprising considering the other St Peter's crews that we've seen have done quite well. Their first-ranked crew look to be doing well out here. And then a race developing behind them, I think in lanes 5 and 6.
I guess the Wilderness School up against one another for bragging rights here.
Yeah, absolutely. We love to see this.
And they're finishing fast, actually, so I wouldn't assume that Saints Girls are going to get there first, actually.
Ooh, yes, that race could be pushed up to them. And like I said before, if you lose touch with a race that's over the far side, you can get caught on the back foot here. And I reckon you're right.
I think looking at their coxswain's head, they're well aware of that race going on over there. But this could be tight over the line. It is hard with the perspectives from here.
It's really interesting because the coxswain can know, but if they don't communicate it well enough to the crew, they don't respond. So we'll see. Yep, we're seeing the bow seat of the Saints Girls crew just look out, and this is going to be a tight finish. I would say that it's Wildy in lane 5 coming through first, and a push. Yep, that great response from St Peter's Girls.
They are going to hold them off.
They will take that second position, and it's Wilderness in lane 6 that will be the first eliminated. Well done from Scotch coming through in 4th, and looking at the Zooties, I think that's Wilderness in lane 4 coming through in 5th position. Walford in 6th. Walford in 7th. And Walford coming through in 8th.
Oh, good race in that one.
Oh. This is going to be a hot final, I reckon. And 1,000-metre races, even though they're in the anaerobic zone, they don't really, I guess, take as much out of you as the 2,000 metres. So the intensity that we see there in the heats will still be there in the final. I don't think these girls will be super worn out for it.
I think they're keen.
Yeah,
they're very keen.
They're so keen. And we should roll call.
We should. Do you want to have a go?
Oh, gosh, you're doing it so well.
Okay, I'll do it again. So we race 92, which is heat 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. I'm actually going to read them straight off the screen this time, I think. We've got no scratchings in lane 1. We've got Wilderness School 4, which is Paul, Rocker, Goodson, Wells, Coxed by Freestone, Giles. Lane 2, Wolford Anglican 3, King, Milsom, Patterson, Masters, Coxed by Threadgold. Lane 3, Wolford Anglican 7, Prince, Okiopo, Elmsley, Osborne, Coxed by Burns. In lane 4, Wilderness School 1, Cardoni, Rinaldi, Hawker, Beaumont, Coxed by Andrei. In lane 5, St Peter's Girls, Laws, Wu, Belassis, Michelin, Coxed by Townsend. Lane 6, St Peter's Girls 5, Bamford, Bonnet, Webb, Dornbush, Coxed by Tulloch. Lane 7, Wilderness School 2, Lou, Carrick, Newton, Powers, Coxed by Ford. And lane 8, Unley High, Dornbria, Cox, Nettlefold, Luscombe, Coxed by Van Warmelo. Apologies for mangling some names there.
Doing a fantastic job, and it looks to be a little bit more clear cut for the leaders here. That would be the Wilderness School 1 crew in lane 4. Again, these crews need to be ranked as they get entered into the system, and their first crew needs to be what the coaches deem to be the fastest ranked crew. So unsurprising seeing this Wilderness crew really dominate this heat. In 1,000 metres to get a length of lead over your opposition. That Unley crew on the far
Unley crew
side
are doing well, yeah.
Doing really well. Unley High 1, so again their fastest ranked crew. Just keeping ahead of the St Peter's Girls 5 crew in lane 7, but it will be that Year 9 crew from Wilderness sculling really nicely here.
We just had a little bit of a messy stroke from the Unley crew, but I'm hoping they can get it back together again.
They look to be really unfazed, and I think holding on to that win, they will be about 3/4 of a boat length up on the Saints Girls crew, pushed out to a full length. That's Wilderness crossing the line now. Unley will take the second position, important second position, with 3/4 of a length over St Peter's Girls, qualifying for that schoolgirl final. Great to see Unley up there. We've got...
Was that St Peter's Girls or was that Wilderness coming over the line? It's just they had the pink Wilderness hats on.
It's probably Wilderness. I'm getting old, my eyes aren't working.
So I think that might be Saints Girls on that.
No, you're absolutely right. And Walford coming through in 4th place. As you said, St Peter's Girls having a little bit of a tussle with the Walford crew next to them. Or is it another St Peter's Girls crew? I'm going to stop calling because I keep calling them wrong. Yeah, so that was the Saints versus Saints tussle there. And Walford coming through now.
Oh, this is one where it's easy to read out the names because it's a single skull.
So
do you
I
think we can trust you to do this?
All right, we have a start in the under-16 men's single scull heat 1. In lane 1, St Peter's College. We've got Josh Toohey. In lane 2, Norwood International, Connor Duncan. In lane 3, Prince Alfred College, Lewis Dawson. In lane 4, Unley High, Cameron Bell. In lane 5, St Ignatius, Adam Leach. In lane 6, Port Adelaide, Timothy Watkinson. We've got a scratching in lane 7. And in lane 8, Unley High, Christian Yates. I think from here we'll see, hopefully we'll see Timothy Watkinson come up. He raced this event a couple of weeks ago, and I think he either won it or he did very well. So he'll be out to prove something today. Him and his doubles partner, Alex King, did really well in the double yesterday. So hoping to see them up and about in the final today.
And am I right that the code here means 1 and 2 go through to the final, and then the next 2 fastest finishers also get through, so that you do have a second chance if you're not in the top 2. So hopefully nobody will be taking their foot off the gas
if they're not in those first 2 positions. Yeah, so if you're in 3rd place, keep racing to the line. You never know. You could just draw a ridiculously fast heat and find a position in the final waiting for you. So they do a lot of work in the background here, calculating times. But this looks to be a fairly tight race, and I think it's the sculler in lane 3.
Lane 3, yep, from Prince
Lewis
Alfred College.
Dawson. Now, Dawson, that's not a relation, is it? It's weird because Angus Dawson, he's a blues boy, isn't he? St. Peter's.
Oh, is he? I know he's a big rower.
Just got a,
don't know where he came from.
blank stare from. But yes, no, Lewis Dawson. So it's really interesting in these under 16 races. You can see the up and coming.
That's what I love about these races.
And we in the commentary box, us diehard fanatics, start to figure out who's going to be pushing up into the next, era of strong first eights or, national representation. But it looks to be like this Prince Alfred College sculler has it under control from there, and he is getting pushed by the Unley sculler in lane 4.
And probably over on the far side.
Another Unley crew, Christian Yates as well, pushing up, I think, either for that qualifying position or the next 2 fastest times. Oh, you can hear him on the bank. It's fantastic. I haven't heard
They've
that.
got a good squad of supporters, I think, over on the grass behind us.
Oh, I haven't heard that in so long. It's so fantastic. Oh, no.
A real shipwreck in that Unley crew, unfortunately.
Oh, get it together,
no.
together. And the Unley crew on the far side has taken full advantage of that. He's upped his rating and he's got to push through. But now, oh, wow. Cameron Bell will have to do a lot of work to try and get up onto it and see if his time will still qualify to get him through. But
so that's Louis Dawson just going over the line for Prince Alfred College. And on the far side, oh, he really did make up some time there. But
you get such a boost of adrenaline when something like that happens.
Couldn't quite make up that gap in the end. So we'll have to wait and see who gets that second fastest time, those 2 second fastest times.
Yeah, it's something that you have to deal with in the pressure. So one of the big things about experienced racers is they handle that pressure and they don't do anything differently. I know I've definitely done it on the line. I've actually let go of my oar to cross the finishing line, and it's a fantastic lesson to learn at under 16 rather than, I think the last time I did it was 2 years ago.
I do remember a few years ago here a crew capsizing on the line.
Oh, it's just so devastating.
I think it was in the junior quads.
And they work so hard getting to that position, and then but it helps us be resilient.
Yes, that's a word we use a lot in rowing. Resilience.
Resilient and flexible.
So that was a great race, albeit not for that Unley sculler with the last minute hiccup there. But
for him, I hope he gets a fast time. I
do too. We'll keep an eye on that and maybe let you know.
I've just had a reminder here. Can we please remind everyone here that masks are mandatory when on the Rowing SA grounds here? So I can see quite a few people without masks on their faces. Can we please have masks on? It's a condition for the regatta to go ahead and a condition for the schools to be here this weekend. COVID marshals are here to remind and assist in compliance. So please, if you are walking around the grounds here today, can you please put your mask on your face, covering your mouth and nose? It's not that hard. Please wear your mask. Sorry to those on the live stream. We have a roll call here for the under 16 men's single scull. Heat 2, so top 2 and next 2 fastest qualify. In lane 1, we have Torrens, Alexander McAllister. In lane 2, Pulteney Grammar, Thomas Livesey, coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 3, St. Peter's College, Hamish Porter, coached by Alex Tucker and Tom Beresford. In lane 4, Unley High, Finlay Reeves. In lane 5, Norwood International, Ricardo Maturana, coached by Bryson Salter. In lane 6, we've got Torrens 2, Leas Wagner. In lane 7, Pulteney Grammar, Eric Lang, coached by Dario Sportelli. And in lane 8, Port Adelaide, Alexander King. So this is 3 of my Adelaide High School boys from 3 different year levels up against each other. But I'll be watching that Norwood Sculler, and obviously the St. Peter's, never count a St. Peter's boy out. So we'll see how Hamish Porter goes, and Unley High have had some good scullers coming through, so really interested to see what happens here. And it looks like we are just underway in the under 16 men's single scull heat 2, race 94 on your program. 1,000 metres. They look to be getting off the start fairly equally. It looks to be like an early lead from Norwood Marialta, Ricardo Maturana.
So Ricardo Maturana in lane 5. Leading probably from the sculler in lane 6, I think, which is Torrens 2, Lias Wagner. But the field is fairly even as they come up towards the 500. A little bit closer this heat, Joe.
We love to see exciting racing, close heats. Oh, lane 1 looks to be going out hard. Come on, Alex. Get up and about. And I reckon in lane 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Yeah, yeah, that's what it's a pretty close race, but as you say, lane 1 was concealed from our vantage point by the trees.
Oh, I reckon it might be lane 5. Who's that? Norwood Marialta.
Yeah, it's still Ricardo Maturana still.
Oh, but Alex
strong.
is up there.
He is.
He's up there. He's so excited for this race. I'm so excited for him. But again, it'll be about the mature racing, those who can keep within their framework, do what they know what works. And it's such a tight race. I reckon it's still between 5, 6 and 8 though. I reckon it will be still the Norwood International Sculler getting pushed up by Lias in that Torrens lane 6 and keeping honest with lane 1, 8 and 7. I can't call this.
No.
It's fast racing.
It looks to me like that sculler from Torrens may just be coming through a little bit.
Yeah, Lias is quite strong. I think he's just underrating a little bit.
Yeah.
So we'd want to see him pick up his rate a little to push through. But I think the Torrens sculler in lane 1 just dropping off a fraction. But yeah, the Norwood International sculler, Ricardo Maturana, looking to be holding a fraction of a lead over Lias Wagner from Torrens Rowing Club. Lias, if he can pick up his rate, might be able to push through. But coming under pressure from lane 8, Port Adelaide Alexander King, and the Pulteney sculler too, Eric Liang, pushing through. Yeah, Lias and Ricardo stroke for stroke through the line. I think Lias might just be pushing through, and as we speak, just picks up his rate a fraction, just putting his nose in front, and that's a huge turn of speed.
Good push, yeah.
Coming through. Looks to be the Torrens sculler.
He's going to have over a length on the line, which is pretty impressive.
I wonder if he had a bit of rate in him earlier on, he might have saved him a bit of stress. But there you go, Lias Wagner from Torrens Rowing Club coming through in first position. The Norwood International sculler, Ricardo Maturana, coming through in second position. Alex King in third. Eric Lang in fourth. Alex McAllister in fifth. Great racing there, and a race for the minor positions as well. It will be between the St. Peter's, Unley and Pulteney scullers in lanes 2, 3 and 4. I think it will be Pulteney coming through over the Unley sculler, and St. Peter's pushing them right to the line. So I reckon he got on the surge. But yeah, great racing there. And again, we'll be watching those times to see who makes it through out of the next two fastest. So first two definitely through, and next two fastest times. And it means that two people from the same heat, if there is a particularly fast heat, could be pushed through. So don't count anyone out.
And it looks like they're just lining up for the next heat of this event. So race 95 on your programme, the under-16 men's single scull heat 3. And we've had one scratching in this, so still a pretty full field. In lane 1 from Adelaide Uni, Jeremy Shepherd. Lane 2 from Prince Alfred College, Toby Merrigan. Lane 3 from Torrens, Finn Redman. Lane 5 from Unley High, Angus Hooper. Lane 6 from Scotch College, Patrick Keenan, coached by Tim Belcher. Lane 7 from Port Adelaide, Xavier Smith. And lane 8 from Unley High, Matthew Lee.
Yeah, so Jeremy Shepherd, I think he raced in the under-17 single scull yesterday and did quite well. He made the final there, so I think we'd expect to see him come through. He's part of the Talent ID program. Getting coached, obviously, by Christine McLaren, sassy coach there. Really excited to see his progress and see if he can come through.
There'll be another one hiding behind the tree until the last stages of the race. I always think it's a bit of a disadvantage to be in lane 1.
Do you?
Well,
the crowd's right there when you come through, though. I find that quite intimidating, actually. Although if it's a stomping westerly, you get a nice sheltered lane. So,
unfortunately, today we don't have a stomping westerly, and the conditions shouldn't really affect the racing here today, you'd have thought, at this stage.
I think it's a fairly even field. The only time I think that the lanes get unfairly advantaged is if there's a cross from the east.
Yep.
But there's an argument for both sides of the field as well. So in lane 8, if there's a strong easterly, you get protection.
And then you get absolutely hammered.
And then over in lane 1, you get less protection, but it's consistent the whole way through. So there are arguments for either way. To be honest, in an easterly, I actually prefer to be rowing on this side of the lake. So you don't have to change what you're doing much.
Yep. Makes sense.
And you don't get that big jolt stop of boat run when you come out of the protection area. But you can see that there is a little bit of wind around. You can see the shears on the water, but still fairly idyllic racing. I prefer when it's not glass and there's just a little bit of breaking of the surface tension on the water. And they've held them at the start for a little while now. They're running ahead of time, I think. So this
this race is scheduled to start at 9:25, so we're just 5 minutes behind schedule at this stage.
So wondering what's happening there, but we don't have any of the official walkie-talkies in here, so we can't hear what's going on the radio. And it looks like we've got a start. So repeating again, that Heat 3 progression will be first 2 through to the final, and then the next 2 fastest scullers from all heats going through. So all crews will be racing hard to the line to try and get that progression into the under-16 men's single scull final later today. Yes, if I can see all the way down the course, I think that early lead looks to be coming from lane 1 that we can't actually see, but the camera is picking up quite well. So Jeremy Shepherd, Adelaide Uni, looking to be out to quite a strong early lead, I would say about a boat length over the sculler. Next to him, Prince Alfred, Toby Merrigan. And then if you look across the field, I think it might be the Scotch College Adelaide sculler, Patrick Keenan, up with the crew. Finn Redman from Torrens not far off that third position. And Unley High, Matthew Lee also up and about. So I'd say clear leader at the moment, Adelaide's Uni in lane 1. And then a blanket over the rest of the field. Maybe just that Port Adelaide Sculler dropping off the back a little. Yeah, Prince Alfred College definitely
He's definitely keeping up with him, isn't he?
Having the advantage of the race being right next to him. You feel the adrenaline of them go and you just want to hang on to them for as long as you can. So Jeremy Shepherd looks to be sculling quite well there. Toby Merrigan next to him, really keeping on terms. That's great sculling from him.
He's not relaxing, Jeremy. His rating's right up there.
Yeah. I wonder if we've got some times.
No, when I last looked, we only had the first heat and only provisional results. So
yeah, and
that's showing a time of 9:12:91,
which is not correct.
No, exactly
so
right.
They'll be working through the technical. They've got many fail safes to get that right. But Jeremy Shepherd looking to stay, keeping that boat length lead over Toby Merrigan from Prince Alfred into, and then looks to be a race between the Scotch and Torrens Sculler for third position, just dropping that Unley High Sculler off into fifth. So they'll keep racing for the line to try and find one of those next two fastest times. But looks to be Jeremy Shepherd. If he can hold his composure for the final 150 metres, it will be him taking out one of those final positions, as well as the St. Peter's Sculler. And yet he's definitely not leaving anything to chance, continuing to push to the line. And I think the Scotch Sculler might just have the best of the Torrens Sculler coming through. And Jeremy pushing out to a length of clear water over Toby Merrigan from Prince Alfred College. So they will progress through. And then we will wait on the officials for the times coming through. And
race for third.
Fast finish from the Torrens Sculler. I think he's just going to get there. Well done, Finn Redman, pipping the Scotch College Adelaide Sculler Patrick Keenan on the line. Unley High, Angus Hooper coming through in fifth place.
And when we get the information from the Judges Tower, we'll let you know who's progressing. Okay, from the youngest group of competitors, or one of the youngest group of competitors to, are we allowed to say oldest? No, mature.
The most mature.
Experienced group of competitors here in the Masters Mixed Quad Scull Race 96 on your programme. And we haven't had any scratchings in this. And again, this is from the 1,000 metres. In lane 2, we have Phoenix, Emily Layden, Derek Lowe, Nicholas McDonald, Henry S. Shepherd. In lane 3, Riverside Composite, Bernadette O'Neill, Kelly Tarnby, Graham Hunt, Mark Johnston. Lane 4, Port Adelaide, Peter Clements, Colette Barry, Alison Smith, Anthony Lee. Lane 5, Riverside, Tom Jones, Jude Scarborough, Melanie Innes, Ilaria Pagani. Lane 6, Schoolboy, Steph Wilden, Simon Thornton, Cam Wilson and Kate Tebniff. And lane 7 from Adelaide, Michael Simons, Shannon LeBlanc, Tanya Klotz, David Eichler and Robert Greening as their Cox. So it looks like we've only got one Coxed crew in this, so they should get a different handicap. So that confuses everything on the line.
I think it's 10
seconds, I think, in addition to any age handicap they have. So with Masters Racing, depending on the age grade of the crew, you get a head start.
Yes.
So in this one, we've got a D, 2 E's, a C, and a D and a D. So this crew starting off go.
We don't have a go.
We don't have a go. So that's that's going to confuse us. But let's just put them. The most experienced crews are the E grade. in this race.
Although if you've got a coxswain in your throws everything off again. So we trust that the people...
they may have done that adjustment already, because it's looking like one of the D grade crews has a 5-second start and one has a 13 seconds. I think we've already done the adjustment, but...
Yeah, and we're just waiting for this start now as we're just clearing. One of the boats went in earlier, so just clearing, making sure everyone's safe. So we're just holding that start, so maybe 5 minutes behind schedule at the moment.
Was that a capsize from the single? And we've yet to have any times through on the under 16 single sculls. We will keep you updated on that. While we're waiting for this race to start, I just wanted to make a shout out to our sponsors who support Rowing SA throughout the year, and we're really grateful for their support. So particular thanks to Low Farms, a proudly family-owned business located 20 minutes north of Gawler. They produce premium hay, chaff, grain and straw grown on the Adelaide Plains. So next time you need some feed for your animals or whatever else you might use hay, chaff, grain and straw for, please think about using Low Farms. They support our rowing community. And also a shout out to our major sponsor for this event, sponsoring the live stream in particular, Wintec Racing. They're ahead and on and off the water. They're proud of their innovative and environmentally sustainable approach to boat building. I gather they're offering some special deals to South Australians this week. So if you're interested in some new boats, please approach Wintec Racing. And it looks like we're still waiting for the start. I can see an umpire's boat going down towards the start of the Masters race, probably just letting them know that the course is now clear. So we should be underway fairly shortly. So it looks like they are all lined up on the start, and we're just waiting. They're in the starters' hands, I would say, just waiting for them to be lined up. We have two divisions in the Masters Mixed Quad Scull event today. So this is this first division is the younger age groups, and then we have Division 2, the older age groups after this. And we've got a start from some of our competitors, so the more experienced crews in this race have already started. And by the looks, they're now all underway. At this early stage, it looks like possibly the Riverside Composite crew in lane 3 making the most of their handicap. But you'd expect the rest of the field to catch them up if the handicappers have got it right. And I think it looks like that's what's happening. So Port Adelaide in lane 4 look like they're making some ground. And over on the far side in lane 7, the Adelaide crew making a good showing as well. So yes, I'd say the race here is between that Adelaide crew, Port Adelaide and the Riverside Composite. Possibly
Ooh,
Phoenix in lane 2.
through.
I knew as soon as you came back on the commentary you'd point that out.
No, Derek's racing in this one, so he'll definitely leave nothing to chance in that one. And Emily Layden is a very strong rower. She's raced Queen's Cup before. But she's just come back in after having
I think
3
you're right.
children.
They are. Oh my goodness, they are coming
so
through.
They're coming through nice and strongly now. Stroked here, I think, by Henny Shepherd, and they're powering through. Big response from the Murray Bridge crew.
So that's the Riverside Composite crew.
Yeah.
But
so
predominantly, yes, 3 Murray Bridge competitors in that.
So both crews are picking up their rating, pushing to the line. This is going to be a tight finish, I think. I think
Phoenix.
Oh, big response from the Murray Bridge crew. Will Phoenix be able to pick up their rating and take it to them? Oh, there's the response from Henny picking up that rate. I reckon she's just going to have the surge on the line. So well done to Phoenix Rowing Club coming through, I think, half a boat length in front of the Riverside Murray Bridge Composite
And
crew.
then the Port Adelaide.
Port Adelaide in 3rd position.
And the Adelaide Rowing Club over on the far side.
Love Masters rowing. The handicaps always make things really interesting right on the line, so you get some really nice tight finishes.
Absolutely. You can't call it early.
No. Unless it's all sorted out by the 500 metre mark. But often it's not.
It looks like we already have a start in the next race, which is Division 2 of the Masters Mixed Quad Scull. Race 97 on your programme. And we should have, and we do have, 5 boats in this. In lane 3 from Riverside, Janet Lawrenson, Naomi Ray, Custis Tiervas, Ian McBride. Lane 4 from Phoenix, Phil Gebhardt, Leanne Sandow, Caroline Musered and Chris Cowan. Lane 5 from Riverside and Pennington, Claire Sweeney, Wayne Chadwick, Greg Walters. Lane 6 from Torrens, Susie Ross, Simone Ellis, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard. And lane 7 from Goolwa, Jackie Woodhead, Brian Francis, Diana Tebneff and David England. I'm going to declare an interest and say I'm hoping Torrens take this one out.
I think you'll be hard pressed to beat
Mind
them,
you,
I think.
well, I'm just looking at the time, 31-second handicap.
I honestly don't think it'll matter with these rowers. They're making up fantastic ground in their doubles. Sorry, I'm just eating here. I'm going to get off the mic for a sec.
So they're over in lane 6, and it does look to me like they have managed to overcome that handicap. Yes, so they're out to a lead there, nice lead. From probably the crew next to them from Riverside.
Yeah, you know, I called before. It doesn't often get all tied up by the 500 metre mark, but the only crews that I've seen do that already this weekend have been the crews with Kevin Tankard in them.
He's a gun.
He's a gun sculler. Come down to Torrens from Mildura Rowing Club, and I would suggest he's stroking this crew, although it looks like someone potentially shorter than him stroking this crew. Whether it's Simone.
Could be Simone.
But they're just cruising. Surely they'll race this combination. This is a tight combination.
At Nationals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So
and it's an E grade, so
E-grade.
that would be very competitive.
Oh my goodness. Surely they'd take out the title with something like that.
Be interesting to look at the times from last year's Masters Nationals when we had them here, see what they would be competing against.
So I reckon that's seated Simone stroking, Kevin, Rob, and Susie.
Yeah.
Fantastic sculling from this. Look how tight that is. That would not be out of place in an open event, although the mixing would be a little bit out of place.
I think they should do more mixed events. I rather like the mixed events.
I think they're fantastic. I love racing mixed.
And we could have another tight finish here. We've got Riverside coming through with Phoenix chasing them in. I think they're going to run out of water.
Yeah, I think that Riverside crew will hold them off.
So Torrens crossing the line there for a decisive win. From Riverside with a fast finishing Phoenix. Just a length behind. And then the next Riverside crew.
Goa finishing strong. Nice sculling from them as well.
Okay, so having completed those two Masters events, we're back to the 2,000 metre start for the under-19 men's double scull, race 98 on your programmes. This is heat 1 of 2. So in this one, the first 4 go through to the final. According to my programme, we've got 5 competitors in this. So in lane 3 from Port Adelaide, we have Charles Watkinson and Cameron Moffat, coached by Alison Smith. In lane 4 from St Ignatius, we have Henry Moulds and Pietro Tutani, coached by Thomas Fraser. In lane 5 from Nord International, we have Liam Howard and Leon Whitehouse, coached by Alex Allam Henson. In lane 6 from Pembroke School, we have Patrick Lynch and Yi Mao, coached by Simon Lane. And in lane 7, we have a Torrens Composite, Torrens Adelaide Uni Composite, Hunter Lang and Sam Jackson.
So quite a few of these scullers would have backed up from their single scull earlier today, so this is quite a quick turnaround for them. But there's a bit of an interesting, maybe a slightly controversial thing to note about this race. You can see that there is a composite entry in this heat. That composite entry will not go through to the final. One of the rules of racing here in South Australia is that a state championship final cannot be contested by a composite crew. So I believe the other 4 will go through because the...
so that rule that they have to beat one crew doesn't mean they have to beat one eligible crew.
I think they'll get relegated, not disqualified,
right,
which means that they will beat that crew. So I think you will see the Port, St Iggy's, Norwood and Pembroke crews go through. I do need a bit of correction on this maybe from Beck.
Interesting, okay. Well, it looks like they've started the races well underway. They're already just coming past the 1,000 metre mark. At this stage, it looks like the competition's in the middle of the course, so...
Still, it's quite good to see them this tight through the 1,000 metre mark. In a 2,000 metre race, you would normally see smaller boats a little more spread out than this, so it will be a big third 500 from these crews. I'd say lanes...
I think it's the Torrens Composite, which, as you previously said, isn't eligible. So lane 7, lane 5, I would say at this stage. Maybe lane 3.
There have been some queries around this composite rule, whether it should be kept in, whether it should be removed, as at other state championship events, composite crews are allowed. I think the intention behind bringing that in is to keep the competition within the clubs, so you don't have one crew that's just steaming ahead of the rest, and you get a balanced club event. Although you see exemptions for it, I don't know. I'm in two minds. I think it's important to have strong club racing, but I also think it's important for people to be able to race the best of the best.
Especially in these small boats. I mean, when you want to match the 2 athletes to get sometimes the best performance, you may not have someone who matches you in your club.
Sure, but then the argument is that you should be racing with someone to bring them up to your standards. So I can see it both ways, but to foster a really elite program, the best need to be able to race with the
Yep.
best, as they would be teaming up to do the same thing in the national championships. But we will probably see a lot of composites in a fortnight's time at the West Lakes Regatta,
Right.
which will be the last chance that we have to hit out on a local level before we go to the national championships.
And it does look like that composite crew over on the far side.
Yeah, they should race this at nationals, I think. I think that's why they're doing it now.
With the crew in lane 3 possibly on this side, and then the crew in lane 5.
Still, with a confirmation on the rules, I would expect all 4, save the composite crew, to move through to the final. So I wonder if they know that, and whether they would just still be pushing up or taking it easy to save their reserves for the final. I don't know.
They look like they're racing it. They don't look like they're relaxed at all, actually.
No, and Charles Watkinson, we saw him race the Skull, an hour ago, less than?
That's a very speedy turnaround.
It's a very quick turnaround. Oh, big push from Ignatius here. They're wanting to knock off the Norwood Scullers. This will be a tight race to the line. See if Norwood can keep their composure and respond.
So the composite crew there of Hunter Lang and Sam Jackson. A dominant performance in this race, but unfortunately, if Joe's correct, not eligible to go through to the finals. So they're being followed over the line by Port Adelaide, Charles Watkinson and Cameron Moffat. Oh, did we have a shipwreck?
Little bit of a mistimed stroke from the Norwood crew. So that's what happens with the pressure in those pushes, but fantastic push from that Ignatius crew to put them in third place.
So Port Adelaide being followed over the line by Ignatius, and then is that the Norwood Moriarty crew? They're using Adelaide blades just to confuse me. Or are they the Norwood blades, the multicoloured?
No, they do have, because their colours are navy. They're the same. It's navy, not black.
Ah.
Yep.
Okay, so that completes Heat 1 of the Under-19 Men's Double Scull. On to Heat 2, which is race 99 on your programme. And we've had no scratchings in this, so we've got the full field in our programme, which is in lane 3, Adelaide Uni, Arthur Drayton and Heath McLeod. Lane 4, Norwood International. Now, this surname is going to challenge me. I apologise. Aditya Sugunandan and Rowan Harding, coached by Alex Alam Henson. Lane 5, Portney Grammar, Nicholas Livesey and Ross Kutsunis, coached by Darius Botelli and Anthony Patterson. Lane 6, Port Adelaide, Martine King and Beecher Ross, coached by Alison Smith. And lane 7, Pembroke School, Xavier Bursell and Zach Reynolds, coached by Simon Lane. So interesting to see Beecher competing here for Port Adelaide against his fellow crewmates from Pembroke School.
Well, yeah, so Beecher is from Port Adelaide, Pembroke, and Martine's from Adelaide High. So, yeah, I think they've done a fair bit of training together down at Port. But, yeah, both quite competent scullers. So we're hoping to see them up and about. But good racing is what we're on for. I wouldn't put it past lane 3, Adelaide Uni, Heath McLeod and Arthur Drayton to have a bit of a monopoly on this field, as the rest of this field are school kids still.
Yep.
Heath is still a school kid. Arthur's his first year out. But I'd say a little bit more mature races.
Yeah, and I think you're right there. They certainly look like they've jumped out in front of the field at this stage, and they're just coming up towards the 500 mark.
So Heath's going to look to take out both the single and the double today. So he's got a big day of racing ahead of him. Young Heath McLeod, year 12, Unley High.
I wouldn't count out, is it lane 4?
Norwood.
No, hang on, lane 5. Is that Portney Grammar?
Yep.
And again, we've got 5 in this race, so just one gets eliminated and doesn't go through to the final. In fact, I'd say maybe lane 5 might be marginally ahead of lane 3. Was that a perspective?
I think that's a perspective thing. I think lane 3's maybe got a bit of clear water.
Yep.
Not quite the low rate finish that Heath had in his single scull, but still cruising, I think. Not quite the intensity or frantic racing that you see over in the Pulteney boat.
Well, he will want to be conserving energy for his finals.
And I think he's racing other races today as well. So Heath McLeod and Arthur Drayton coming into the final 250 now. Looking very dominant in this under-19 men's double scull field. Top 4 go through, and there is a bit of a race for that final qualifying position between
Pembroke over on the far side in lane 7 and
Norwood
in lane 4, Norwood.
Pulteney really upping their rate in this final sprint. I don't think the uni boys are bothered. They're just going to maintain
they're looking
their
very
length.
tidy.
They're just going to keep cruising. They know they're through. They've got nothing to prove yet. They'll probably keep it for the final. And Port Scullers looking to be sculling quite well there, Beecher and Martine. And I think the Norwood crew
I think Norwood are going to beat out the Pembroke crew, unfortunately.
Yep.
Or fortunately, depending on your bias.
I say fortunately.
Yeah, you say fortunately.
I think any crew that shows their medal out on the water deserves praise. So great racing there from all crews, all under 19 men's double sculls. Racing their final later today.
Moving on to race 100 on your programme, which is the under 17 women's single scull, heat 1. Again, we have 2 heats in this, so the first 4 in each heat will go through. We've had 1 scratching in heat 1. So we're lane 3, Norwood International, Eva Harris, coached by Alison Smith and Brenton Terrell. Lane 4, Pembroke School, Lucy Townsend, coached by Susie Ross. Lane 5, Riverside, Ella Rose Royals. Lane 6, Wilderness School, Jeevan Gilhotra. And lane 7, St Peter's Girls, Georgina Wakeham.
So single sculls racing well and truly underway. Coming through the 700 metre mark now. This small boat developing a fraction earlier, I think, than the doubles.
Yeah, there's a bit of a spread in the field.
Looks to be lane 4, I think.
I hope so.
That's one of yours.
It is one of ours. Go, Lucy.
And potentially on the far side, Georgina Wakeham in the St Peter's Girls colours. Under 17, racing 2 kilometres in a single. I don't think I did that. It's a long way to go when you're that young.
It's hard yakka.
So top 4 through to the final in this one, and the rest will be eliminated. So that will just be 1 sculler from here, as we did have that scratching. At this stage, looks to be lane 5, just off the pace. Or is there another sculler in there? At the back. Who's that?
Could that be?
No, that's lane
Lane 6? No.
6. No. Or is that the next race?
We may have to wait for them to get a bit closer to us so we can see some Zooty colours, because with the camera angle it's a little bit tricky.
So as we called it, looks like lane 4 is coming through, leading the field, I guess, maybe a length or so back to the St. Peter's Girls Sculler in lane 7. I think that's a pair coming up behind them. Maybe it's a crew that have just missed their start. Or doing something, I don't know.
No,
Oh, maybe it's one of the...
does look like a pair.
Mm.
So just focusing on the race in hand, it does look like lane 4. So it does look like Lucy Townsend from Pembroke in lane 4. She's confusing me because the blade colours don't look quite right for Pembroke. And then I'd say the sculler over in lane 7 from St. Peter's Girls, Georgina Wakeham. Looks like she might be holding second spot. From the tussle for third, potentially, from lane 6, Wilderness School, Jeevan Gilhotra. And lane 3 from Norwood International, Eva Harris.
Thanks so much.
Pleasure.
But that's Lucy Townsend finishing strong in lane 4. Looks
Yeah.
under control.
I can see why you're confused.
I was confused by
with
the blades because I think she's rowing with blades that are actually New Zealand flagged.
Yeah, so I think Potsy's just made a new purchase. One of my teammates, we got these blades quite cheap.
Right.
So we got a special order, and then a couple of the girls decided that they didn't want to.
Yep.
But
I
good
didn't
racing.
want to call it as a Pembroke win when I wasn't entirely sure that it was her. But anyway, she's coming over the line to take out Heat 1 in the under-17 women's single scull. Being followed over the line. By Georgina Wakeham over on the far side.
This is
Oh, and
quite
a fast finish here.
this is quite a good finish from
Yeah.
single sculls. Over 2,000 meters racing. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
and she stopped before the line, but
Ah.
they will still go through, I think.
Yes, I think those top
Because we-
4 scullers are quite secure. And unfortunately, the
Riverside
Riverside Sculler Ella Rose Royals will just missed out on the final there. Seeing her just have a look for the line, then it's a long way.
We all know that feeling. That's a long race, under 17 over 2Ks.
Into a slight headwind as well. These girls aren't very big. There's not a lot of...
Exactly. I think we need to move on because I can see that the next race is already passing the 500-metre mark. So that's Heat 2 of the under-17 women's single scull.
So 2 scratchings here. So we'll have the same thing as before, where one crew will need to be eliminated to move into the final. So 4 crews and only 3 will move through to make a 7-lane final.
Okay, so reading from this side in lane 3, we've got Lulu Detmold Cox from Wilderness. In lane 5, Marjorie Tucker, also from Wilderness, and lane 6, Linnea Fouch from Unley High, and in lane 7, Angelica Cheer, coached by Brenton Terrell from Norwood International.
And we are joined on the mic by none other than the voice of SA rowing himself, Mr. Phil Mangelsdorf. Mangs, welcome.
Thanks, Joe. It's Annabelle.
Anna.
Anna. Anna. Sorry, we don't have your mic on. Just working that through. There we go.
Thanks, Joe and Anna, and glad to be here. It's conditions look good. The racing's been going all right, apparently.
Yeah, no, we've had some tight finishes, some good races, and another one unfolding here. So top 3 will go through, and that 3rd position is absolutely being fought for at the moment. I think it's Angel just over, is it Marjorie Tucker from Wilderness in 5. Sorry, no, that's the Unley High sculler. So
in 3 on this side, I'd say Lulu Detmold-Cox from Wilderness, and then in the middle in lane 5, Marjorie Tucker from Wilderness. Look like
Angel's
leading the field.
Angel's just done really well in that last 100 or so metres, lifting her rate and pushing up. I think she will, if she can keep this intensity going to the line, although there's a big push, big response from the Unley sculler now, so she's going to try and catch her in the final stages. Really important to stay ahead for this this qualification position. They would have been told on the line that they need to beat a crew to get through, but I think Angel's done enough. She's also been rowing with Riverside, so that's why she's rowing with those blades here today. But coming over the line now,
it's the Wilderness sculler on the near side, Lulu Detmold-Cox from the Wilderness sculler, Marjorie Tucker. Oh, it looks like we've had a bit of an accident.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh.
And a bit of a capsize. Just before the line. That's unfortunate. So that's the Unley High sculler.
All happening here.
All happening.
Umpire's boat right there to the rescue. We can see big thanks to our boat race officials and volunteers for helping this race go ahead.
Lifesavers are on the way, and they're the rubber ducky.
Yep.
It looks like we do have another race already coming down the course, which is the under-21 lightweight women's.
They will clear this very quickly, I think.
It's very embarrassing falling out in front of the grandstand. I did that at the World Masters in 1992 in Cologne. Had a faulty East German single scull at the rigger was a bit loose, and the gate fell out as I was putting him a finishing burst in front of the grandstand.
Oh dear. I remember one of the most haunting capsizes I think I've witnessed is the under-21 women's single scull final in 2019, lightweight. So these girls, and she was leading the whole way, pushing to the line, and I think 50 metres before the line, she either lost consciousness or caught a crab, and went out, and it was all rubber duckies went in. It's fantastic that we have the presence of the South Australian Surf Lifesaving group here, and they're just sorting them out now. I can see them moving off the course now. They've got a couple of minutes before these scullers will be coming through, and it looks like to be a fairly dominant lead. Unsurprising here, under 21 lightweight women's single scull in lane 3. We've got Norwood, Marialta High, Paulina Picula in lane 4, Walford Anglican 1, Miffy Young in lane 5. The current leader, Adelaide Uni, Isabel Watson, coached by Jason Lane in lane 7, Murray Bridge, Daisy Matterford. So Isabel Watson contested the Open Women's Single Scull yesterday, so another lightweight getting an extra race in. Under 21, really strong up-and-comer here from Adelaide Uni. She looks very in control of what she's doing out there. Not wanting to burn too many muscles, bridges. Thank you. Watto's just cruising through, I think. Will take this win with ease.
And the umpires are showing impeccable timing getting that boat off the course just as the this race comes through.
Yeah, it's great that our umpires' boats also act as rescue boats. They're all trained in all these possibilities, so I love it that it all happens so well from our wonderful volunteers.
Yeah, great to see. And they'd obviously be trying to move quite slowly now to try and avoid giving wash to the rest of the field. I know that being out there in a small boat, or in any boat really, having some wash come through can be quite frustrating, but absolutely necessary for these officials and volunteers and the surf lifesavers to be there to ensure that all of our races are safe.
And there's some strong support for those scullers coming over the line.
Looks like Miffy Young from Walford Anglican finishing strong there for second position. And then Paulina and Daisy from Norwood and Murray Bridge bringing up the tail end of this race. Great to hear the support from them from the bank.
I'm going to leave you in Mang's capable hands.
Thank you so much.
May see you later in the day. Best of luck with your racing.
Thank you so much. I can see my boat out on the trestles already. Thanks to the girls for getting that up for me.
Thanks, Anna. I'll stay here for these next couple. So now we've got the final of the, it's the under 21 women's single. We've just had the lightweight, and now it's the same age group.
Heavyweight.
And you've got Torrens and Adelaide Uni, is that right?
Torrens, Adelaide Uni and Adelaide Rowing Club.
And Adelaide.
So
Okay.
in lane 4, Torrens, Sophie Butcher. In lane 5, Adelaide Uni, Sophie Barr, coached by Jason Lane. In lane 6, Adelaide Rowing Club, Madison Cook Palm. This race unfolding as we'd expect it. So the Adelaide Uni sculler, Sophie Barr, coming through. Again, she's a teammate to Isabel Watson, who just won that lightweight race. Both very exceptional scullers in their own rights.
And she raced the Open scull yesterday as well. Right? Yeah, so she's in her own age group here, probably a bit more competitive, although she's certainly showing a clean set of blades to the opposition in this one.
100%, yeah. She definitely kept us more experienced. Rose honest yesterday, and I expect they'll do the same again this afternoon when the two team up for their double in the Open Women's Double later today. So we'll be watching that one with keen interest. And we are joined in the commentary box here by Rob from Riverside. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you. Nice to be here too. Overcast, but a lovely day.
Yes, lovely day, lovely racing. And yes, not much to talk about with the entry into first here. Sophie's got it all tied up. I'd like to see her maybe just back off the pace a little bit and save her legs for the 8 this afternoon, but she looks to be just in control, cruising. And a race for second position between Maddie and Sophie Butcher, which is good to see. Good, healthy competition between the clubs. So Maddie Cook Palm rowing up into the under-21s for the first time this year. She was under-19 last year, so this is her first year in the under-21 category, doing quite well, holding her own. And Sophie Butcher, same again, her first year in the under-21 category. So they are stroke for stroke. I would say that Maddie over the far side looks to have the slight advantage, although Sophie is very strong. I would expect her to come pushing through in that final 500.
A clear-cut victory coming up, you would think, in this state title race for the under-21 women's single scull. The Adelaide Uni Club leading Adelaide.
Yeah, and I think those conditions have just swung to a bit more of an easterly rather than the head.
the weather in the afternoon should be similar to yesterday, a similar sort of breeze and a tail breeze by later in the day. So
yeah, I think we'll see it shift at about midday, turning into that southwesterly that we saw yesterday. And yep, Maddie's just pushed out to about 2-3 lengths of a lead. So whether it was the perspective on that or she's just put in a big third 500 push, but Maddie Cook-Palm will look to take the second position in this under-21 women's single scull final over Sophie Butcher, who's also sculling really well here. But no doubts about the winner. Sophie Barr crosses the line first. Congratulations on your under-21 women's single scull state championship title.
So the next race is the Open Men's Single Scull. I've got a particular history in this event. I won the title when I was 21 years old, so I won't tell you when that was, but the trophy, the perpetual trophy that was around in those days, disappeared before I won it, so I never ever saw it, and it's never been reconstructed or found, so my name's not even on it. But I was 21 years old when I won this Open Men's Single Scull. It was called a senior scull in those days.
Yep.
And I'm looking forward to this race. We've got a good field. I think it was 7 in the field, or 8.
Full field of 8.
Yeah.
So
and the only, I'll talk about the ones I know, is the only one in this field that's won this race is Drew Clements from the Adelaide Rowing Club. He won a few years ago. But I don't think Drew would even be in the medals if we had medals for first, second and third.
It's going to be a hot race.
Yeah, I think Adam Holland, who's the Australian National Schoolboy champion from last year, he's rowing at Scotch College today, and he'll be hard to beat. Nick Blackman's got fantastic form and had a good result in New South Wales state titles recently. And the one I'm interested to see racing is Ross Hamilton, who I don't know that he's ever really done what he might be able to do in the single, but he's a fantastic athlete and should give these guys a bit of competition.
So full roll call here for race 104, the Open Men's Single Scull. In lane 1 for Adelaide, we have James Price. In lane 2 for Renmark, Tom Sullivan. Great to see him out here. In lane 3, we've got Torrens, Callum Deckers. In lane 4, Adelaide Rowing Club, Drew Clements. In lane 5, we've got Torrens, Bradley Robran. In lane 6, Adelaide Uni, Nick Blackman. In lane 7, Scotch College Adelaide, Adam Holland. And in lane 8, Ross Hamilton for Adelaide Uni. And it's, as you said, I think, Mangs, I think it'll be the 3 boys over the far side. It looks like Adam might just be dropped off the back of the pace there. Those boys over the far side. Oh, no, sorry, he is in the middle of that. Beg your pardon. So Adelaide Uni, Nick Blackman, Scotch College Adelaide, Adam Holland, and Adelaide Uni, Ross Hamilton. I know that Ross is going to be really going for this one.
I just took the ratings for Adam and Nick, and they're both about 31, 32 strokes. So that's pretty evenly paced.
Reasonable mid-race rhythm for the single scull. I'd say 32 strokes per minute. I reckon we'll see the boys jack it up. I think it will be Nick Blackman, the more experienced sculler in this event. He's slightly older than Adam Holland. But boy, they're making each other work for it. And I think Ross has just started to jack up his rating now. He's looking to push over Adam here.
Yeah, Ross Hamilton certainly lifted his rating at the moment. I'll take that, but he's right up alongside the action there.
So he's just pushed and put about a length between him and Adam, and I think he's got Nick set in his sights. The race for the minor positions over on the far side, about 5 or 6 lengths of clear water behind this race for the first position. But yeah, it looks like Ross has just dropped Adam here, and he's about a length off Nick's stern now. Just
rated him about a bit over 32, so he's certainly putting in a good effort.
Yeah, and we know that man can sprint, so hopefully his technique will keep up. Obviously quite new to sculling over the last year and a half, and doing quite well here to be on terms with 2 national level scullers. And he's really digging deep for it now. Nick still hanging on to his lead, though. I think he'll hang on to it. I don't think he'll give it up from here. And he's just sculling brilliantly. So Nick Blackman coming into the last 150 metres here. last 100 metres now will hold out to be the Open Men's Single Scull State Champion.
Adelaide Uni running 1-2 at the moment, so they've got the Scotch College in third place. It looks like James Price is in fourth for the Adelaide club, and the other Adelaide sculler,
Drew,
is Drew, trying very hard to beat James Price.
And Callum just putting in a final sprint here to try and catch Drew. But yeah, well done to Nick Blackman, winner of the Open Men's Single Scull State Championship here for 2022. Ross Hamilton in second, Adam Holland in third. A tight race for fourth. It will be James Price. And fifth, will Callum beat Drew on the line? I think he's going to do it. Well done to Callum Deckers, beating out Drew Clements for fifth position and sixth, respectively.
Pretty good race for the Open Men's Single Scull State title. A Quinella win, first and second to Adelaide Uni. Congratulations to Nick Blackman for winning the title.
Tom Sullivan coming through here in seventh position, with Bradley Robran coming through in eighth. Good to see Tom.
Yeah, good to see the Renmark colours out there racing.
All right, and I think this next one is the last one I'm going to call. I'm excited. I'm excited for the Open Women's Coxless pair. This is going to be a race. And it's a fantastic lineup. So for race 105 on your program, Open Women's Coxless pair. In lane 2, we've got Adelaide Uni, Sophie Tickner and Karis Jones. In lane 3, we've got Torrens, a Masters combination of Tori Toogood and Emily Alcuri. In lane 4, Adelaide Rowing Club, Caitlin Nicholson and Mika Webb. In lane 5, a scratching. In lane 6, Adelaide University, Jemima Richter and Cleo Wilson. In lane 7, we've got Adelaide Rowing Club, Joyce Jollins and Erica Webb. And in lane 8, not showing on your program, crew by invitation, Adelaide Rowing Club and Adelaide University Boat Club, Claire Romanick and Georgia Seppelt. Grace. That's why it didn't sound right coming off my tongue.
So interesting here that Tori Toogood's having a row. She was a silver medalist in the World Championships in her younger racing career, so she's back rowing as a master, and obviously very experienced in the women's Coxless pair event.
Yes, and she raced in the women's 4 yesterday, so the Open Women's 4 yesterday. They're racing the Open Women's 8 today. So it's fantastic racing to see the Masters women up and contesting these events. I like to say that greater experience pays for these kinds of events. But that's just me. They call me mum at the club. So these girls who are racing. And we're well underway. I will be keeping my eye on lane 4, Adelaide Rowing Club, Caitlin Nicholson and Mika Webb. Although neither of them have shown their face much around here lately. Both are fantastic athletes. Caitlin, previously an Australian rowing representative in the Coxed Women's 4 last year, under 23. Mika, just a phenomenal athlete and still is rowing for South Australia in the Australian Surfboat Open Women's event this year. So
Caitlin won this race the last couple of years with Ella Bramwell, I believe. So Ella's away with the national team camp, is that right?
Yeah, she's at the National Training Centre this weekend.
So Caitlin's teamed up with Eric, which Webb? Mika Webb. So I reckon Mika and Erica won this title, the two sisters, about 3 or 4 years ago.
I think you're right, yeah. They're just phenomenal athletes. I never feel comfortable going up against these girls on the start line. I'm really glad I'm not out there today. It's going to be a tight race, and I know that these uni crews have been racing and training really well together. The combination of Richter and Wilson making the under 23 A final, Tickner and Jones doing really well in training. It's anyone's guess potentially, I would say the Tickner-Jones combination up against the Adelaide combination. The pair is a tough boat to row, though. We'll just have to see what happens, I guess.
Early stages, there's not much in the field. They're all within striking distance, as you would expect. And yeah, you're not likely to get a major breakaway, I wouldn't think, in the very early stages of just a two-person power boat.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks to be that Adelaide Rowing Club crew early lead with the uni crew in lane 6 up alongside them, potentially just a length or so back to the uni crew in lane 2. So that's the Tickner-Jones combination just off the back there. And great to see Joyce Jollins and Erica Webb, other Adelaide Rowing Club crew, up in striking distance of the leaders as they come through 750 to 1,000 metre mark. Well, as I say, Mangs, through the 1,000 metre mark is when the race really starts. So we're going to see the experience, the grit, the fitness come through in this small boat. It's a hard boat to row, well. But I think from here I would still be calling that Adelaide Rowing Club really on terms with that Adelaide Uni Boat Club crew in lane 4 and 6. Ooh, maybe lane 1 just pushed ahead. Sorry, lane 2. So Jones and Tickner, I think, pushing through over the last 250, just edging their nose ahead.
I think they're in the lead in the event, yes.
Yeah. Yes, this is one of these touchy boats you can't just get in and do. I think you need to be training it together to have a really smooth row to win such events. I think these girls, Tickner, Jones, Richter, Wilson, Jollins and Webb have been putting in the kilometres.
They're at 33 at the moment.
Yeah. That's what they've been doing in training. They're rowing really well. And obviously, Too Good and Okuri doing well to keep up in touch with the race. Maybe just a fraction more experienced and therefore not quite got the legs of the young ones. But it's definitely still anyone's race. I'd say that third 500, we've seen a big push from the Adelaide Rowing Club crew come up, bringing them back on terms, but I would say the uni crew is still leading on the inside lane here. We're going to see if this crosswind unsettles anyone coming through this gap now. So just a slight northeasterly coming through the gap, but it's definitely between lane 2, Adelaide Uni, Sophie Tickner, Karis Jones, and lane 4, Adelaide Rowing Club, Caitlin Nicholson and Mika Webb for this title now. They've put distance between them and the rest of the field. I'd say best of the rest would be the uni crew, Richter and Wilson.
I reckon the Adelaide crew have gone for the doctor pretty early. If they can sprint, they're sprinting already from the 500. If they
and it's such a mental game
too.
Good
luck with that.
It's such a mental game too. If Jones and Tickner can hold on to their composure and go now, maybe they'll break back. But you're right, there's about a length of distance between the Adelaide Rowing Club crew and the university crew, but there's Karis now. She's going to go for a wind, and they're starting to bring up their rate. There's the push, and there's the response from Adelaide Rowing Club.
Adelaide are at 37 already, but they've been there for a while. I don't know if they can keep it up.
Both girls are really fit. We know this. Caitlin's doing triathlons. Mika's always fit. It will be who can hang on for the longest to the line. It's Adelaide Rowing Club, a length in front of Adelaide University Boat Club. Girls digging deep now. Another lift from the uni boat, but there's the boat run from Adelaide Rowing Club. I think experience will win out today. Caitlin Nicholson defending her title in this boat class, backed up by Mika Webb. They will row it through to the line. Congratulations to Adelaide Rowing Club, Caitlin Nicholson and Mika Webb. Barring any mishaps in the next 2 strokes, they won't do it. They know how to do this.
Finishing at 40 strokes to the minute.
Well done to the Yaks for taking out the Open Women's Coxless pair.
Very fit, Joe, as you said.
Yeah, super fit. And Karish Jones and Sophie Tickner coming in 2nd position there with Wilson and Richter in 4th. A race. Oh, can't tell who got that.
Pride was on the line then. Yeah. Tori Toogood definitely putting in some big ones to try and gain an extra spot on the results. Well
Fantastic
done.
Sweeping there.
Terrific quality racing there by those women in that pair race. That was top class Australian, some world class competition out there.
Absolutely love it.
So thanks, Joe Malcolm, for calling all those races, especially with your personal input and knowledge of the opposition and the crews racing.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm going to leave it to the experts for the afternoon.
There's time for you to come back, don't worry. Between races.
I've got
3 races.
3 races, yeah.
Well, good luck, Joe, for your racing.
Thank you, Bill.
Got a good mention in the Sunday Mail story today.
Did you?
For Joe Malcolm. Yeah, well done. Yeah, it's all there. It's all there. The Sunday Mail were good. They gave us a little page 2 of the Sunday Mail Sport. There was the rowing, so you don't get much better than that in Adelaide with publicity on the newspapers.
So much stuff.
So thanks again to Joe Malcolm for leading that commentary this morning, especially with excited. She was really excited knowing all those women in that race that she's raced against so many times. So you get first-hand competition and knowledge there. Just before the next event, I'll remind you this notice we have got a COVID reminder. We remind everyone here that masks are mandatory, a condition for the regatta to go ahead. And we do have COVID marshals around. A condition for the schools to be included in this weekend was that you must wear masks when possible, not necessarily when you're racing, of course. COVID marshals are here to remind and assist compliance, so please wear your mask. That's a broadcast. This commentary broadcast does go over the loudspeakers at the regatta venue, and we are restricted in numbers here. The public are not encouraged to be here as a crowd, so we've got just rowers, volunteers, and all the support staff, coaches, trainers, and all our people that need to help run the regatta, as well as all the rowers. But we do remind you that the masks are mandatory. So don't be offended if the COVID marshals remind you to wear your mask.
Phil, would you like me to read back? That was something that they...
If you like, yeah, please. So we've got a new commentary team here, and
Phil and Rob.
Rob's going to bring you up to speed with some other information.
Well, I just want to let everyone know that WinTech Racing are proud of our innovative and environmentally sustainable approach to boat building. WinTech are the most sustainable boat builder, using clean energy, disposing of waste responsibly, and ensuring that we source materials ethically. WinTech Racing Australia is honoured to be partnering with Rowing SA for the South Australian State Championships, and although we're unable to attend the regatta this year, WinTech Racing would like to provide all South Australians with the opportunity to benefit from this partnership. as you purchase your own boat or expand your club or school fleet. Wintec Racing wish all athletes and officials all the very best of racing this weekend and look forward to some fantastic results and to catching up with many of you at another regatta very, very soon.
No expert at this. I'm just trying to organise the technology here to check the next race out. I think I've got it.
You told me you were high tech, Phil. This one.
That should be at 106.
We're up to race 106, and it's the under-19 women's Cox 4. It's the final over 2,000 metres.
So the lineup for race 106 is Pulteney Grammar in lane 2, Unley in lane 3, Loretto in lane 4 and 5, Wilderness in 6 and Pembroke in 7. Now I think they had heats in this boat class earlier in the day, so that places their second race. So they've been introduced by their names and they're underway in this final now of the under-19 women's Coxed 4. So sweep oared race, each rower has one oar and a coxswain steering the boat. So it makes life a little bit easier for the competitors in their racing competition. Can you see the...
I can.
Yeah, so you can...
So in lane 2 we've got Pulteney Grammar. In lane 3, Unley High. Lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville number 1 crew. Lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville again in number 2 crew. In lane 6, the Wilderness School. And in lane 7, Pembroke School. And this is the under-19 women's Cox 4, over 2,000 metres. And they're well and truly underway.
Yeah, it's a... I didn't see the heats this morning. I can only assume that maybe they had some scratchings, but this is the final draw with the 6 crews in it. And through the halfway, and they're starting to spread out pretty well. There's a couple of leading boats, and then the other 3 boats that I can see have got their own private battle for the minor placings. Looks like the Wilderness crew could be setting the pace here. Yeah, I think it's the Wilderness crew in lane 6 that are leading in this under-19 women's Coxed 4 final. Clearly in second place is the Loretto crew. I assume it's the number 1 crew. We're too far away to see the lane numbers, both on the screen even with binoculars, but no doubt about the leading boat. It's the Wilderness crew of Ruse, Jackson, Hoadley, Birchall, the Cox, Andre. They've got a clear water lead over the 2 Loretto crews. I'd say Loretto running 2nd and 3rd. Then back to Pembroke, Unley, and Pulteney in that order.
and the Wilderness crew appear to be pulling away.
They've got quite a big lead, the Wilderness crew. The boat's got the Coxswain in the bow. The Loretto crew coming second. You can see the Coxswain in the stern of the boat there. It's much more clear to the onlooker.
This is the under-19 women's Cox 4, over 2,000 metres, and Wilderness looked to be the winner there in lane 6. And then the two Loretto crews in lanes 4 and 5 will finish second and third.
I think the Pulteney crew might have overtaken Pembroke in the run down to the line for the minor placings, and they've pulled away from Unley. But congratulations to Wilderness. They've won the State Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4, and Loretto running second and third. Congratulations, Wilderness, State Champions for 2022.
And Phil, how long have Loretto been rowing? They're relatively new?
They're one of the newer schools in the rowing competition, but they have been around, must be more than 10 years now, I would think, but or close to that. They started, small, of course, and they've gradually built their numbers up, and they're a strong competitor now, and they've really gone all the way, and that they've been regular competitors at national regattas from very early in their career as a club. So
yeah, well, they've done well today, second and third.
Yeah, I congratulate Loretto in their short racing career that they've done well.
And that's Unley High School who are finishing this competition of race 106, the under-19 women's Cox 4.
And something that non-rowing people might wonder why on the program you'll see it's Loretto Marriotteville. It's because of their competition in the national competition. There are other Loretto colleges around Australia that row and race, and so they are. This is the way they distinguish between them. That our Australia-wide results are all on a computer program, and you'll notice that we've got Loretto Marriotteville rowing here in Adelaide, but we've also got Scotch College Adelaide comes up on the program, because there are several Scotch colleges also. So
one in Perth and one in Melbourne.
Yeah, and that's why these names appear as they do on our regatta programs. That's all to help the identification for the computer, and when they meet each other in interstate competitions. Now the Open Lightweight Women's Quad Scull is going to be a win for Loretto, because they are the only entry. For those who were listening yesterday, in our rules of racing, if only one team enters for a state championship, they are entitled to win that state championship, but they must meet all the requirements of the race. In this case, the crew would have had to all meet the lightweight, be under the lightweight limit as individuals. They would have had to be under the lightweight limit for the total weight and average of the crew. So Loretto Marriotteville are rowing the Open Lightweight Women's Quadruple Scull Race. They're the only entry. They're the legal entry. They're out here racing over the course. So they've obviously made the weight, and they will deservedly win the state title in that boat class. So congratulations, Loretto. They're about to take out an Open State Championship for the women's quad scull. That crew have Michaela Mansell, Olivia Carroll, Alice Hoskins, Imogen Smith, and their coach, Peter White. Congratulations, Loretto. I can call that confidently now. Can't imagine them not being able to get to the finish line. You might like to comment on that, Rob?
Well, I was just going to take advantage of them rowing to the line to give us time to acknowledge that Low Farms are proudly family-owned and located 20 minutes north of Gawler. They're a wonderful sponsor of this regatta and SA rowing. They're producing premium hay, chaff and grain and straw, and grown here on the Adelaide Plains. And Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres, no matter what the season, even if it's cold or windy outside, Largs Bay Swim Centre specialise in teaching children to swim in our 25-metre heated swimming pool to swim in a comfortable indoor environment all year round. The Seaton Swim Centre offers a wide variety of swim classes, including lessons for children and adults, fitness, aerobics and quads training as well. A wonderful sponsor of this regatta and Rowing SA. TAP Electrical have a rich tradition of servicing Adelaide residential, commercial and property management clients with a customer-centric focus, and they have a reputation of delivering Adelaide's best electrician experiences. That's TAP Electrical, another wonderful sponsor of this regatta. And well done to these 4 girls. They can put on an exhibition of nice rowing for their school, and well done to them.
So coming past the grandstand now, the Loretto Marriotteville Open Women's Lightweight Quad Scull crew of Michaela Mansell, Olivia Carroll, Alice Hoskins, Imogen Smith, coached by Peter White. They're going to take out the South Australian State Championship Open Lightweight Women's Quadruple Scull title for 2022. Congratulations, Loretto Marriotteville.
The next race that we can look forward to is race 108. It's the under-17 men's Coxed Quad Scull. It's over 2,000 metres, and we have 7 participants in lane 2, Unley High, lane 3, Norwood Morialta High, lane 4, Pulteney Grammar, lane 5, Scotch College Crew 1, in lane 6, Scotch College Crew 2, in lane 7, St Peter's College.
And Princes are scratched.
Yes,
and
Princes, yes, they're scratched in lane 8. So we have 6 participants in the under-17 men's Coxed Quad Scull over 2,000 metres.
There's 3 heats for this boat class, which is fantastic entries. Our school crews who haven't been able to race for the last month because of the COVID restrictions have taken advantage of entering lots of races, and this is typical of the weekend, and we thank them for entering and hope they enjoy all this racing. So the 2 winners of each of the 3 heats, first and second, will go into the final, but also the 2 fastest other placings. So from either of these 3 heats, the crews that come 3rd or 4th could be the fastest losers, and they will make up an 8-boat field. So everyone racing here in this boat class event should be racing as fast as they can to the finish, because the first 2 place getters go straight to the final, but so too the next 2 fastest boats.
So there are 3 heats, in fact. This is race 108, but 109 obviously is heat 2, and race 110, heat 3. So we've got a lot of contestants for the under-17 men's Coxed Quad Scull. And
a good race here too, Rob.
Absolutely, Phil.
There's 3 boats battling for that lead, and the 2 that aren't, there's the next 2 back are only a couple of lengths off the pace as well.
Now, can you identify them, Phil?
Oh, I thought you were going to do that. Sorry. Yeah, I think leading boat is a Scotch boat. I'm not sure if it's lane 5 or 6. I'd say it's lane 5. The Scotch crew in lane 5 are leading.
Yep.
And then it's pretty close in between lane 2, the Norwood Morialta crew, and or is it Unley? Might be Unley. Unley, and then the crew on the far side from St Peter's. So Scotch appear to be clearly in front in the gold in lane, I'd say it's the lane 5 crew.
Yes.
And then the battle is on for second place between St Peter's and Unley. And as I said, the fastest losers will also get a chance to be in the final. So St. Peter's and Unley, if they don't get second here, because they're so close, I predict they could well be a good contender to be that next second fastest crew to make the final. So the Scotch College crew that's leading is Harry Bridgewood, Max Brammy, Oscar Kittle, Lee Wingard, with Tom Wright, the Cox, coached by Tim Belcher. Tim Belcher has got a good coaching record in recent years, and a former state representative himself in rowing in his youth.
Very tight for second position. Very, very tight indeed. So Scotch crossed the line in first.
I think St. Peter's might be just in front of Unley, although it's very close.
Very close.
We'll bring you the official results once our volunteers get that posted.
And then we have Scotch in fourth position.
Be a good chance that those two crews that fought for second and third, that whoever was third would be a good chance to get in the final, be my prediction, because they're right up with the pace with the leaders.
We still have another crew heading to the line as well. Norwood Morialta High School are heading towards the line now in last position. So that's heat one of the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull over 2,000 metres. Conditions are good, Phil?
Oh, it's wonderful for racing. We've been known to have rough water here at West Lakes when it gets windy, but the conditions yesterday were excellent for racing, and so far today. And the forecast is actually for the southerly sea breeze to come up this afternoon, but not even as strong as yesterday. So if that happens as originally predicted, this will be just good racing water.
Yes.
And wonderful.
I was here calling a regatta in January, and it absolutely bucketed down. It was wet and torrential rain, and they rode right through it, to their credit, and but of course the water was lovely and flat.
Yeah, I missed a couple of regattas. I've been to nearly, I believe, every rowing official regatta that's been held on this course since it was built.
Yes.
Except for the COVID crisis this year. I didn't attend there for a couple. We've got family immunocompromised, so
yes.
I've been keeping away, but things have changed a bit, so I'm here for this weekend.
Let me take advantage of a gap just to let you know about two more sponsors of this wonderful regatta. Fulham Funerals believing honouring the life of your loved one is about the relationship you shared, and their experience combined with our attention to detail and making all necessary arrangements means that you can pay special tribute to your loved one. Regardless of culture or faith, these tributes permit you to grieve, love, laugh and begin to live again. That's Fulham Funerals, a wonderful sponsor of this regatta. And Hayley Staltari is a property consultant for Harris Real Estate and a founder of Crucial Women in Construction, and she's a proud supporter of Rowing SA. And we thank all those wonderful sponsors for sponsoring Rowing SA and this wonderful state championship regatta. Race 109 is next. It's the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull over 2,000 metres, and it's heat number 2. In lane 2, we've had Prince Alfred College. In lane 3, Pulteney Grammar. Lane 4, Unley High School, crew number 3. Lane 5, Norwood Morialta High School, crew 3. In lane 7, St Peter's College, crew 2, and from Torrens, they're in lane 8. And this is heat number 2. I've got some, thank you. This is a hot little room.
I can do that. I know where it is. I know where you live. I did it yesterday. I could do it today.
Thank you.
Carol, this is Carol.
Well, this race is well and truly underway, and this is heat number 2.
We've certainly got 2 contenders well out in front, so I don't think there's any problem there. The challenge will be to the there's actually a good race for 3rd place between 3 boats, so any one of them may in fact be going quick enough to get into the final. Looks like Prince Alfred College out in front here in the red. And on the far side, the St Peter's is the other crew that's looks like have a place booked into the final. So Prince Alfred College in the red with their white hoop nowadays in their outfit. Saints in their all blue are running 2nd. And then it's a battle for the minor placings, and those, they said any one of those could be a faster crew. So the Prince Alfred College crew is Edward Chappell, Hugo Knight, Sam Stunnell, Louise Dawson, Alex Hamoud, the coxswain. And the Saints crew that will also qualify for the final is Vincent Barone, George Griffith, Sam Robran, Jesse Parsons with Archie Bater, the cox, coached by Tim Price. Tim Prince, sorry Tim. So those 2 crews will cross the line safely. Then it's Unley just in front of Nord Moriauta and Pulteney in that order, making up the finish of this 2nd heat for the under 17 men's Coxed quad scull.
Well done to all those crews. Now, Phil, here's a question without notice. What's the advantage of having the cox at the front rather than the back?
That's a great question, Rob. It's been well documented that there's very little difference between the boat performance in the actual speed of the boat and the balance of the boat. Once you get usually these cox boats are not for lightweight rowing, so that's I don't think there's a lot of difference in the performance. What it is, it depends what the boat's used for, whether it's obviously a lot safer to have a coxswain steering the boat anyway, and the advantage of the bow cox boat is the coxswain has got the best possible vision of going forward, because in rowing we race backwards.
Yes.
So it's a safety, helpful thing. But a lot of the traditionalists prefer the coxswain to be in the stern so that he can also see the crew and help, even during the race, to coach the crew if necessary with their technique. So that's one thing the bow coxswain can't easily do, is see what his crew are doing individually. So the tactics of the bow and stern coxswain are much more discussed and argued about than the actual mechanics and weights of the boat and the disadvantage or advantage of the positioning of the coxswain.
Thank you for that. This is Heat 3 of the under-17 men's Cox quad scull over 2,000 metres. And there are, we have Scotch College number 3 boat, they're in lane 2. Prince Alfred crew number 2, they're in lane 3. Unley High School crew 2, they're in lane 4. Norwood Morialta High crew 1, and they're in lane 5. St Peter's College crew 1, and they're in lane 6. Port Adelaide are in 7, and St Peter's College, and that's their 4th crew, and they're in lane 8. And this is heat number 3.
As I said, I've been battling with the technology. I haven't quite been able to find that result of that first heat with the second place getter, but the results will be on the website as soon as our officials process them, so you can look for that yourself on the Rowing SA website, the Rowing Manager site, for those results. Got another clear leader here, and also I think a clear second place. Looks like Princes are in the second place spot. And that's the St Peter's crew out in front. So St Peter's and Princes look like booking a spot in the final.
Yes, they're comfortably in front, aren't they, St Peter's?
So that's the St Peter's number 1 crew of Oliver Franco, Hugh Hazel, George Wicks, Archie Young with Lachlan Hunt the Cox, and coached by Joe Franco. Joe Franco was a world champion lightweight rower herself in her racing career, so good to see Joe passing on her experience and knowledge to these young rowers and racers. Prince Alfred College coming second. That'll be the crew of Charles Wundenberg, Samuel Remel-Zedge, Otto Wendt, Toby Merrigan, and Mitchell Moore, the coxswain.
So St Peter's and Prince Alfred College are running 1 and 2. And in third position,
it's Norwood Morialta, or Joe was saying it's Norwood International School now, so I'm sure they don't mind what name they use. Certainly Norwood is a famous sporting name in South Australia. In fact, there was a Norwood Rowing Club way back in the 1800s, in the early days of South Australian rowing. That wasn't the school club, it was a Norwood club. Unley next, they're in 4th place, ahead of the St Peter's. And the Port Adelaide crew. Good to see Port Adelaide. I noticed Torrens were in the previous event, so Torrens club have got an under-17 crew, and so too have Port Adelaide. They're not going to be in the feature in the finals, though, I don't think. As our winners of St Peter's College, they'll go into the final. So will Prince Alfred College. And the 2 next fastest finishers from the 3 heats to make up a field of 8 for the final. And
well, that brings us up to race 111, and this is the under-17 women's 8. Great to have an 8. Love watching the 8s on the water. The under-17 women's 8, it's over 2,000 metres. In lane 2, we have Seymour College. In lane 5, Unley High, that's crew number 1. In lane 4, Wilderness School, that's their 2nd crew. Lane 5, Norwood Morialta High. Lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville. Lane 7, Wilderness School, that's their number 1 crew. And lane 8, Walford Anglican, and that's their number 1 crew. The under-17 women's 8, 2,000 metres, and
all seven boats. There's no scratchings according to our screen here, Rob. So
excellent.
We're hoping that all takes place, and what a fine entry again. Like under 17s is in fact a national age group event that we row in Australian rowing. So it is a very competitive competition, and like I said, the schools have jumped at the chance to get lots of racing and entered this event. So we've got they're all school crews in the under 17 women's 8 for the state title today. No club crews, which probably doesn't surprise me. Most under 17s are probably rowing at school. It'll be a pretty good effort for a club to get an 8 together without from students that weren't at one of the rowing schools. And they're often racing in this under 17 women's 8. And already in the through the first 500 metres, the field is starting to open up and spread out. Just did my numbers check. The 7 boats are all there and racing, and as they're probably approaching the halfway mark, 1,000 metres travelled, of course, and 8, they've moving quite quickly, Rob.
And Phil, of course, a course like this that was built for rowing, are all the lanes meant to be even, or is there some favourite spots you'd rather have your crew rowing in?
In conditions like this, it's a very fair course. When this was man-made built, I remember seeing it be built, and there were photographs of it. The whole thing was built like a swimming pool, and that the bulldozers graded the bottom of that lake perfectly flat for the whole 2,000 metres. Wow. I forget the depth. It was 3 or 4 metres, perfectly flat, and then with tapered sides. And it was actually built. The waterway was 10 lanes wide, because we had to have access on each side, of course, for the exit and entry of for racing. So yes. we buoy 8 lanes for racing.
Brilliant.
But the course was built with perfectly flat bottom, 10 lanes wide. So it should be fair and equal.
Yep. Although I would have thought on a windy day you'd like to be in lane 8.
Depending where the wind comes from, it could certainly be an advantage at different times. And that's our rowing. I mentioned the computer. It actually reallocates lanes when there is a favourable. If the lanes are favoured, the fastest heat winners are actually giving the favoured lanes by a world rowing body computer system.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a butte race. We got at least 3 boats, I think, fighting for the lead. The ones on the far side, again, it's Wilderness and Loretto, I think, that are the 2 leading boats, and possibly Seymour on the in lane 2 would be the other in 3rd place.
Yes, Wilderness rowing very well and comfortably in front at present.
Yeah, it's Marjorie Tucker, Molly Dwyer, Olivia Cardoni, Gia Rinaldi, Gracie Dowling, Aisha Elzakazade, Aisha, Isabel Jackson, Lulu Detmold, Coxon is Sophia Tayeb Farrell. Wilderness School, they're clearly in front, and this is a final, so this is the state championship medal race for the under 17 women's 8s, and Wilderness, barring accidents, must take this race out. It's Loretto running 2nd, just ahead of Seymour. But beautiful water to race on, and these 8s are doing themselves proud. They're racing and looking very well. The leading 3 boats are racing and rowing magnificently. Well done, these under 17 women.
Yes, well done, girls. Great rowing. And Seymour having a red-hot crack. They're in 3rd position.
But it's Wilderness that crossed the line in 1st place. Congratulations, Wilderness, winners of the under 17 women's 8. Seymour a third, I'd say.
And nice and tight for fourth position, Phil. These two
yes,
crews.
Is it good? You call it?
Well, let's meet. Yes, between Unley High, is it? And no.
It's Norwood, I think,
and Walford.
Walford, the other Walford crew.
Yes. Race 111, the under-17 women's 8, over 2,000 metres. And Norwood Morialta completing that race, race 111. And race 112 is next, the under-17 men's single scull final over 2,000 metres.
So they're underway, and we've got Hetherington from Saints in lane 1, Osborne from Saints in lane 2, Holland from Scotch in lane 3, McLeod from Adelaide Uni in 4, Hoskin from Torrens in 5, Jackson from Torrens in 6, Shepherd from Adelaide Uni in 7, and Peter from Pembroke in lane 8. These scullers had heats earlier in the day, so this is the final. And
yes, the under-19 men's single scull.
Yeah, I don't think they're all there. I think there's a boat missing.
Yes, I see 5. Oh no, 6, I beg your pardon.
But there's certainly no doubt about the leader. It's the national schoolboy champion who, as a year 11, won the national scull title last year in Tasmania against all the schoolboys from all over Australia.
Year 11.
Adam Holland. So he's here as a under 17, under 19 rather, and hopefully he'll keep his sort of form up and defend his title at the National Regatta this year. He rode in the Open Scull title a bit earlier in the Scotch gold colours. He's in the lane closest to the club rooms, and his main threat is from the Adelaide Uni sculler on the far side.
So last year he won at Barrington, was it?
That's correct, sorry. It's the Pembroke sculler. See Peter from Pembroke on the far side, and also in gold colours, that is in second place. But Adam Holland from Scotch College leading in the under-19 men's single scull race. And my apologies, all 8 scullers are there, and you take out the 2 leading boats and you've got a pretty good race between the other 6 for the minor placings. Perhaps the Torrens sculler, one of the Torrens scullers, there's 2 of them, Hoskin and Jackson. I think it might be Jackson that's in front of Hoskin. They're probably in 3rd and 4th. So Torrens running 3rd and 4th, battling the 2 uni scullers.
So but it's Scotch and Pembroke that are
the 2 leaders, yes.
Yep. Scotch and just in front.
Yeah, Adam Holland only just in front of...
I'll see Peter of Pembroke.
Yeah, sorry we don't have his first name, but it's Adam Holland about to cross the line and take out the state championship. Congratulations, Adam, winner of the under-19 men's single scull state title, with Peter from Pembroke in 2nd.
And boy, very close for the rest.
Yeah, lovely to see this competition. Them all going down towards the line. There's 3 boats, 4 boats almost overlapping each other. This is for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place. And look at them all battling for those places.
Yes.
The official results will be registered by our volunteers, and you'll be able to get them on the website when they're available, which will be fairly soon, on the Rowing Manager website for Rowing SA.
That brings us to race 113 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, over 1,000 metres. That's my distance. The Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. And perhaps for some of them this is their first year of rowing. And so over 1,000 metres. Race 113.
Now, they must have had heats in this earlier, because it's the draw is only on the computer. You can get that draw too if you're following this at home on your computer or with your phone or whatever media you've got. The draw and results are all available on the South Australian State Championships Rowing Manager website. So I'm looking for race 113. So the line-up. Yeah, Rob, you can do the line-up for us.
In lane 1 we have St Peter's Girls Crew 3, lane 2 St Peter's Girls Crew 1, lane 4 Walford, in excuse me, in lane 5 Loretto Marriotteville, lane 6 Wilderness School Crew 3, lane 7 Old Udley High School Crew 1, and in lane 8 Wilderness, and this is crew number 6. So lots of rowers at the various schools, which is wonderful to see. Race 113, and this is the Year 9 Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, and over the lovely distance of 1,000 metres.
We were speculating, Rob, about this yesterday, that quite possibly some of these crews are Year 8 crews, because with the state champs, I think we only run state champs down to Year 9. So because the schools were looking for racing for their youngsters, we suspect that some of the Year 8 crews might be entered in this event.
Well, that's wonderful. Good on them. And wonderful experience, gosh.
So for those watching at home, watching on the screen, you're going to see the start here. Those boats are sitting, they're drifting on the start. If you watch closely, you'll see the boat behind them. One of those the starter will wave a flag as part of the starting process. He'll hold the flag up and drop it, and with a command to start. We have an aligner on the river bank on the sides of the course who try and line the bow balls up. It's not an exact science in this sort of drifting start. At the 2,000 metre start, we have a floating pontoon where the boats are held by the stern and are perfectly aligned.
Yes.
But for a 1,000 metre start, this is what happens, and you can see it all. You'll see the start and the hive of activity that the start of a rowing race creates.
They've stopped using a shotgun.
That's what they used to do.
Well, I remember Roger Wilson in Victoria for many, many years firing the shotgun.
Well, they used to, when I started racing, they used the shotgun to start the races and to finish them too. Even the head of the river on the Torrens, they used to fire blanks to indicate the winners, and it was quite a mystery at times because I forget the actual system, but they'd fire one shot at the finish if the south side won. It was only a two-boat course in those days, and 2 shots for north side. And sometimes there was a big gap between the second shot, and we weren't sure if the judges had made a mistake or there'd been a misfire, or it was quite exciting. So we've got that start we were talking about. You can see it all on your screen for those watching at home. This is what rowing racing is all about. You've got the action at the start this time with these boats who've raced a heat this morning, so that they've all had some experience, and now they're racing the final for the state championship medals for Year 9 schoolgirls quad scull.
Well, the tech people have really lined up the cameras very, very well. So St Peter's are in lane 1, that's the number 3 crew. St Peter's in lane 2 as well, that's the number 1 crew. Walford in lane 4, Loretto in 5, Wilderness in 6, Unley High in 7, and then another Wilderness crew in lane 8. That's the Wilderness crew number 6.
I see, I've just noticed on the screen that lane 3 crew's not there, so I think it's Walford in lane 4 and Wilderness in lane 6 that are the 2 leading boats. So lanes 4 and 6 I think are leading the boats. And they're pretty much a match race, those 2 boats. The Wilderness and Walford, the lane 4 and lane 6 boats. I reckon they're right at each other for the lead. Only crew over in lane 7 are doing quite well also, so it's not all over. They're just through the halfway mark, and I think the St Peter's number 1 crew in lane 2, they're also doing quite well. There's not a lot separating these boats in the 1,000 metre race. I think it might be the Unley crew in lane 7 of
I would agree.
Delbinia, Cox, Nettlefold, Luscombe with the Coxswain, Van Warmelo.
Yes.
That are in front. So the double blue of Unley are out in front. Unley rowing their famous Unley Sturt colours of the double blues. And they're clearly in front. The rest of the field is like a flotilla. There's nothing much separating the other 6 boats. There's probably barely two to 3 lengths between 2nd through to 7th.
Yes, no, I would agree, Phil. And the Unley crew really has just got to hang on.
They're clearly out in front though, and
yes,
not far to go. So, barring accidents, I'm sure they can hang on to win. The Unley High in the famous double blue colours. Of course, the Unley Oval is situated on the intersection of Oxford and Cambridge Terraces, and they're the 2 colours of the famous boat race, the most famous rowing race in the world.
Loretto in 2nd.
That's where they get their double blue colours. Loretto clearly 2nd now, and you can
oh golly, it's close for the rest. That's
throw the old hat over the other place getters.
Yes.
And, who knows? The judges will sort it out. We've got a wonderful photo finish camera that'll give us exact placings, plus several judges there to check them.
So that was race 113, and it was the schoolgirl year 9 Cox quad scull over 1,000 metres. That was the final, and well done. That was a super race.
And just remind me, was it Loretto was 2nd, we think?
Yes.
So a win to Unley High. So congratulations, Unley High. They've won the state championship schoolgirl year 9 Coxed quad scull, and the next race is already underway. It's another 1,000 metre race. We run our regatta program where we put the races that are 1,000 metres together. So we've got 4 of them in a row, and the next 3 are Masters races. These
Excellent.
are not state championship events.
Race 114, it's the Masters men's single. It's over 1,000 metres, as Phil said. It's Division 1. And in lane 1, we're from Riverside. Lane 2, Adelaide. Lane 3, Torrens. Lane 4, Riverside. Lane 5, Phoenix. Lane 6 and 7, Port Adelaide. And then lane 8, Torrens. Masters men's single, Division 1. And as Phil said, well and truly underway.
So different age groups in the single sculls for the Masters.
Yes, they're not year 9.
The oldest scullers get to start early, and then the younger ones have a time handicap they have to catch up. So towards the end of the race, if the times and handicaps all work out, we should have a close finish.
So in lane 1, Brian Glawson from Riverside. Lane 2, Andrew Tideman from Adelaide. lane 3 is Torrens, that's Rob Ellis. Anthony Perry from Riverside, he's in lane 4. Nicholas McDonald from Phoenix in 5. Anthony Lee in 6 from Port Adelaide. Jeremy Watkinson in lane 7 from Port Adelaide. And in lane 8, Kevin Tankard from Torrens.
So 2 Torrens scullers that are battling for the lead, just ahead of the Phoenix sculler. All these guys were in our Australian champion Masters 8 last year. They won the Australian title for the first time for South Australia in the Interstate 8. So these 3 guys all know each other well and good competitors. I think Tankard on the far side is in front.
Yes, followed by Rob Ellis, very, very tight, but I think he's in second position. But so Torrens will get 1 and 2, I think, but very, very close nevertheless. Yes. So race 114, the Masters men's single over 1,000 metres, that's Division 1.
Kevin Tankard's been a competitor originally from Mildura, now racing for Torrens, and shows you these are Masters, Rob, and shows you how old I am. I used to race against Kevin's father in my youth when we were young scullers and racing. I had the pleasure of Dave Tankard, the father. He started his rowing career at Liverpool in the United Kingdom, and I had the pleasure of racing when I was teaching over in England. I raced in the Liverpool Rowing Club's Centenary Regatta. The club was 100 years old in 1984.
Wow. I rowed for Sons of the Thames, just near Hammersmith Bridge.
Wonderful.
So we move to race 115, the Masters men's single, Division 2, over 1,000 metres.
Same rules here. This is the older gentry of the men's sculling Masters, with John Bentley, David Rowe, Mark Johnson, Bill Natt, and Graham Hunt. Their ages are all from 60 to 65, so very similar age groups. So only 8 seconds difference between the starters. John Bentley, of course, a 3 times winning King's Cup rower, and also state representative sculler, and he was the first South Australian to row and sweep and scull for Australia when he rowed in the Los Angeles Olympics in '84, and then the following year was in the men's quad scull in the World Championships.
Goodness me, they're very well credentialed.
Billy Natt rode for Australia in lightweight competition. Graham Hunt and Mark Johnson have both been state reps in their youth or masters. And Dave Rowe, a good competitor from Adelaide Uni, long time Adelaide Uni stalwart.
Race 115, the Masters men's single, Division 2, over 1,000 metres, and they'd be in front of the bulk of the audience now, or just about, and looks like a good race too.
It looks to me like Billy Natt from Adelaide Uni is out in front. No surprise to me there. He's a very capable sculler. Johnson and Hunt, very evenly matched. They usually often race together as a double scull. They're very similar speed. So Johnson and Hunt, very similar. So Johnson, Mark Johnson, Jono from Riverside. He's probably just a bit behind Graham Hunt from Murray Bridge over there in the blue on the far side.
And great to see rowers from the country here, Phil.
Indeed, yes. We love our country clubs, and we've had Renmark represented today and Murray Bridge. Haven't seen too many others though, but usually plenty of masters in those from those country clubs.
Yes.
But it's Bill Nat from Adelaide Uni that's going to take this one out, barring accidents. Graham Hunt's moved clearly into second. Jono's still got the pressure on for third place, so he hasn't given up. Bentley's been overtaken by those three youngsters. They're all younger than you, JB, so don't fret too much. And Bentley's just making sure that he doesn't come last. There'll be a bit of pride on the line there that he's going to be in front of David Rowe from Adelaide Uni for Thursday night bar bragging rights. Not that Bentley drinks, but they're always at the club on a Thursday night at Adelaide Uni, Snips's Bar.
Race 116 is the Masters Men's Single, Division 3. It's over 1,000 metres. And in lane 2, David England from Goolwa, rowing off 48 seconds. In lane 3, Paul Gunson, rowing off 33 seconds from Riverside. In lane 4, another Riverside rower, Richard Clark, he's rowing off Go. Lane 5, from Adelaide Uni, Rick Armstrong, off 48 seconds. Lane 6, another Riverside rower, Peter Henry, rowing off 48 seconds. Hugh Orr has scratched. And in lane 8, Phil Gebbert from Phoenix, rowing off 48 seconds. The Masters Men's Single, Division 3, over 1,000 metres.
So each one of these rowers over 70 years of age. So any of the youngsters here that wonder about their future in rowing, they can keep rowing and racing. And like these people, that's a good healthy competition for over age. In fact, there's a couple of the guys, I'm sure they won't mind me mentioning. Richard Clark's over 80, he's 84. He's the elder statesman off Go in this race, but all the rest are either 70 years or older. And the oldest start first, they're the front marker, and the others have a time handicap equivalent to their age. An average time that's been worked out over years of racing with all the statistics collated by the FISA World Rowing Body for the Masters Rowing. And they readjust the handicap times every now and again, but they do work out quite well for rowers and scullers that are training, in reasonable shape to race to their age group.
Yes, there's obviously a real science in getting the in getting it just right.
Or was it a World Masters competition in Budapest in Hungary? I think it was 1996 when in the oldest age group race there was a women's single scull, and there were three starters. Two of them were over 90 and one was in fact 100 years old, and the crowd clapped them the whole length of the course.
I'll bet. Richard Clark looks to be in front, Phil.
Indeed, but that's subject to change, I would think, Rob. Unfortunately, the finish line might be just too far away as the younger guys hack away at his handicap. Rick Armstrong, the youngster in the boat at 70, has made his way through the field. He was the back marker from Adelaide Uni, so he's over there in lane 4, and in the Adelaide Uni white with the black V.
Yes.
And he's overtaken everyone except the front marker. So it's Rick Armstrong that's throwing down the gauntlet here. He's in front of Phil Gebhardt, who's
and he's lifted his rating too.
Experienced sculler.
Yeah, I think he's going to get Richard.
It's no mean feat to give away 48 seconds over 1,000 metres and catch someone. That's conservatively 15 to 20 lengths of the sculling boat to give away. Mind you, Rick just had a big splashy stroke then. He's not a competent sculler because he comes from the old era of he only ever rode sweep in his youth. So sculling is new to Rick Armstrong, and he's just about to overtake Richard the front
Clark.
marker.
Yes.
And Phil Gebhardt's clearly in third over on the far side. Very smooth sculler is Phil Gebhardt. And we do have Goolwa, of course, in this race. We mentioned the country club, so it's David England from Goolwa, who's been a competitor for a long time in South Australian rowing and Australian rowing.
And rowing just behind Paul Gunson of Riverside.
So the Masters races are only that, they're not state championships, of course. We do have a state championship for Masters. It's usually at the end of the traditional season.
Well, that brings us to race 117, which is the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull. It's over 2,000 metres, and it's heat number 1. And there are
2 heats.
2 heats, thank you, Phil.
And
yes.
First 4 going to the final, so a lot simpler maths on these 2 races.
In lane 3, we've got Pulteney Grammar number 1 crew. In lane 4, St Peter's College number 2 crew. In lane 5, Scotch College. Excuse me, in lane 6, Norwood Morialta High. And in lane 7, Pulteney Grammar number 2 crew. So 5 crews in the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull over 2,000 metres, heat number 1.
So this is an open event, so open age really for the schoolboys, and what it does mean, again, as we thought yesterday, some of the younger crews may be in this event to get their racing practice, because they've been starved of racing with the COVID cancellation of all school sport. So this field is a bit spread out, and I suspect some of the younger guys are here looking for some racing experience. So there's 2 boats well out in front, then the other 3 are in a different sort of speed of racing. So the leading boats are from Scotch and Pulteney, and then the other 3 boats are having their private little race for the minor placings. The Scotch crew, looking at their rating, is very controlled. I think they've been well coached to make sure they have a nice, pleasant row.
They are rowing beautifully.
But save their energy for the final.
I would agree with you. They're rowing well within themselves, and lovely rowing from the Scotch crew. They're in 2nd position, but out in front.
That's Norwood Morialta. I'm going to keep calling them that, I think, because by habit and the fact that's what's still on the program. I did hear that their school name is changing.
They don't look to be rowing as smoothly as the Scotch crew, but they're certainly well and truly out in front and rowing very strongly.
Indeed. But those 2 crews will qualify for the final. Let's try and work out... I'm sure I had 5 crews. Yeah, the other 3 boats are there. It's a crew right over on the far side from Pulteney that's coming 5th, so they'll be in danger of not making the final, provided these others finish. The St Peter's and the 2 Pulteney crews are making up the rest of the field.
And the Pulteney crew that's in 3rd position actually rowing very strongly, lifted their rating, so they'll breeze into 3rd position. Then we have a Pulteney crew further back, and followed by the yes. So
St Peter's and Pulteney are the 2 trailing the field. I think they've swapped lanes. I reckon it's a St Peter's crew on the far side.
I agree with you.
Yeah, so Pulteney...
Yes, they must have swapped lanes.
So whether they had a steering problem, I'm not. But St Peter's, they're supposed to be in lane
They're
4.
supposed to be in lane 4. Anyway, they're now in lane 8, and so we've sorted it all out.
It does mean the other Poltenick Grammar Crew are going to be in the final.
So that's race 117. That was the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Skull. That was heat number 1. Of course, that's naturally followed by heat number 2, race 118.
Now, there is a scratching from this one from lane 6.
Yes,
still
so
leaves 5 boats. So
correct. In lane 2, we had St Ignatius. Lane 3, St Peter's College. Lane 4, Prince Alfred College. Lane 5, Norwood Morialta. That's crew number 2. And in lane 7, Scotch College, crew number 2. And this is heat number 2.
So again, 4 first place getters go to the final. So just 1 crew to be eliminated. Just while they move into sight, there's a 2,000 metre race, so it'll take a while to get through the race. I'll just mention the next 2 events are the heats of the Open Women's 8s. Yesterday we had heats and final for the Schoolboy 8s and the Open Men's 8s, which is fantastic entries, and had some 2 terrific finals for those events. Well, I'm predicting the same today because we've got a dozen crews entered in the Open Women's 8 requiring 2 heats, and that's the last of the final will be the last event today at 4:30, and that should be a great sight to see. We've got, I think, the schoolgirl 8s today is a straight final at about 4:20, but I think there's a full field of 8 entered. Yes, so the Schoolboy 8 doesn't require heats today, but there's 8 crews entered, and all the number 1 crews are there.
Well, that'll be good rowing. What time's that, Phil?
That's at 4:20. The Schoolboy 8s. They race for the Advertiser Shield as the perpetual trophy, as well as the medals for the state championship.
So a good lead up to the head of the river.
Indeed, it's always an early pointer for the head of the river, the state championship race for the Advertiser Shield. Back to the event we've got here, which is the second heat of Schoolboy Quad Sculls. 4 boats to go to the final, and 3 of them have cleared out, and it's St Ignatius in lane 2 and Scotch number 2 in lane 7 that are fighting for that 4th and last spot in the final, because they're not in contention to be in the top 3. The top 3 boats, I think, are all cruising to the line with the Saints crew from lane 3 in front.
Yes.
Prince is running 2nd, and Norwood Morialta number 2 in 3rd place. I think those 3 crews are already they're still rating pretty well. They're having a decent sort of hit out. They probably treating it as a training row. They've got a rest time between now and their final. But I'm hoping that they know that they don't need to overexert themselves at this stage with another final race in this boat class later in the day.
Yes, they're comfortably ahead of the St Ignatius crew and the Scotch crew. So the St Peter's crew appear to be drawing away now. Ahead of Prince Alfred and Norwood Morialta crew number 2. Yeah, nice rowing.
It looks to me like the Scotch crew over in lane 7 might have got the better of the St Ignatius crew in lane 2 for the 4th spot and a place in the final, but Saint Ignatius aren't giving up. I can see them. They've got their rating going, and they're having a decent go, because they must think, if we're going to be out here, we may as well try and get in that final. So 1, 2, 3 were Saints first, Princess second, Norwood third. We just await to see and confirm who gets the fourth and last spot into the final.
I think Scotch are there.
It's coming
into fourth position. So that was the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull, heat number 2 over 2,000 metres. And an entertaining race. That brings us to race 119, and I always love the 8s, and this is the Open Women's 8. It's heat number 1. It's over 2,000 metres, and there are 2 heats.
Now I see Seymour have scratched from lane 5. So
thank you.
I didn't have that before.
Right.
It's their number 2 crew. So still leaves us with 5 boats.
In lane 2, Walford Anglican crew number 2. In lane 3, Adelaide Uni crew number 2. In lane 4 from the Adelaide Club, they're in lane 4. In lane 6, Scotch College crew number 1. And in lane 7, Torrens number 1 crew, they're in lane 7. The Open Women's 8, heat 1 over 2,000 metres, and they're well and truly underway.
And the first 4 boats to the final, so just 1 to be eliminated. From what I can see, it's there's no clear cut. There's a couple of boats that may be a bit in front. The centre lane one, which is Adelaide, and then the crew on the far side, Torrens.
Yes.
I'd say those 2 are in first and second place. Adelaide first, Torrens second.
Yes.
But there's not much between the other 3, with 2 more to get through and 1 to be eliminated.
Yes, Scotch are there in 3rd position, Phil. So I would suggest that it's Adelaide in front, Torrens in 2nd, and Scotch in 3rd at this stage.
Just looking through the names of the Adelaide crew, I think a lot of these women have some state credentials. Caitlin Nicholson's in there, and she's rowed in the Australian under-23 team. So the Adelaide crew is Grace Seppelt, Sophia Sushin, Deanna Johns, Joyce Jollins, Lucy Kittle, sisters Mika Webb and Erica Webb, Caitlin Nicholson, and Elise Myatt, the coxswain. So Elise could get a rare double here. She, in her first year with the Adelaide Club, having been a school coxswain last year, Elise Myatt, she coxed the men's 8 yesterday that won the state championship for Adelaide. And Adelaide, by the way, are going for their 8th state title in a row. They've won this race in the final. They've won it 7 years in a row, so be an impressive victory if they win their 8th. But that's a long way away, and there's some good competition in the other heat.
So Adelaide in front. Followed by Torrens.
Adelaide Uni, and it looks like the Walford crew that's going to be the crew that misses out on the final. It's the Walford number 2 crew.
Yes.
So Torrens, Adelaide Uni and Scotch will make up the
4.
The 4 that go through.
Good rowing, and that was
Torrens every second, Uni 3rd.
Race 119, the Open Women's 8, heat number 1 over 2,000 metres, and some nice rowing there. Race 120, heat number 2, and in lane 2 we've got Seymour College crew number 1. In lane 3, Adelaide, number 2 crew. In lane 4, Walford, number 1 crew. In lane 5, Torrens, number 2 crew. Lane 6, Adelaide Uni, crew number 1. Excuse me, and in lane 7, the Scotch College, number 2 crew. That's in lane 7. So this is heat number 2 of the Open Women's 8 over 2,000 metres. It's race 120. The next race is exciting because it's lunch.
I love that. That's world called. On you, Rob. So in this, with the Open 8s, it's always wonderful sport that the schools can enter open competition. And in fact, we talked about it that St Peter's College won the Open Men's 8 last year, and I think that prompted the race we had yesterday, where the Adelaide Uni and Adelaide both had their strongest crews out to make sure they got their revenge and won the title back to one of the senior clubs. But it's pretty cool for the school kids to, when they go out to school Monday morning, they can say that they lined up in the Open 8 rowing competition against Alex Hill, Olympic gold medalist.
Yes.
Not too many other sports in the school competition would be able to say that they were sitting opposite and racing against a current Olympic gold medalist in their Saturday morning competition.
I would agree with you.
And in this case, we've got Seymour and Walford, their first 8s in this race. They came first and second with 0.15 seconds between them yesterday in the state championship race. So they are two very good crews in this particular event. And the Adelaide number 2 crew, Torrens number 2, they'll be struggling to keep up with them. And Scotch College, I think, were third in that race yesterday. So the three of the possibly best performing schoolgirl 8s are in this heat, and the Adelaide Uni crew is probably the favourites for the event. Actually, their Adelaide Uni women have been very strong all this season and in the competition this weekend, so I'd tip them as the favourites for the final.
And you would assume, Phil, that they're all just a smidgen older too.
Indeed, yes. Yeah. They're some of them are quite experienced. I see some names there that have been state reps. Jo Malcolm, that was our commentator earlier, she's been a state rep. Alec Tunney, some of the other names they've certainly been in state youth crews and junior representative crews for the state. So they'll all be hoping that they can get over the course without too much energy have to be used, so they can perform at their best in the final. And it is Adelaide Uni that are leading from Walford, I think, and then Seymour. So the race is on between the other 3 boats for that place in the final. It's Adelaide, Torrens and Scotch.
Yes.
So 6 boats racing in the Open Women's 8 for 4 places in the final, which is at 4:30 this afternoon. It's the last race of the regatta.
So Jo Malcolm is she stroking the crew? Is she?
Well, that's how it's named on the sheet like that I've got here on the screen.
And she was calling the races earlier this morning.
Correct, yeah. Jo had won a couple of titles yesterday. They won the quad scull and she won the single scull. Don't know if she's in the bow seat, in the stroke seat rather. I think she might be in the 2 seat, but.
So that's Adelaide Uni, comfortably out in front.
Then Walford and Seymour.
And then in fourth position, we've got Torrens.
Yeah, Torrens ahead of Adelaide, so that's probably doesn't surprise me. The Torrens crew's got some experienced masters in there, and I think I saw Tori Toogood's name in there. As I said, she's in her youth, she was a silver medalist in the world in the pair.
Wow. So Adelaide in fifth and Scotch in sixth.
She's in the number one boat, sorry. So that's the young Torrens crew. They're beating the young Adelaide crew. So that's the future. But Torrens are going to make the final. Adelaide won't.
So race 120, the Open Women's 8 over 2,000 metres. That was heat number 2. And good morning to you all who are watching this telecast by the live streaming, and hope you're enjoying it as much as the people here who are sitting on the banks here of the rowing course.
So that's a lunch break.
It is indeed.
Rob, and you'll have some adverts and advertising our sponsorship during the lunch break. So thanks for commentating, and thanks everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast telecast. And
Thank
thanks
you,
to our
Phil.
sponsors, Wintech, for sponsoring this television coverage.
Yes, Wintech Racing, they're a supporter of this event, head on and off the water. Wintech Racing are proud of their innovative and environmentally sustainable approach to boat building. We also want to acknowledge Low Farms and Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centre, Tap Electrical, Fulham Funerals, and Hayley Statali, a property consultant for Harris Real Estate, all wonderful sponsors of Rowing SA and this wonderful regatta here.
Building world-class boats comes down to 3 core values: market-leading design, premium materials, and exceptional construction. Each Wintec racing boat inhabits these values. Ahead, off and on the water, Building world-class boats comes down to 3 core values: market-leading design, premium materials, and exceptional construction. Each Wintec racing boat inhabits these values. Ahead, off and on the water, Building world-class boats comes down to 3 core values: market-leading design, premium materials, and exceptional construction. Each Wintec racing boat inhabits these values, ahead, off and on the water.
Welcome back to the 2022 South Australian State Championships at the Alex Ramsey Regatta course. The next race on the program is race 121, the Masters Mixed 8. And for those of you watching from the live stream, That means that it's an 8 race, and it's both men and women in the crew, so 4 men and 4 women. And in the Masters category, those are of mixed ages. We have 5 crews in this event. In lane 3, we have Riverside, which is an E-grade crew. So E-grade means that the average age of the crew is between 55 and 60. Now, of course, the ages can range quite significantly. In this crew, their ages range from between 50 and 74. So the Riverside crew is made up of Anthony Perry, Tom Jones, Renz Pierverson, Jude Scarborough, Lauren Kenner and Diane Levask-Hocking, Melanie Innes, Iliaria Pagini and Karen Montgomery as the Cox. In lane 4 we have Phoenix F crew, and that is between 60 and 65. Philip Gebhardt, Chris Cowan, Carolyn Musserad, Leanne Sandow, Nicholas MacDonald, Derek Lowe, Henriette Shepherd, Emily Layden and Tina Lowe as the Cox. In lane 5, another Riverside crew, a G crew. Anne Pennington, Claire Sweeney, Leslie Lewis, Janet Lawrenson, Brian Glawson, Gustin Tivas, Wayne Chadwick, Ian McBride and Naomi Ray as the Cox. In lane 6, Goolwa, F grade, Steph Wilden, Jackie Woodward, Brian Francis, Simon Thornton, Kate Tebneff, Diane Tebneff, Cam Wilson, David England and Simon Burr as the Cox. And in lane 7, Torrens, a D grade crew. So that is D is between 50 and 55. Denise Aboud, Angie Franku, Susie Ross, Simone Ellis, Thomas Lebunis, Sam Franku, Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard and Brooklyn Selway as the Cox. And we have a start in the race.
I think we did.
Now it looks as though the G-grade crew of Riverside in lane 5 is currently leading the race. This is, as I said, a handicapped event, so the G-grade crew would have started first off of go. But we can see in the outside lane, lane 7, the Torrens crew having a very good start and coming up. That's a very good crew of Denise Aboud, Angie Franco, Susie Ross, Simone Ellis, Thomas Lubinas, Sam Franku, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard, with Brooklyn Selway as the Cox. A lot of high quality rowers in that who've won a number of events already, and they would have started off at the back of the field, but they've come up very, very quickly. But it looks as though it's still the G-grade crew of Riverside in lane 5, with Torrens in lane 7.
So a few of the ladies in this crew have previously rowed in the Open Women's 8, so they're backing up, coming in, doing the 1,000.
So at the moment it seems to be between the Riverside crew in lane 5, the Torrens crew in lane 7, and look out for the Phoenix crew in lane 4.
I think at this stage I'd have to favour that Torrens crew over on the far side. They've got a real engine room in that boat.
Oh, it's a quality crew. They started off with a handicap. They started off last, and already they have pushed their way out to the front. So knowing that crew, they've got a lot of power in that crew, both the men and the women. Very, very well balanced, excellent rowers. And you'd have to favour them at this stage. Once they've got out in front, they'd be very hard to match. But at this stage, it's the Riverside crew in lane 5 coming second, being challenged by the Phoenix crew in lane 4.
So here we see where the handicaps come into play. That Riverside crew's got a higher average age, so Phoenix is going to have to see whether they can take the benefit of their younger years and row through them on the finish. Let's just see.
That's true, but having seen this, look, where they are at this stage, they're coming down through the 300, coming down towards the 250. The Riverside crew has really held off that Phoenix crew and have done very, very well, but it is the Torrens crew out in front, just rowing very, very cleanly out. Got that commanding lead as they're coming down through the 200. And I don't think that they can be beaten. I don't think they can be matched at this stage. So it looks as though Torrens is going to power their way through to the lead. And the race now is on for second and third place between Riverside and Phoenix. Phoenix have lifted their rating. They're challenging the Riverside crew at a much lower rating. I can see Kustis Tivas as the stroke there. Kustis is 70 years old. a fantastic rower. But Phoenix are coming up on Riverside. Can Riverside hold them off? They've much higher rating. Phoenix are not letting it go, but Riverside are holding them off as they're coming down towards the line. Phoenix inching their way forward, but are they going to have enough to get up on? No, it looks as though Riverside have come across the line in second with a very fast approaching Phoenix side, but the win went to Torrens across in lane 7, a great row in the Masters Mixed 8 event.
So the next race on our programme is also from the 1,000 metres, but it's not a Masters race, it's an under-16 women's double scull. Heat 1 of this race, so we've got, we should have 7 crews in this. I'm just checking that we haven't had any late scratchings. No, it looks like we've got all of the crews. So in lane 2, we should have from St Peter's Girls, Molly Kennett and Matilda Powell. In lane 3, from Port Adelaide, Lola Barlow and Lara Harsanyi. In lane 4, from Unley High, Tamara Bates and Amelia Goulding. In lane 5, from Norwood International, Mia Playford and Alana Haynes. In lane 6, from St Peter's Girls, Lily Marshall and Stella Spalvins. In lane 7, from Pulteney Grammar, Sophie Harsma and Emma Topman. And in lane 8, from Unley High, Georgia Twelftree and Felicity Cox.
And yes, as you're saying, this is race 122 of the under-16 women's double sculls. This is Heat 1. So the first 4 crews will progress through to the final, which is race 149. So the race here is, you just got to be in the first 4. So it's interesting to see how the crews row this race. We've seen different approaches to the heats. Sometimes been treated as an all-out race. In others, we've seen when the lead crews, the sort of first couple of crews, can see that they're well in front. Sometimes they back it off and conserve their energy and just take, as long as they can hold their position, make sure that they get through to the final. They just slow it down. So it'll be interesting to see how we go in this race. So the race has started. Race 122, the under-16 women's double sculls Heat 1.
And most crews seem to be fairly closely packed together at this early stage. Possibly some action really over on the far side in lane 8. Looks like that's that Unley High crew. And then on the near side,
yes, with St Peter's Girls 1, with Molly Kennett and Matilda Powell, and lane 2, Port Adelaide 2, Lola Barlow and Lara Harsanyi.
Actually, I wonder if on the far side, is that actually lane 7, the Pulteney Grammar Scullers, sorry.
You might be right there. It's a bit hard to see the colours at this stage, isn't it? And but you could be right. It could be Pulteney Grammar in the lead. That's Sophie Harsma and Emma Totman.
They just look like dark zooties, so I was thinking they were the Unley High ones. But
that's correct. But as we can see, you're right. There is a crew in the outside lane.
So we might wait for them to get a bit closer to make a definitive call on that. But it looks like the lead's coming from that far side. And as you said earlier, it's a case of tactics now, whether having got into that position, they decide to relax and not race frantically for the line, or whether they want to get the racing experience and they're going to put in a full sprint to the finish.
That's right. I think in this race, it's going to be a race for the 4th position. I think well, we're presuming now that that's the Pulteney Grammar crew in lane 7. Out in front, the 2 more crews, which could be the Unley High and Norwood Morialta in the centre, possibly vying for the 2nd and 3rd position.
I'm still confused by the colours because they do. Those are definitely Unley High colours in the lead.
Yes, I think perhaps the lanes might have changed slightly, but
they should have been in lane 8. But anyway,
doesn't matter.
Unley High in the lead over that side, and I think it might even be Unley High in the lead over this side as well in lane 4.
Yes, so Unley High 3. That's Georgie Twelftree and Felicity Cox in lane 8, and Tamara Bates and Emily Golding from Unley High 1 in lane 4. Now that'll be a bit of a turn up for the books if they've graded them that way, haven't
Absolutely.
they? The third side sort of beating out the first side. But as we've said before, this is a heat, and therefore it's the first 4 that go through. It doesn't really matter whether you come first, second, third or fourth in the heat. All of those crews will go through to the final. But it does look as though it's going to be Unley High in lane 8, followed by Unley High in lane 4, followed by Nord Morialta of Mia Playford and Alana Hayes in lane 5.
And then I think it might be the Port Adelaide crew.
Yes.
In lane 3, of Lola Barlow and Lara Hassani.
So the crew's sort of doing it fairly comfortably at the moment, not rating too high, just rating nice and strong, taking it through to the finishing line, just under control. I don't think the Port Adelaide crew are being threatened at this stage. I think they've got clear water, so they'll know that they'll go through to the final.
So they round out the qualifiers, and we've got a bit of a race for 5th place.
We have, it's interesting in this race, it can be quite difficult to steer, and particularly in the under 16 women's double sculls. I expect that a lot of these rowers wouldn't have rowed in doubles much. They'd be sort of year 9 rowers. They'd be used to rowing in quads, and the quads have a coxswain to steer them. So now they would have been put into a double scull, quite a different boat, and you have to steer that yourself. And I think that's perhaps the reason why we've seen more than one crew, in fact, in a different lane. They may have started in the lane that but I know the
you may be right.
Yeah, I know in the under 17 double sculls state championships yesterday, that was the case as well. Just some of the crews changing lanes, as long as they don't interfere with the other crews. That's allowed. Anyway, that takes us to race 123, the under 16 women's double scull. Once again, the first 4 progress through to the final. We have in lane 2, Pulteney Grammar 2 of, is it Hisa Anya and Constance McNamara. Lane 3, Pulteney Grammar 3, Sienna Pagnozzi and Scarlett Lamb. Lane 4, Nord Morialta High 1 of Georgia Shaw and Saffron Kimber. Lane 5, Unley High 2, Matilda Griffiths and Emma Luscombe. Lane 6, St Peter's Girls 2 of Ella Laws and Emily Wildman. Lane 7, Port Adelaide 1, Emma Carey and Talia Millick. And lane 8, Loretto Marriotteville of Abby Deans and Lucy Bell. Now it looks as though we've had a start in that event. Fairly even at this early stage of the event.
So these are probably junior quads that have been broken up into doubles. So rest assured there's some competition between these crews that come from the same schools. So in this one we've got the 2 Pulteney Grammar crews next door to one another, lanes 2 and 3, and I'm sure they'll be racing for honours between those 2.
Yes, absolutely. Once again, because this is under 16, they would probably be not as familiar with rowing in the double sculls.
Well, particularly this year, as they haven't had the opportunity to get on the water in competition. I'd say at this early stage, the far side lane and possibly lane 3. Or 4.
Or 4.
4, I think 4.
Yes, and so that would be Unley High 2 of Matilda Griffiths and Emma Luscombe. But it looks like a pretty tight field at this stage. It's going to be very interesting once again as we get down towards the finish. But I think there's a bit of a tussle between Nord Morialta High of Georgia Shaw and Saffron Kimber and the Unley High 2 of Matilda Griffiths and Emma Luscombe.
I'd say Unley High are ahead at this stage, and over on the far side, Loretto Marriotteville are putting in a good account of themselves as well.
Yes, Abby Deans and Lucy Bell.
So yes, these girls have had only very limited racing experience because the last few seasons, as we all know, have been somewhat interrupted. It's really good to see them out here giving it a go in the doubles. Great experience.
And the Unley crew's rating about 30 at the moment, so, which is a good rating for this grade in the double sculls. But it's not an easy race for any of them. You can see that there are 3 crews really vying for that position of first place. Unley High 2 in lane 5, Norwood Morialta High 1 in lane 4, and of course Loreto Marriotteville in lane 8. But Unley High appear to have the lead at the moment, and Loreto out in the outer lane may be coming up on them. A little hard to tell at this stage, but I think the tussle is between Loreto Marriotteville and Unley High for first position, with the Norwood Morialta High crew coming in third at this stage. Reminder once again that it's the first 4 that progress through to race 149, which is the final of the women's under-16 double scull. So it looks as though Loreto may have taken the lead at this stage as they come down through the 250. But Unley High doing it nice and easily, long and strong as they're coming through. Those 2 crews, they both know that they'll be getting through, but they're not dropping off. You can actually see that both of them have lifted their rating.
So the critical competition here is for the 4th place to get through to that final. So it looks like we've got Unley and Loreto and Norwood pretty much sure of a place, and I'd say, is that St Peter's Girls in lane 6 who look like they might join them?
St Peter's Girls currently in 4th position, with the Port Adelaide crew in lane 7 just behind them.
I think Port Adelaide are unfortunately going to run out of water to catch them up, so looks like it'll be Saints Girls rounding out those places into the final.
That's right. You can see the Saints are not letting go. They're really putting in there, taking it all the way through to the line. But Port Adelaide still rowing very well. So some good rowing there in the women's under-16 double scull heat number 2, with the first 4, as we said, progressing through to race 149. And that takes us to the schoolgirl year 10 Coxed quad scull.
So here we've got a slightly different format. We have 3 heats with the first 2 from the heat progressing, plus the next 2 fastest qualifiers.
Now it's interesting. I look at the first heat, and it's got crews like the St Peter's College girls crew in lane 2. That's Sophie Upton, Olivia Oakes, Claudia Pierce, Sophie Rasciuto, and Zoe Graves as the Cox. Lane 3, Seymour College 5. It's a very big, deep program at Seymour. Kiara Ting, Carly Finlayson, Maddie James, Natalie Lockyer, and Mackenzie Andrews as the Cox. In lane 4, Norwood Morialta High 1. Samantha McAllinestrius, Tamara Jones, Angelica Chia, and Stan Rowland as the Cox. Loreto Marriotteville 2, Charlotte Kernahan, Laura Fitzgerald, Lucy Hoskins, Eliza Hogg, and Lucy Bell as the Cox. And 2 crew, Walford Anglican 3, which is Tilly Franco, Emma Leplastrio, Mia Spears, Georgia Morton, and Molly Moore as the Cox. And 2 Wilderness crews, Wilderness School 1 in lane 7, of Molly Dwyer, Marjorie Tucker, Gracie Dowling, Lulu Detmold with the Cox of Sophie Tayeb Farrell, and Wilderness School 3 in lane 8, Olivia Cardoni, Gia Rinaldi, Imogen Hawker, and Lucia Andre as the Cox. So this is a 1,500 metre race, as you're saying, and are the first 2 progressing through to the final, which is race 150.
I think we may have had a crew change in that last Wilderness crew, so looks like Olivia Cardone is out, and is it Lucy Beaumont is in on our latest information. Apologies if that's wrong. And this is a race from the 1,500 metres, so it's not a held start again, but it looks like they've got away.
Now, of course, in this race we've got crews, which would be the A crews rowing against perhaps the D crews.
Exactly
from other so we'll probably see quite a bit of difference out on the water. Perhaps with the A crews from various schools. In this case, you would anticipate Wilderness School in lane 7 with their first crew, Nord Morialta High with their first crew in lane 4, and I presume St Peter's Girls' first crew in lane 2.
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see whether it plays out like that. Joe said the school directors of rowing or the coaches are obliged to enter them in. So if you enter a number 1 crew, that should really be the one that you think is going to.
But yes, that's true. Sometimes that's not the case. And the other thing, of course, is with a really deep program. There's a lot of depth in some of these schools, and so the third crews in some schools are very competitive with the A crews in some others. So anyone's race. We're just explaining that. This is sort of a mixed up. This is not like a school's competition where they're raced in A grade against the B grade against the C grade. This is actually run in a heat situation where all of the crews are racing together.
Does look like that Wilderness crew over on the far side in lane 7.
Lane 7, yes. They seem to have pulled out. That's Molly Dwyer, Marjorie Tucker, Gracie Dowling, Lulu Detmold, and the Cox is Sophia Tayeb Farrell.
But I'd say the Wolford crew next to them is not going to let them get away lightly.
No, not at all. And even the Nord Morialta High crew in lane 4 as well, not too far off the pace there either. And Loretto Marriotteville in lane 5, I think, are currently leading them. So it's hard to say. But the first 3 crews, there's a lot of competition.
Well, they know they've got to go for time, not just placing. So if they're not in the first 2, they've got to make one of the next fastest 2 times to get through to the final. And they will all want to get through to the final.
So it looks like, we'll just say, Anna, lane 7, Wilderness in the lead with Walford Anglican 3 in lane 6 and Loretto, in lane 5. So it's a race between lanes 7, 6 and 5. It's going to be very interesting as we come down this open water section. Now we've got a westerly, so we're not getting too much disturbance as they come through that open water section. But it does look as though Wilderness has still got the lead. Look, that Walford Anglican third side is giving them a real run for their money, though.
They are, aren't they? Well, I think the bow seat of that crew is Tilly Franco, who's Angie Franco's daughter, and if she's anything like her mother, she won't be giving up lightly.
That's right, Angie from Torrens.
Yeah.
In fact, those first 3 crews, really good racing here between Wilderness in lane 7, Walford Anglican 3 in lane 6, and Loretto Marriotteville 2 in lane 5.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to have a look at the times from this heat.
Yeah, I would expect that they look as though they're racing here. So this is going to be a fairly fast heat, you'd expect. And some very good racing from the field. So Walford is not letting Wilderness get away from them. Wilderness are in front. They're rowing very well.
And Loretto are finishing quite fast here as well. It's good to see Wildy maintaining their length.
Yeah, they're racing
really good long strokes.
They're running up quite high in this race, sort of a mid-30s, but it looks as though it is going to be Wilderness who's going to hold on to that lead.
Loretto are gaining ground, but I don't think enough to overtake Wolford. So it's going to be Wilderness, Wolford, and then half a length back to Loretto.
What great rowing from those 3 crews. Just great rowing. It'll be very interesting to keep an eye on those crews for the final. And now we've got a race as we're coming down here, though.
So over on the far side, we've got the other Wilderness crew coming through, and then St Peter's girls on this side.
And Norwood Morialta
in the middle,
just behind them. And the Seymour College 5 crew. Just finishing off strongly, haven't given up. Still maintaining a fairly good rate. And I'll bring up the final position in race 124, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. And that takes us to race 125, which is heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 2, we have Seymour College 3, Katie Harford, Sophie March, with Sasha Walker as the Cox. Lane 3, we have Walford Anglican 1, Olivia Christensen, Madeline Lucas, Eliza Catanari, Felicity Taylor and Lily Tay as the Cox. Seymour College 2, which includes Abigail Worm and Isabella Lease with Piper Fox as the Cox. Lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville 1, Bianca Kohlberg, Fernie Rosenbauer, Isabella Deans, Emily Lang, Emily Dagus as the Cox. Wilderness School 2, Scarlett Paul, Lila Rinaldi, Rosa Page, Jeevan Gilhotra, and Sonakshi Kure as the Cox. And lane 7, Unley High 1, Amelia Hollis, Chloe Viss, and Misha Van Womello as the Cox. Now we've got the Walford Anglican first crew, as I said, in lane 3, the Loretto Marriotteville first crew in lane 5, and the Unley High first crew in lane 7. So it's going to be interesting to see how those crews in particular pan out over this course.
I know the Loretto Marriotteville crew look like they've come out in front, they've jumped out in front, but I can't see lane 3, so...
And the Seymour College 2 side as well is a very, very strong side. So I expect to see them up with the leaders as well. So Loretto Marriotteville has won a number of their events previously. I think that they are one of the favourites, along with a very competitive Seymour first crew for that Year 10 quad scull. But
they've had a few close contact issues, so we're all living through COVID time.
Yes, that's right.
So they have had some issues to contend with there, but they certainly look like they're putting a very strong performance on the water.
So Loretto Marriotteville 1 in lane 5 of Bianca Kohlberg, Fernie Rosenbauer, Isabella Deans, Emily Lang and Emily Dagus as the Cox are in the lead. And it looks as though lane 4 as well is possibly in second place. That's a Seymour College 2 crew. Followed by the Walford Anglican 1 crew in lane 3. Seymour College 3 crew in lane 2 is also doing very well. So I think those 4 crews, this is going to be very interesting as we come down through the open water section, but as you said, Loretto Marriotteville in lane 5 have got the lead.
They're looking very strong, very controlled. I don't know whether these girls are some of the girls who competed at New South Wales Championships a couple of weeks ago. They're developing a very strong squad at that school.
Yeah, and so too with Seymour, which is we're seeing the Seymour College 2 side challenging the Loretto Marriotteville 1 side out here on the water. Both crews rowing extremely well, controlled, getting the blades in, pushing through the water, getting good run. Not rating too high either, so they're getting that through run on the boat and strength rather than rating too high. But once again, Those two crews would know that they're going through to the final now, so they wouldn't have to pick up the rating too much. Loretto would know that they're getting through. Seymour is lifted here. They've obviously decided to throw the challenge down to Loretto Marriotteville and not just give them an easy win. So they're picking it up, but clearly these are the two crews that will be going through to the final. Loretto Marriotteville 1 in lane 5 and Seymour College 2 in lane 4.
And then we've got Wolford Anglican in lane 3, followed by Seymour College 3 in lane 2. And over on the far side, I think that's Wilderness School. And Unley High, rounding out the field.
Yes, two very strong rowing programs, both in Loretto and in Seymour, and I think that will show out over these 2 days. And I suggest when we move towards the head of the river too, some competition between those two schools across the age groups. And that takes us to race 126, Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls, Heat 3. In lane 2, Seymour College 4, Georgia Whalen, Connie Ryan, Evangeline John Ganneal and Chelsea Cooper as the Cox. Wolford Anglican 2 in lane 3, Madeline Lucas, Dorothea Economos, Isabel Viecchili, Chloe Spears and Elsie Johnson as the Cox. In lane 4, Scotch College Adelaide 1, Olivia Clark, Olivia Edwards, Grace Corley, Lulu Teat, Tilly Jeffries as the Cox, and coach Lucy Kittle. Lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville 3, Genevieve McCallum, Isabella Roman, Alessandra Roman, Imogen Smith, Alexis Chapman as the Cox. In lane 6, Seymour College 1, Alex Wheaton, Georgia Walters, Grace Barrera, Daisy Holland, and Olivia Rhymes as the Cox. Lane 7, Unley High 2, Charlize Joachim, Tallulah Mazzocco, Sarah Tova Gallo, Isabel Petrie, and Addison McLeod as the Cox. Lane 8, Nord Morialta High 2, Celia Mason, Layla Martin, Sophie Adler, and Bon Isabel as the Cox. So once again, the first two crews going through to the final.
I think what you were saying earlier, Greg, is playing out here. We've got Seymour College 1 in lane 6, looking very strong.
Yes. I think when we come towards the head of the river, it's going to be between the Loretto and the Seymour College crew, although Wilderness, once again, has got a very strong first crew in this particular age group. But as you say, it's Seymour College 1 in this heat, lane 6 of Alex Wheaton, Georgia Walters, Grace Barrera, Daisy Holland and Olivia Rhymes.
And then there's a good race for the second position in this heat.
Yes, the Seymour crew doing it confidently, not rating too high, but they are well out in front of this field.
This stage, maybe that Loretto, is it Loretto Marriotteville in lane 5? Look like they could be in second spot, or possibly the crew over on the other side.
No, I think I'd give it to Loretto Marriotteville 3 at this stage in lane 5. But no one's going to be approaching Seymour. They're just doing it easily at the moment. Nice, steady rating. In fact, I think they're just nice and easy. I'm just trying to get their rating. Oh, just in the sort of low mid 30s.
Oh, rowing light.
Yeah. But you can see they're getting their blades in and driving it through the water and getting good run. Oh, and they're choosing just to keep that powering through rather than reserving themselves for the final. They're choosing to keep the rating up and taking it through. Dominating this final. And I think you're right. Loretto Marriotteville in lane 5 coming in second position.
I think the only one who might challenge them is the Seymour crew on the near side, but I'm not sure they've got enough water.
true. No, I think the Seymour crew rowing very, very well, Seymour College 4, but I don't think they've got enough room. They're coming down to the 200 mark at the moment. And as the Seymour College A crew cross the line, Loretto Marrietville coming down. So that was a win by about 150 metres or thereabouts, quite dominant. Loretto Marrietville 3 of Genevieve McCallum, Isabel Roman, Alessandra Roman, Imogen Smith and Alexis Chapman. There's the Cox coming through in lane 5. And it looks as though they will take out the position of second position. But look at this Seymour College 4 crew not giving up. Coming through and sort of pushing through here. Looks as though they'll be taking out the third position.
From Norwood International over on the other side. And then we've got a race here between Unley and, is that the Seymour College? No, hang on.
Is that Walford Anglican 2?
Yeah.
It's all right. This race is on. And Walford of lifting, their Cox is calling them up. So it's a race now as we watch them. What's going to happen here? Are they they're moving up on Unley. They're challenging Unley. Ooh. They're pushing ahead. Oh, looks as though they might just get Unley on the line. And yes, they've just got Unley on the line. And Unley were rowing well all the way through, but just that extra lift at the end.
They had their Weet-Bix this morning.
They did have their Weet-Bix.
Okay, so moving on, we're now on to race 127 on your programme, which is the Schoolgirl Coxed 4. We've got two heats. Hang on. Yes, I think we've got 2 heats of this, with the first 4 progressing through to the final. And we've had 1 scratching in this race, so Walford have scratched from lane 4.
So lane 1, Norwood Morialta High, of Pippa Hansen, Paulina Pekula, Lauren Adler, Eva Harris and Saskia Roff. Walford Anglican 2 in lane 2 of Imke Mentz, Miffy Young, Lily Richter, Alexandra Williams and Scarlett Paps Burford as the Cox. Lane 3, St Ignatius, Violet Rosser, Olivia De Angelis, Imogen Graham, Rosie Kavanagh, Solon Curview as the Cox. Lane 4, Walford Anglican 1, Ava Morrow, Ella Hamilton, Charlotte Newman, Isabella Worth and Lily Restis as the Cox. Lane 5, Pulteney Grammar, Manon Howell Muirs, Isabella Harsma, Emma Newhouse and Lillian Luther as the Cox. Lane 6, Wilderness College 4, Sophia Rue, Katrina Ballastron, Lisa G, Selena Ho and Sydney Freestone Giles as the Cox. Lane 7, Scotch College Adelaide 1, Olivia Clark, Georgia Lyons, Lulu Teat, Tilly Jeffries as the Cox. And lane 8, Isabella Jackson, Aisha Al-Kazalji, Lily Mayshell, Amelia Goss and Sophie Taib Farrell as the Cox.
So this race is starting from the 2,000 metre mark and it looks like they're already underway.
Yes, Nana, it's the first 4 in this race that will progress through to the final, which is race 153. And it'll be interesting to see how the various schools have put this together, because of course normally within the schools competitions you've got your first 8, your second 8, you've got your first 4, etc. But you tend not to have a first Coxed 4. So it's interesting to see what the directors of coaching would have done here in terms of putting together the schoolgirl Coxed 4, whether they've taken people from their first 8 or second 8 and put them in here, whether they've moved up some of their...
I think looking at the names in some of the crews, it looks like they're halves of first 8s for the most part. Because there is an under-19 women's 8 race coming up at 3:20, but they've obviously got plenty of time to back up for that.
Yes,
so
yes.
Certainly looking at the names in those first crews, I recognise a lot of the names.
Yes, that'll be quite interesting because, of course, the 8s, they've been practising as 8s. That's their main focus. And to shift now from the sweep across to the Coxed fours. It'll be a bit of a change.
Still sweep, obviously.
Oh, sorry, Coxed fours.
Yep.
Yes, sorry, splitting it to the two fours
yep.
makes a little bit of a difference. You're still sweeping, as you say. But
I think a lot of them have been training in fours, and they've been doing seat racing, particularly in the larger programs, to establish who gets which seat in the 8. So they're probably well used to fours, but as you say, more used to being in the 8s as we get to the pointy end of the season.
So perhaps then a bit of pride at the top 4 and the bottom 4 if they've been split that way in the 8s.
Absolutely. So it looks like the crew over on the very far side, which I nearly didn't spot. Is that the Wilderness crew?
Wilderness School
2.
Isabella Jackson, Aisha Al-Kazaji, Lily Mayshell, Amelia Goss, and Sophie Taib Farrell as the Cox.
They look like they may have jumped out to a bit of a lead. And then going back from maybe the crew from St Ignatius, and then Portney Grammar. Oh, and there is a crew on this near side as well.
So lane 1 is Nord Morialta High. I think, as you said, lane 4 has actually scratched, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The Wolford Anglican.
The Wolford Anglican crew has scratched.
Yep.
So at this stage, I'd say it's that Wilderness crew over on the far side with quite a tidy lead. Sometimes perspectives can throw me off, but...
Yes.
And St Ignatius has got Imogen Graham, who's had a very full programme the last couple of days. She won the under-19 women's single scull yesterday. She, I think, rode in with the Masters in the Open Women's 8 not that long ago. So with the top 4 going through, they may be conserving some energy, I suspect.
Of course, St Ignatius does row out of the Riverside Club as well, so there's that opportunity for them to row through. But it does look as though, as we're coming down here, it is lane 8, Wilderness School 2, who have clearly got the lead, and it's a real race now on for second place. Reminder, the first 4 go through to the final. But look at that St Ignatius crew in lane 3, really throwing it down.
Yeah, I don't think they're taking their foot off the gas, actually. Ignore what I said earlier. They look like they're really racing for the line.
Yes, this is going to be a real race at the moment. And I think they've lifted their rating. They're really pushing through here at the moment. I think they might have just taken the second position. So this is going to be a race down to the line for the second position.
As Wilderness cross the line to take first place.
Potney.
You can hear the Coxons from
That's
here.
Right. There's a real lift, and what's it going to be?
Iggy's are certainly gaining on them, but
Oh,
I'm not
what's
sure they're
gonna
going to get
happen?
there. I think Portney just held on to keep that second place. And then the critical fourth place looks like it's going to go to Nord International.
Coming through in lane 1.
And Scotch rounding out the field. Over in lane 7.
Well, some great racing there.
Wasn't it?
This takes us to race 128, the Schoolgirl Coxed 4, Heat 2. Lane 1, Pembroke School, Sky Mumford, Ebony Blackburn, Claire Rogers, Lexi Reynolds, Charlotte Mercer Fleetwood as the Cox. Lane 2, Wolford Anglican 3, Sophie Linder, Erin Westwood.
Oh, they've actually scratched, sorry. Yep, they have scratched the Wolford crew.
That takes us to lane 3 then, the Unley High 1 crew of Ruby Gord, Maya Charters, Cameron Murphy, Aaliyah Altus and Ella Lillybridge. Wilderness School 4 in lane, so Wilderness School 1 in lane 4, Annalise Roos, Millie Jackson, Zara Hoadley, Georgina Birchall and Sophia Tarab-Fallow as the Cox. Lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville 1, Mariah Murray, Charlotte Illiman, Deanne Marcelino, Victoria Binns, Charlotte Lang as the Cox. Lane 6, Seymour College, Elamini, Sydney Andrews, Becky Barlow, Mia Bodycoat and Erin Webster as the Cox. Lane 7, Loretto Marriotteville 2, Hallie Anderson, Hilary Longstaff, Francesca Lennon, Erin Munger, Emily Dagus as the Cox. And Lane 8, Wilderness School 3, Roxy Alvarez, Noor Al-Katani, Lulu Ayres, Phoenix Kutcher and Nidhi Karachur as the Cox.
Some good quality crews in this one. It should be very tight to the finish, I think.
Absolutely. So if we work on the principle that the 8s have been split, they've got the Loretto Marriotteville 1 in lane 5 and Loretto Marriotteville 2 in lane 7, with Seymour College in lane 6 in between them. That'll be an interesting race. And of course Wilderness School 1 in lane 4. So you think this is going to be a very, very competitive heat and perhaps a very fast heat.
Yeah, but at this stage the Loretto College crews are certainly doing a good job. So they're very hard to pick it at this point between those two crews. Or is that actually one of those must be a Seymour? Apologies. So between the Loretto crew in 5 and the Seymour crew, I think it is in 6. It's looking like the Loretto crew is marginally ahead at this stage.
Yes, and the Wilderness School 1 in lane 4 is not that far off the pace, but you're right. It's a race at the moment between lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville 1 and Seymour College in lane 6. But Loretto seem to have the lead at the moment. Pushing out as they come down through the 500 metre mark. Mind this was a 2,000 metre race. And Loretto's actually rating quite low. I guess they know that you just have to be in the first 4 and they're in the lead, so they've dropped their rating right down low at the moment.
They really have, haven't they?
It's down to about 25, 26. So just long and strong, very, very clearly they're just, they're in the lead, so they're just getting that length, giving the send, slight pause at the finish. It's like a training run. But rowing very, very well. And the Seymour College crew across the other side, rating slightly higher.
And in the important battle for the 4th place, so I think we're going to have Wilderness come through after them. And then over to the far side.
Well, look at Wilderness too. They've really slowed down. They just, they know their position. They just need to get in the first 4. So they've just taken it easy. And
it looks like probably Loretto Marriotteville on the far side in lane 7. Unless my girls from Pembroke can come through on this side. No, I think Loretto's crew are going to be the next ones into the final.
So Pembroke are coming up very fast, but have probably left the run just a little late. We'll see.
Pembroke do pit Wilderness for that 5th spot.
And then Unley High.
And then Unley High completing the field.
Very interesting. You could see that those first 3 crews knew that they were going to make it through to the final, and in that last, probably 300, 400, just slowed down, long and strong, kept the rating in the sort of mid-20s just to maintain their position.
Well, I would expect a lot of those girls to be, I was going to say in the under-19 women's 8, but actually when I look at it, Loreto don't have a crew entered in the under-19 women's 8, so they've probably got full programs in other boats. So we're moving on now to race 130. Race 129 is cancelled. Race 130 is the under-21 men's double scull, and we've just got 3 crews in this. Just checking no scratching. So in lane 4 we have Adelaide, Cooper Peter and Joshua Lascock. In lane 5, Torrens, Bill Darker and Callum Deckers. And lane 6, Adelaide Uni, Nick Burr and Ben Ashman, and they're already well into this race.
So this is a final, and it's being raced over 2,000 metres. So they're coming down now through the 750 mark. And
looks like the Adelaide crew in the middle and the Adelaide Uni crew on the far side are going to be fighting this one out, with Torrens just a little bit off the pace.
It's hard to pick it at this stage, but perhaps Adelaide in lane.
So that's
well, it's hard to say. I think it's hard to say at this stage, isn't it? Really, 2 very, very high caliber crews racing out in for the under-21 men's double sculls.
Well, Cooper Peter, who's in the Adelaide crew, has had a very full schedule today. He's rode in the single scull and did very well, came second, I think, in that.
And this is a real race on at the moment. It could be anyone's race, and they would know that. Side by side, as perhaps Adelaide Uni might have got out front. Yep. But neither of these crews are going to give up. I expect they'll be lifting their rating and just driving on the legs.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know their rating.
I think Adelaide are doing about 39 at the moment.
Wow. I think Uni have still got a bit of a lead, but I reckon Adelaide have lifted.
And Uni are doing about 38, 39 too. But you can see Adelaide's getting that drive, real drive through the water. They're obviously putting the legs on, so they're not doing it through rating, they're doing it through legs. This is a real race down to the line between Adelaide University. And Adelaide are picking up, Adelaide are pushing ahead. They've pushed ahead of University. They're taking it down to the line, and
I reckon it was Adelaide on the line.
I think Adelaide took it, but what a great race. And as I said, that was done on legs. That was just power through the water that just took them through to the line there. Both rating very high, but it was just that power through the water that I think got Adelaide across the line. So well done to Cooper Peter and Joshua Lascock for winning the under-21 men's double sculls.
Okay, this should be an interesting race, race 131. We're into another open event, the Open Men's Coxless 4, which I think was one Joe Malcolm was looking forward to this morning. She was giving the trailers.
So this is the big one between Adelaide Uni and Adelaide. So we've got 4 crews in lane 4. Adelaide Uni, Harrison Francis, James Powell, Mitchell Moore, Charlie Moore, with coach Sam Morton. Lane 5, Adelaide, Mackenzie Slaughter, Dylan Andrew, Michael Simons, Andrew Titterman, and coach Matthew Nielsen. Adelaide Uni, lane 6, William Smith, Ross Hamilton, Jeremy Beale, Nick Blackman. Coaches Matthew Nielsen, Tim Santon, James Price. Lane 7, Adelaide, James Price, Tim Santon, Drew Clements. Matthew Nielsen, coaches Bryn Coudray and James McRae. Now, there's a few Masters names in there as
There
well.
are, I was thinking that. There's also, I love the way that, you're coaching the people who you're then racing against.
Yes, yes, that's right. That's right. And there's some absolutely quality names in that competition. This is going to be one heck of a race over 2,000 metres.
And it looks like it's already well underway. So they're coming past the 1,000 mark now. Hard to pick a leader at this point. The Adelaide crew over on the far side. And possibly the Uni crew on this side. But those first three boats, very close.
A great competition.
I think the only one off the pace is the Adelaide crew,
Adelaide
isn't
crew
that?
in
And
lane
lane 5.
Yes. So it's between Adelaide Uni in lane 4, Adelaide Uni in lane 6, and Adelaide in lane 7.
I'll give it marginally to those two Adelaide Uni crews in the middle at the moment.
So that's Adelaide Uni in lane 4 of Harrison Francis, James Powell, Mitchell Moore, Charlie Moore, and the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 6 of William Smith, Ross Hamilton, Jeremy Beale, Nick Blackman.
And I would say that second crew has a bit of a lead, which is sort of what you'd expect. I think Jo, when she was trailing this race earlier, said that the crew on the near side, the Adelaide Uni crew on the near side, is a lightweight crew. Would that be correct from looking at those names?
Yes, I think you're...
Whereas in the Adelaide Uni crew on the far side, we've obviously got Nick Blackman, who won the Open men's single this morning.
Well, over 2,000 metres. I think the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 6 might have pushed out at the moment, but I wouldn't give it to anyone at this stage. Those two crews with those sorts of rowers will not give it up. But at the moment, I would say it's Adelaide Uni in lane 6 that has the lead, followed by Adelaide Uni in lane 4, followed by Adelaide in lane 7.
Yeah, that rating's...
That's I think they're rating about 41 at the moment.
Well, that's Nick Blackman for you, I think, in the stroke seat of that so 4. So it's Adelaide Uni coming across the line in lane 6 for a dominant win. From Adelaide Uni in lane 4.
Yeah, they just powered away there, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, absolutely.
The last 400 metres, they just...
And then Adelaide coming over to round out the top 3.
Great racing in that field. And the Adelaide crew in lane 5. I think just bring it down at an easy pace. They're choosing to, at this stage, just finish the race off at a lower rating, something around 27.
Well, they were in a pretty hot field, and I think there were a couple of substitutions into that crew late in the day. So,
they're sort of rating down the low 30s now. Just finish it off steadily. Just rowing under control.
So Jo was right to tell us to be on the lookout for that race. That was an exciting race,
wasn't it? It's a real top talent that race.
And the next one, for some unknown reason, she told me we should be watching. If we look at the names, I think we'll understand why.
Yes. So race 132, the Open Women's Double Scull. In lane 3, Adelaide Uni, Isabel Watson and Sophie Barr. Lane 4, Adelaide Uni, Anna Ford and Talela McCarthy. Lane 5, Adelaide, Sophia Sunanin and Mika Webb. Lane 6, Adelaide Uni, Alakok Tunny and Joe Malcolm. Lane 7, Adelaide Uni, Jemima Richter and Sophie Radford.
So these girls, they've done a lot of racing already today. Most of these names have been up and down several times.
Yeah, well, it's been 2 days of racing, so I don't want to forget that a lot of these rowers had a big day yesterday as well. So the legs do start to get a bit tired.
I don't think we've quite had a start in this yet. While we're waiting for that race to start, just want to make a shout out to some of our sponsors, particularly Wintec Racing, who are sponsoring the live stream here today. They're a strong supporter of Rowing SA and of this event. Ahead, on and off the water, Wintec Racing are proud of their innovative and environmentally sustainable approach to boat building. So if you're interested in getting any boats, do consider Wintec. They support us, we should support them.
Well, at this stage, I might sign off. It's Greg Walters, and we have Phil Mangelsdorf in here in the commentary position. Oh, Phil's told me, Greg, you can stay on for a little bit longer.
Yeah. I just want to see which web is it? Mika. Okay. That's Mika web.
So Phil's in here at the commentary position. Of course, you'd all know Phil Mangelsdorf, legendary commentator for many, many years, and also president of Rowing South Australia.
Yeah, Mika's probably the better sculler for the Adelaide crew. Better than her sister, that's what I'm saying.
So we're getting some tips in here in terms of who's likely to be winning. But
it looks like they've had a substitution in that crew as well, because on our programme, I think you read out Sophia Sahinen. In fact, it looks like that's going to be, is that Katie Luscombe?
I think it is.
Yeah. And in fact, it looks like that second Adelaide, fourth Adelaide Uni crew has scratched. Yeah, looks like it.
So lane 7, the Adelaide Uni crew in lane 7 of Jemima Richter and Sophie Radford. It looks as though they may be a scratching, which would bring it down to 4 crews, with Adelaide Uni in lane 3, Adelaide Uni in lane 4, Adelaide in lane 5 and Adelaide Uni in lane 6.
And I think we do have a start by the looks.
Yes.
Sort of a bit misty on the live stream, isn't it, at the moment? It's funny because it doesn't feel misty here, but it just looks a little bit...
bit of a haze.
Yeah.
Well, weather's pretty good down here at the Alex Ramsey Regatta course. The weather is 22 degrees, so it's pretty good. And more importantly, we've got a westerly, so that's a breeze that's going directly across the side of the course. So as you're looking at the live stream, the wind would be going from the right-hand side directly across to the left-hand side. So side breeze not giving an advantage sort of with the tail breeze that it sometimes does to the lighter crews, or a headwind, which we get rarely down here. But this is a westerly at about 13 kilometres an hour. So generally pretty good conditions for rowing. Certainly had a start.
Hard to pick from this, from the live stream at the moment, which lanes.
Yes.
But they look pretty close together. We've only got 4 crews in this. 3 from Adelaide Uni and 1 from Adelaide, so the colours of the strips don't even really help us all that much.
in trouble seeing the fourth crew.
Yep. You can see lane 3, 5 and 6. I wonder what's happened in lane 4.
Yes, that's right. We've got the umpire's boat, or the rescue boat, travelling down in lane 4 at the moment, don't we?
Yep. So whether we had a late scratching. Certainly it looks like there are only 3 boats on the course.
So that'll leave us with lane 3, Adelaide Uni of Isabel Watson and Sophie Barr. Lane 5, Adelaide of Katie Luskin and Mika Webb. And lane 6 of Adelaide Uni, Alacock Tunney and Joe Malcolm. Perhaps at this early stage, it might be Adelaide Uni in lane 3 of Isabel Watson and Sophie Barr taking the lead.
Yeah, I'd say the 2 uni crews look like they're marginally in front of the Adelaide crew.
Yes.
Not that we're biased in the commentary desk here at all, but we would quite like a win for Joe.
I'm sure she'd love one as well, but very competitive. Both those 2 crews from Adelaide Uni, Isabel Watson and Sophie Barr in lane 3, and Alacock Tunney from Rowing South Australia, of course, as well, and Joe Malcolm in lane 6 seem to have taken the lead, and I know that there will be intense rivalry between rivalry between those two crews, with lane 3 still seems to have just got the lead at the moment.
But you'd never count Joe out.
No, or Alacock either. No, it's going to be a good race. It is a good race. They're coming down to about this 750 mark at the moment.
Probably all these girls raced in the Open Women's 8, I would imagine. It was earlier today. And they're going to have to back up from this and race again in the final of that. So I'd say lane 3 is still marginally ahead, but it's a close run thing.
Yeah, they're rating about 30-31 at the moment. So just a solid position to take them down the field. I think they would be able to see their opponents in lane 6. And so that's certainly an advantage when you're in that position and you can see where you are in the field. You get to make decisions in terms of whether you need to put a burst in or whether you can just hold the other crew. And I suspect that's what Isabel and Sophie are doing at the moment, is holding their position.
So yes, it does look as if they're going to be able to hold them off. As they come into the red buoys, so the last little bit before the end of the race.
And Alacock and Joe are sort of racing in the sort of the 25, 27 mark.
Yep.
So Isabel and Sophie are just able to just row long and strong, getting good send from the boat. They've lifted it slightly now just to take it through to the finishing line. They've got this under control, just rowing beautifully there. Finishing strong. Sending that boat away. So it will be a win to Adelaide Uni in lane 3, Isabel Watson and Sophie Barr. Followed by Adelaide Uni in lane 6, Ellicock Tunney and Joe Malcolm. As we have Adelaide coming down just past the 250 mark, will come in third, Casey Luscombe and Mika Webb.
So I think Greg and I are going to be signing off shortly and handing over to the dream team of Josh and George for their inimitable commentary. So if we can get them to stop chatting and come inside, we'll pass you over.
Hello, Joshua Dunstan.
Hello, George Neary. Guess who's back?
Oh,
back again. Shady's back.
That's it. Friends. So, what race do we have for us here first up, I wonder?
So,
I believe it is
to really bring your curious mind to rest, it's in fact the under-19 women's quad scull, George Neary.
Oh. I'll tell you what, Josh. One of my favourite events is the under-19 women's quad scull.
Oh.
If you know me well.
I do. And I know you've been looking forward to this one all day.
I really have. I've been twiddling my thumbs all day, Josh. Just so bored. I just couldn't think of anything else. I've just been thinking about this one race.
Yeah, well, so have I. And I it's also my favourite event of the year. Better than Head of the River, yeah. Under-19 women's quad scull. Can
you tell me about it?
Well, I can tell you about it. It's for women under the age of 19 who also could be rowing a quad scull. It's unreal.
Really? Oh, God, I tell you what. Well, Josh, let me give you some of my backup knowledge on this one. I've already memorized the entirety of the lanes. So we in lane 3 we have Torrens A crew. In lane 4 we have the Torrens B crew. In lane 5 the Torrens C crew. And in lane 6 we have the Torrens D crew. Joking, it's actually the Loretto crew.
Maritville, Loretto. It's almost as if Torrens has the monopoly on this race, just about.
It really does. Statistically, Torrens make up 75% of this race, Josh.
75, that's good maths. I wouldn't have been able to do that myself, so well done, George.
Yeah, I had a calculator out here real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to pre-prepare for this one.
Yep. Well, so as we can see here, Torrens should have a good chance of taking it out here, but Loretto certainly will be working hard today to take them out.
Josh, so a bit of backup lore on this one. Just thought I'd, just give even more information. As I said before, I like to read into this specific race. So it's 2,000 meters with a gold medal time of 6:23.8.
Unbelievable. That's a very nice time. Very nice time
so
indeed.
We'll have to compare to see if maybe any of these crews come close to that gold medal time.
Most certainly. Well, it's obviously a bit hard to tell who could possibly be in the lead here, but it does look like Loretto is doing a really great job on working this race out and pushing ahead a little bit, I believe.
Josh, I believe that I can only see 3 crews in front of me right now.
I can too. Where is the other one?
I think it might not be there, Josh.
That's, you know what it could be. You know how in Harry Potter they have the invisible cloak.
Oh, I do know how they have the invisible cloak in Harry Potter.
They're playing mind tricks on the other crews.
Josh, it also could be the refraction of light. That could actually be there, but the reflection in the lens might make it appear that they're not in
most certainly. Well, in the Loretto crew, we have Mariah Murray, Charlotte Illman, Deanna McCalino, Vicky Benz, coached by the mighty and victorious Tom Dornbos. Torrance 1, we have Louisa Wagner, Sophie Butcher, Lily Keane and Imogen Graham. Torrance 2, we have Hannah Kelly, Heidi Butchman, Grace McLeod and Grace Dodson. And Torrance 3, Annalise Hicks, Holly Ellis, Mackenzie Carmichael and Lily Green.
Lovely jubbly.
Most certainly.
It does appear that the Loretto crew is pulling ahead, Josh.
It does appear appear that way. I'm very happy to see such a tight race, though, from all crews here.
Josh, what do you think is making this crew just really speed ahead here? Do you think it's their technique or the strength of their mind?
It could be a bit of both. You know, the mental game in rowing is undeniably so strong, but you know, it does look like they're rowing quite technically together, very clean, and they're very impressively. So, in all honesty, they've just they've locked down the mixture, you know.
Yeah, I definitely concur. Hopefully, this single doesn't encroach on the race anymore.
What is happening there?
He's currently in lane 1. I think he's trying to get a head start.
Well, he better watch out, because Santa's coming to town.
Oh, there seems to be a bit of a... Speaking of Santa, the colours of Torrens, as you can see, the red and white, I think they might be pushing up a little bit on Loretto. I actually can't tell which one's in front.
No, it's quite close for first, at least, as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. Looking very strong indeed.
Yeah. I think as they come a bit closer, we'll definitely be able to tell a lot more, like, as to who's currently in front. But my guess, just judging, but purely on what I can see on this screen here, I have to say, the catches of Loretto look really quick. But then again, Torrens also have a really strong finish, it seems.
It does appear that way. I would also argue Torrens is maybe rating a little bit higher, perhaps, which obviously could help them out here a little bit coming into the tail end of this race. But it does look like Loretto is pushing ahead. After all, they are coached by Tom Dornbos. Sorry.
Dornbos. Yeah, sorry. I don't pronounce that one too much either, Josh. Normally I just read it in my internal dialogue in my head.
So, you know, they've got quite a skilled coach coaching them through. So.
Also, I take it back. I think Torrens actually do have really quick catches here. I take it completely back. They're running really well.
Yeah. Well, you know, that Torrens crew slowly, in third place, is slowly falling behind a little bit. But it certainly still looks like quite a strong fight for that first place here between the Loretto and Torrens crew closest to the bank.
Yeah, in these under-19 women's quad scull races, definitely now is the make or break time. As we can see, they've come up side by side. It's all about who can make the move now. It's who makes the move first and who can hold it, I think, is going to make the winner be created in this.
They will be created if they pull hard enough.
I started and didn't think about what
you were going to say.
How to finish.
Well, I think I know what you're saying, because Loretto clearly, I think, have actually made the lift. They've made the push, and they're pushing well ahead now. It looks like a clear lead.
They've hit the nitro.
Yeah, they've hit the nitro. They've been saving it all race. They've been drifting, Tokyo drifting all around the place, and now it is full and ready to go.
Clearly, they're reaching speeds beyond the limit here. And wow, they really have hit it, haven't they? I think even if Torrens were to hit up the rating system right now, it wouldn't even bring them up beside Loretto. I think Loretto have really stolen the win already with 200 meters to go.
Yeah, most certainly. They look so strong today. They look very great, and well done to them to secure such a strong lead against the two Torrens crews.
Well, I'll tell you what, Josh, there is not a blanket between them. They'd have to have a pretty big blanket in order to encompass both crews. It's very wide.
A very large blanket. But as they say in the business, a big blanket does not cost a lot.
How many lengths do you reckon, Josh, is there between these guys?
Well, probably about 4 lengths.
I'd have to concur.
Which is very impressive from a schoolgirl crew in the under-19 women's quad scull race. So very impressive indeed.
So up next...
just to quickly interrupt. We just need to finish this race, George. Before you jump the gun.
Sorry, I'm so eager to get into the next race. I didn't even...
Well, this race is done, and just before we go to the next race, I'd just like to wish Amy's mum a happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Amy's mum.
Amy's mum is listening today, and she is a lovely woman. Never met her before, but I know that her heart is full of strength and gold.
Yeah,
and
happy birthday, Miss Pink.
Miss Pink, lovely woman. All right, as you're saying, George, moving on to the next race.
So, Josh, I already know that this one speaks to us.
It speaks to us very well.
Very well.
I wonder why, George. Could you tell us about us first?
Well, of course, because we are the more important thing here. We have rode pairs in the past.
Many a time.
Specifically the pair. Check us out on Instagram and YouTube. And that's what we're known for.
We're known for that. And what these guys are now known for is also racing the pair, because this is the under-19 men's Coxless pair.
They've taken the mantle. I think whoever wins this one really wins the hearts of everyone watching here today. Some may say it's more important than the Open Men's 8. The under-19 men's Coxless pair is really the blue ribbon event.
I couldn't agree more. So in the under-19 men's Coxless pair, we have in lane 3 Unley High.
Oh, handy.
Very handy. We got an equally handy Unley High 2 in lane 4. A Pembroke School in lane 5. Lane 6 is St. Peter's College. And lane 7 is another Pembroke School.
Ooh, so it's Unley, Pembroke, Saints, Pembroke.
Most certainly. It should be a great race. I believe Edward Chipperfield and Jake Nesbitt actually have a good bit of experience in this race, so I believe they could be the favourites.
Well, Josh, I believe was it this season that they've newly purchased some Saints pairs?
I believe it was last season.
Last season, okay.
They are beautiful in colour and beautiful in grace, just like the boys rowing them.
Definitely. I think they have taken off now. So definitely in pairs, Josh. As we both know, definitely, it's all about rhythm.
It's all about rhythm.
Yeah. So if you're able to just do everything together and in sync, that's how you get the best pair experience.
That's right. And sometimes the pair experience can be a bit rough, but if you get it right, you're off to a good start. Yeah. And it certainly appears like most crews are off to a good start. Haven't had any issues yet, but hopefully not at all.
Yeah. I think also the pair experience goes just beyond what you see in the boat. These guys definitely, they spend a lot of time together just trying to get in sync, because that's really important in this race.
That's right.
Being in sync.
You got to choose your soulmate to be in the pair with you, and that's
definitely.
And I found my soulmate in you, George. So that's
I found mine in yours as well, Josh.
A beautiful moment, truly.
Definitely.
But we got the soulmates. We got all the soulmates here. Soulmates from Unley 1. We've got Mitchell Lascombe and Jasper Boyce. We got the soulmates from Unley High 2 with Joseph Neat and Hayden Dabnier. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Soulmates from Pembroke School.
Ozan.
Ekal, Patrick Lynch, and Coach Simon Lane.
Simon Lane.
We know Simon Lane very well.
He's also rode a pair before.
He has. He's fantastic. He has a beautiful dog too. Soulmates from St. Peter's College, Edward Chipperfield and Jack Nesbitt. And the soulmates from Pembroke School, Kurt Bryce and Cooper Peter, once again, coached by Simon Lane. Simon Lane must have a real monopoly on these Pembroke crews, don't you agree? I think
definitely in this race specifically, it's a 50-50 in terms of maximum amount of crews from one club between Unley and Pembroke in this one. Both were 2.
Yes, most certainly. It's hard to tell, once again, who is in the lead here, but if I were to put my money on it, I would say could be the crew of Edward Chipperfield and Jake Nesbitt from St. Peter's College.
I would have to concur, Josh. I think it actually could be between them and Unley, based purely off what I can see from the screen here.
That's almost it's a fantastic assessment and a great analysis, George.
Thank you. Thank you very much. See, let me get my rate watch out here to see who's rating what in this race.
All right. Well, just to fill the time that George is grabbing his rate watch, I'd just like to acknowledge the sponsor of today. We got Wintech Racing, the major sponsor of our racing
Wintech Racing. I tell you what, Josh, have you ever ridden a Wintech?
I have.
So have I. How good are they?
The best boats on the market.
I tell you what, if you look at any boat that Josh and I think is successful, they're the ones rowing Wintechs.
Yeah, that's right. The best boats you could possibly buy.
That money can buy.
That money can buy. And you know what they say, the best things in life are free, and Wintechs aren't free, but they're certainly amazing, and that's all that matters.
So I just got my rate wash out here, and yeah. So let me just calculate some rates here. So just going purely off the Saints crew here. Let me just get a few strokes in before I can give an accurate description. Currently 32.5 is what I have found them to be. If we look at Pembroke to their left, they're currently going at a very solid speed of 30. And the Pembroke to their right is currently, sorry, let me just get this, at 30 as well.
Most intriguing. Well, it looks like that 30 is that sweet spot for the pair race. So yeah, it's a great effort here from the crews today.
Oh, I believe, Josh, that Unley in the furthest lane to the right seem to be going at a whopping 35, if I am not incorrect. That's the highest rate I've ever seen in a pair race.
Really?
Yeah, I don't see a lot of pair races.
We rated 40 once. So.
Yeah, we did. No one's reached that in this race yet.
No, but Edward Chipperfield and Jake Nesbitt well ahead of the pack here, being careful not to let their palms get sweaty, their knees weak, and their arms heavy, as they say.
Yeah, like you wouldn't want to obviously blow up, feel those symptoms, and maybe get vomit on your Zudi.
Yeah, that would be bad.
You get your mum's spaghetti from the carb night before.
All over yourself. You don't want that. You don't want that at all.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like that'll happen.
Well, back to reality. That has not happened. Yeah, they've paced themselves correctly in this one, Josh.
Yeah, and
they've not slowed down.
No, they haven't. And there goes gravity as they come towards the course. Come back towards the line.
They've been drawn back in, mimicking
the gravity
the
of
effects.
the line. That's correct.
At a speed, I think, greater than 9.81.
8.1?
8.1, yeah.
Yeah, it's the one.
I just know it's a 9 point.
Yep. And once again, St. Peter's with a very, very hefty lead here. Doing a great job to just successely hold off every crew here. What a lead here. That's truly, truly spectacular.
Oh, my Lord. I got to say, that really just shows the talent of these crews here. So there doesn't seem to be any wind at all. So I think the influence of, obviously, weight of the rowers, like this is basically pure effort and talent. There's nothing interfering.
That's exactly right, and that's what we like seeing: great effort and talent. Yes, and they're coming towards the line very powerfully, looking so strong in the water today. Okay, perfect. And we look across now to, I think it's Pembroke on the far side, holding second place very comfortably.
Definitely. Saints have not slowed down. They haven't done the cheeky technique of obviously getting that first place and then lightening off. They've raced it to the line.
Yeah. Well, I suspect they they're not the type of guys to take this race lightly. But if we look across to the Unley crews battling it out, both looking extremely handy today as they battle to the line, almost neck and neck.
Oh yeah, I would like to see which Unley crew gets through first, Josh. I believe it might be the one closest to us. To the line.
Yeah, they're both looking very nice though, very clean.
Actually, yeah, they're looking quite handy, aren't they, Josh?
Very handy. I think
especially around the catch.
Around the catch, I agree. The boat closest to the bank certainly looks like they're maybe a little bit cleaner, just on the sharper catches as Pembroke crosses the line now, and the final two Unley crews pushing across and taking their positions across the line.
I think no sloppy racing in that one, Josh. That was all very good quality, even from the crews who obviously did not get the top three. They even were rowing quite nicely, so it was a great race to see.
Great race all round from the under-19 men's Coxless pair, the soulmates of all crews, and well done to Edward Chipperfield and Mr. Nesbitt on that one. So, George, I will say the weather today looking, quite good. The water is substantially just very crisp, very nice, very flat.
Yeah.
The wind, significantly pi radians less windy than yesterday. But if we looked at the sky, you'll notice it's actually substantially cloudier, but that could also benefit the rowers today.
Definitely. There's like a lot more than 5.
A lot more than 5 clouds, potentially one big one.
Yeah. What kind of cloud is that one?
If I had to take a guess, I'd put my
citrus.
Citrus, yeah, it's a citrus cloud.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, or maybe an alto citrus.
Definitely, it's warming up out here today. So to all of you viewers out there, please make sure you wear your sunscreen. No matter even if you're wearing a hat or you're wearing long sleeves, make sure you apply that sunscreen, and you don't want to get hurt out there, even with these citrus clouds overhead.
And as the ad once said, slip, slop, and slap.
Slap that sunscreen on.
That's right, and get a hat on and slip on some shades. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely concur, Josh.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, George.
You're most welcome.
Take a guess as to what we got up next, George.
Well, considering last race was race 134, I think this one might be 135.
You know what? It correlates directly to 135.
Oh, it does.
It's the Schoolboy Cox Quad Scull final.
Oh, the 2,000 metre race.
The 2,000 metre race.
Oh, God, didn't even think.
Should have known.
I really should have. I should have been up to date on my lore of this one.
Yeah.
So, Josh, tell me about this Schoolboy Cox Quad.
Well, you'll see it's actually quite a packed race indeed. We got 7 lanes, 7 entries.
Ooh, there seems to be a scratch in the 8th entry there, Josh.
There does appear to be a scratch from Pulteney Grammar 2, but in lane 1 we have Scotch College Adelaide. In lane 2, Norwood Morialta. Lane 3, Prince Alfred College. Next to them is the direct rivals of St. Peter's College. Norwood Morialta in lane 5. Lane 6 is Scotch College, and lane 7, Pulteney Grammar. And yes, lane 8 was a scratch from the second Pulteney Grammar crew.
So I believe that this one's the so this is the final. So I think the A and B crews from all boys schools have been shuffled into this one. It appears, Josh.
Is that the case?
I believe it to be the case. This that was the case for the under 17s schoolgirl Cox Quad.
Right. Okay. Well, that's most certainly very interesting. Do we believe? I believe that St. Peter's crew is in fact coached by Mr. Tim Dizzle Prince.
Oh yes, Tim Dizzle Prince.
I could be wrong, but yeah, Tim Prince on the grind today, doing God's work and supporting all the crews around, which is just a lovely thing to see.
Yeah, and it's a lovely thing to see from coaches, just taking a lot of pride and care in their athletes.
Most certainly.
Yeah, so this one goes out to you, coaches.
Yeah, you're doing God's work.
You didn't see me, but I did a little fist bump to all of you. So
yeah, he did. It was more of a horizontal fist pump, but nonetheless, it was very strong and very graceful.
As opposed to a vertical one, where that'd be it.
It'd be quite a victorious one.
Yeah.
Air punch, yeah. As opposed to that, we're going to switch back over to race talk now.
And they're off.
They're off. They are moving at a rate of knots. just like the wind, moving quick and strong.
So, already it's really hard to tell, Josh.
Unbelievable. It's almost as if we say it every time.
It's some may call it a reoccurring theme, Josh. But that's what makes racing so interesting. You don't know who's going to win until it's right at the end. See, it's almost an exponential growth of excitement in the viewer.
Yeah, most certainly. And it's so fun to watch these races. You know, on the live stream, it's a great way to be in the environment and be in the environment and be in the atmosphere without actually coming to the venue. So yeah, it's thank you all who are watching at home on the live stream.
And let's see those comments pop up there. I want to see some comments in the YouTube live stream. So anyone who may be watching, you can even be here at the course today. Feel free to chuck us a comment, and we may even read it out.
Yeah, we can answer some questions. Yeah,
answer some questions. Give us some questions. Yeah. We'd love to answer
do a bit of a Q&A for you guys.
Yeah.
But as we switch back to the racing now, looks like the middle lanes look like it's fairly a good strength from them. And as yesterday, looking back at our Year 8 maths lessons, a standard distribution, that bell curve, we said yesterday.
Definitely, Josh. I almost called it a standard deviation, which is not correct. Standard deviation
is
distribution.
Distribution. Deviation's incorrect.
Yes. So just looking. So something I like to look at, Josh, is catches. I love catches.
I do too.
I know everyone says, look, you shouldn't care about catches too much because there's a lot of more important things. But I think maybe catches are important.
Catches are the bee's knees of all technical abilities.
I think it's the building blocks of the culture of the sport. So now let's look at some catches.
Yeah. Okay.
So looking at the from left to right, it appears that the catches are looking I think maybe a little bit unbalanced. Maybe the wind. Looking at the flags in front of us, a little bit of a crosswind has appeared. Maybe the weather on the left side of the course, from our perspective, is just not that great.
Yeah, well, it certainly might not be, and I'd be curious to see what it is up there at the starting, what it's like up there at the starting line. But of course, we're not too sure. Would be lovely if we had almost a drone-like thing.
Actually, I was riding my bike the other day, and I saw a drone.
Really?
Of course, yeah. I want to know. I'm really curious as to who owns it.
Another cool thing would be like a submarine kind of drone that goes under the water and looks up under the water and
like that Wildy video.
That one Wildy video last season. That's right.
Yeah, it was last season.
Yeah, under the water.
That was a really cool shot.
It was
actually.
I wish it came out a little bit clearer, but it's.
Yeah, if only the cameraman had a bit of scuba experience.
If only. Well, I'm sure he does now.
Yeah, he's definitely learned his lesson.
Scuba Steve, or Snoomer Steve, as we call him in the business.
So back to the race. Wow, it appears that earlier when Saints appeared to be in front, it is now that assumption has been
confirmed.
Crossed out, Josh. It appears that it's a bit more of a battle. It's a bit more complex than that. It appears that I believe, is it Norwood Moriata?
It looks like it could possibly be Norwood Moriata. Fighting Saints here.
Giving them a run for their money in the final.
This is the final. This is very exciting to watch. I'm certainly, my eyes are open and wide to see Norwood Moriata cross the line, hopefully in a fantastic position.
Yeah, I'm not missing out on any of this, Josh. And at any point, anyone could start their sprint. I'm not going to blink for the rest of this race.
I was about to say, I'm not blinking.
Yeah, me neither.
I haven't blinked for 10 minutes now. And we move across to another 10 minutes of not blinking as we watch Norwood push to the line as they pass the 500 metres very close to the St. Peter's crew.
Hopefully it's only only under 2 minutes of not blinking here. Hopefully under a minute 45 of not blinking.
Hopefully. As they obviously a split of a minute 45 would
Josh, I think Saints have gone back in front. I think Norwood Moriata had the lead before, but now Saints they've really stepped on the gas here.
They have stepped on the gas. The turbo has been switched on, and I bet that Coxen, that voice has increased in volume by an exponential quantity, unmeasurable by any device.
Definitely.
But as we look across to Norwood, though, they do look like they're picking the rate up a bit, and that Coxen, as I said about the St. Peter's crew, They're stepping on the gas, and he wants that crew to win. He wants to get across that line before the Saints crew.
I think, wow, they've both crews have really stepped it up here. I think definitely the power's come up from Saints, and the rate has come up from Norwood.
It has.
Which one will reign supreme?
Honestly, it looks like St. Peter's is winning here, but we can see on the bank the Nord Morialta club is going down to the bank to support their crew and giving everything they can.
Yeah, let's hear some cheers here, people.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic.
Oh, look at that. Look how clean they're rowing.
Such a tight race here, and it's fantastic to see two fantastic schools so close in the last 250 meters.
They've really given them a run for their money. Oh, another little battle here. Norwood versus PAC. Place.
Oh my God.
Who's going to get it? I think Norwood.
It could be anyone at this point.
I actually think it could be anyone's game. It's just whoever's going to push harder.
This is a fantastic race to watch.
Photo finish here. Let's see, Josh.
Oh, it's Norwood in front, taking third place, I believe. It's going to be close.
I'm very close to the screen right now, Josh.
You're putting breath marks all over the screen.
Sorry, lean it back up.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
Norwood taking third place, with fourth place being PAC. A beautiful race from all crews here, and that magnificent fight for those higher end positions here.
And then just rowing through here is a Pony Grabber A crew. Just through here to the finish. That's Scotch now, but Pony.
That's Scotch, yeah, that's Scotch.
Well, I mean, Pony will eventually appear on screen.
Yeah, they're coming. Yes, it's that's a lovely sound. Okay, well,
the sound of the bow ball crossing that finish line. Tell you what, that sound of the beep
at the line, at the start line, or the finish line.
Finish line.
Nothing more satisfying.
Nothing more satisfying. Although sometimes it can be a bit demoralizing if you're not where you want to be.
What they should do is when the winner crosses the line, it should be a different beat. It should be a victorious beat, like a kind of thing.
Yeah, like just to really reward them a bit more.
Yeah,
they should get a symbol there. Someone standing, crashing it.
That'd be cool. And the other thing, another really cool thing to do would be at Nationals. You know how they played the Avengers theme song over and over and over.
Yes, just for 24 hours at a time.
24 hours at a time. It's because they had every time they did the medal ceremony, it's like Avengers.
Right? Yeah, Avengers theme song. Those had the Pirates of the Caribbean a few years before that. Well, I say a year before that. They had the Pirates of the Caribbean.
They had the Pirates of the Caribbean.
They did. They must have bought the rights to it, I think.
Would have been expensive, millions of dollars. And what I think they should have had is a pair of swords on the pontoon.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 sets of medals, 3 people on the pontoon.
They have to fight out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they should also do that and then have 2 sets of ergs there, and you got to do like a 500-meter sprint
and a sword battle
at the same time.
That would be
It's
sick.
like the ergs next to each other. You can only row with one hand, and you got a sword with the other.
That would be unreal.
So the race is underway here, and it appears that Josh, what's this race? Because I can't see.
If I had to take a guess and rearrange some letters on a page and do my Wordle for the day, my Wordle guess would be the under-17 men's double scull.
The under-17 men's double scull.
That's 5 letters, 5 words.
For a bit more than 5 crews here, Josh.
A bit more than 5?
Total of 8.
Total of 8.
Every single lane, apart from the travel lane, has been filled with a racer.
And this is very exciting because it is the final of the 2,000-meter race. And we look towards the crews. We're going to list off those lanes, George.
So because this is the under-17s men's double scull, this is the interlevel, I believe, Josh.
It is. And it's always very exciting to watch those interlevels because that's when they start to gain the wealth of experience.
I think it's that sort of bridging age between being a junior, sort of starting off, obviously not too serious, and seniors, where it's a little bit more serious.
You're dipping your toes into the water.
Yeah,
and discovering it's a bit warm.
Yeah, you'll at this point depends if you want to go knee deep or just toe deep. It all really just depends.
Most certainly. Well, George, do you want to start us off? Who's in lane 1?
I would love to answer that question. right now, Josh. It's Unley. It's Unley High, their B crew. So
and
they have a total of 2 crews in this race. Just a little bit of lore for you.
Yep.
And the other crew is in lane 3. But let's not get out of chronological order here. So it starts off with Unley.
Yep.
And then Saints. And then Unley again in lane 3. And then lane 4, PAC. Lane 5, Nord. Lane 6, St. Peter's College. Lane 7, Pulteney Grammar. And lane 8, Nord again.
Amazing. Well, it does look like Norwood is going to be quite a threat today to any of those leading crews. They look like they've been very strong.
Definitely.
And this could be very exciting to watch, most certainly.
I was going to say, Josh, apart from PAC, it appears that every club in this race has 2 races. Two boats.
Two boats.
Two boats. I see it. I say races, I mean boats. So
racers, is that what you mean as well?
Yeah, that's
like
what I mean.
Two competitors.
Yes. 2 spots. Anyway, so it appears that it's Unley, Saints, and Norwood and Pulteney have 2 crews each.
2 crews each. That's very exciting, and hopefully we can see some very powerful racing from them all. Are you confirming that there's 2?
I'm just confirming the maths on that one because so there's definitely 2 Unleys, there's 2 Saints.
And there's only 1 PSC.
There's only 1 PAC.
So you were wrong.
2. Oh, I said that.
Yeah, take off your headset. You're wrong. Anyway, we switch back to being in race mode here, and the race has started. They're coming down the course and reaching the 1,000 meter mark. It does look like as if it could be lane 6 in the lead, potentially with St. Peter's College 1 with Walsh, M. Walsh and A. Young in the lead here, potentially.
Josh, I was incorrect. I found the rat in the system. There's only 1 Pulteney Grammar crew in this one.
Oh.
But it is their B crew. So it appears that their first entry didn't make the final.
Potentially, but sometimes it's not all chronological order. Sometimes it's alphabetical, and that looks like it isn't alphabetical. But it doesn't matter because we're here to race today, and that's all that matters.
That is all that matters, Josh. And tell you what, they're out here doing it.
They're doing it, and it certainly does look like the crews closest to the bank are putting up a good fight here. But it does look like St. Peter's in the lead.
Definitely the center of the course here seems to be that fast lane. It appears it's like a highway where the left lane is for the sort of
the overtaking.
The overtaking.
Oh, the slow left lane.
Slow lane, but the middle appears to be that overtaking.
Most certainly, and
they are overtaking, Josh.
They're moving with speed, shifting gears, as they say in the industry.
The F1 industry.
The F1 industry, correct, and. It does look like St. Peter's is doing quite a fantastic job.
So it is, from what I can see, Saints in first currently with PAC not too far behind them, and third place is anyone's guess. Could be the other Saints crew, could be the Nord crew, could be the other Nord crew.
Actually, I believe in the lead could actually be Unley High. I think we might have gotten our colours. We got our colours mixed up.
It appears, yeah, we did.
Unley High is in the lead. St. Peter's is not. And I apologise for that error.
Wow, I made that error too.
For the boys who might, or the parents who might be listening now and might be listening back at this as they watch their race again after the day's
How could we be so silly, Josh? Clearly it's Unley. In first place here.
Unley with Mr. P. Lee and N. Lissou.
Looking pretty handy.
So yes.
So Unley have been known to actually have some pretty handy people come through every now and then, like Mitch Reinhardt. He was an Unley boy, and he was also a sassy boy. So
is that so?
He was. He was quite high up in the chain of command.
Yes. Well, as we look across now, coming to the last 250. We have Unley doing a superb job. The fight for second place is so extremely, indubitably close.
Unley want it hard here, I can tell. They're just holding off. I think they'll hold off right to the finish.
I think Unley will, but does look like second place could potentially go to PSC, but the fight is being brought to them.
Oh, I think they had a bit of an early lead here, and now they're just holding them off, just hopefully getting to that finish.
Look at that. Such power and grace coming from
every
come
on,
crew.
Unley! They just got to push all the way down to the finish.
Yeah, only I
They had
think
a little
have
crowd
got
there,
it.
I saw.
Really? That's unbelievable.
They just got to make it. That Stroke is not squaring his blade. Now he is.
And they're going to cross the line in first. They've crossed the line.
That was so much heart there. That was so much heart.
That's right. Only have taken the win on that race there for the under-17 men's double scull.
With PAC
coming second and Saints in third. And for the minor places, quite a strong race as well for the rest of the crews. So congratulations to them on their excellent work today.
Definitely.
Only just finishing up that race there as well.
Wow, I got to say, Josh, clearly, from what I could see, the crews coming in second, third, fourth, they were looking really clean. But only in first place may not have been as clean, but they definitely had a lot more heart, it seems. They definitely pulled really hard.
Their mental capabilities seem to really be quite strong and on point, really sending it through as that, I believe that final crew crosses the line.
Up next, Josh.
Oh,
what is it?
You know what it is, George. I've been looking forward to this race all
I
day.
have as well, Josh. It is the under-17 women's single scull. I've been looking forward to this one.
An amazing race. We have, you wouldn't believe it, 3 wilderness girls in this final.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, we have the mighty Jeevster, the Jeevinator.
The Jeevinator in lane 2.
In lane 2, St. Peter's Girls. In lane 3 with G. Wakeham.
The G.
The G.
G.
Mud G. Lane 4, Pembroke School.
L. Townsend.
L. Townsend.
Coach S. Ross.
Yes. Lane 5, Wilderness School with Lulu Detmold Cox.
And in lane 6 with Margie Tucker.
Insane. Lane 7, Nord Moriata. With A. Chia and coached by BT.
BT.
Lane 8, Nord Moriata 2 with E. Harris, coached by A. Smith and BT.
Ooh.
So double coaching action.
Yeah, really just like ganging up on that second Moriata single.
Most certainly.
As we come down the course here, it appears they're in the first 500, Josh, would you say?
First 500, certainly. Certainly not the last 500. I can assure you that.
Yeah. The confusion is real.
The confusion is real.
And
yeah.
It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell. You wouldn't believe it, but it is indubitably difficult to tell. What? Who's where?
In these sorts of races, definitely so with my experience in sort of like the lighter weight sort of categories, definitely as you can see in the under-17 women's scull, definitely different from the open men's scull. It seems that the field is a lot more a lot closer, it seems, generally.
Yeah.
Someone's just commented, "Go Margie Tucker." Go Margie.
Yeah, most certainly.
On the live stream, they've commented.
Yeah.
So someone hasn't come past and told us to say that. So, really, I think in this sort of race, Josh, it just depends on who can really just stay on top of their speed, because it is one of the longest races, 2,000 meters, and in a single scull, one of the slowest boats.
Very, very long race today.
Yeah.
Being under 17 as well. Those younger age groups don't quite have the maximum speed yet that they could possibly achieve, but they're working hard, and it's going to be a long race, but a tough one, but certainly the most rewarding.
Definitely. I think as we progress through this race, people will just sort of back off a little bit, and it's all psychological. So you can push further than you think you can, and it's all about who can see that they can push to their limit and is not prepared to back off.
Most
so
certainly.
If you get that early sort of lead, you're a lot more likely to hold
out here push and pee, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, pushing that lead, push and pee.
Push and pee. Looks like it's quite a close field here. So close you'd be able to throw a blanket. Not, a reasonably sized blanket.
Reasonably large blanket, I'd say, but not a small one.
Not a small blanket at all. But you could cover them with a coarse-sized blanket.
Definitely.
Most certainly.
2,000 meter blanket.
2,000 meter blanket. And it's a bit hard to tell, especially who's in the lead here with these smaller boats. But it does look like it's, yes, very close among the field.
It appears from what I can see, the center of the field in, is that lane 5? Who's in lane 5? Lulu, Detmold, Cox. I think appears to be in the lead. It's between that and lane 4 with Scotch. Pembroke. With Pembroke.
It's very exciting to see such a lovely group pushing themselves to the limit.
Absolute limit. Full velocity.
Most certainly.
I think, so I think it may be lane 5 ahead, followed by lane 4, and then third place seems to be lane 3.
Is that so?
That's my theory.
Well, it's
what's yours?
Well, I mean, with a quantitative analysis on that statement, I could possibly agree with you. It does look like the Wilderness crew of Lulu is Lulu Detmold Cox is ahead here, absolutely driving it through with a lovely rate and looking quite strong.
Well, I can tell from here that it appears lane 5 is rowing in a Felipe.
Felipe?
Yeah, I can tell from here. Yeah, you can see if you zoom in and enhance the footage that there's a little Felipe sign.
A little Felipe sign.
Yeah.
Well, with AI technology that we have today, we can't zoom in as much as that
as we require.
And we can enhance to a great degree.
Definitely.
Most certainly. But if this were filmed in the even the 80s, the 90s, or early 2000s, we wouldn't be able to enhance it to that degree.
We would not. We'd just be able to go off face value, what we see in front of us. No further analysis.
No. All right, we're moving into the last 750 meters here.
They're still so close together, Josh.
They are. And I'm so happy to see that.
Definitely lane 5, Lulu has pulled ahead here. And I think it appears that Pembroke, not to speak ill, but have dropped off a little bit. It appears the rest of the field's caught up with Pembroke a bit.
It does. It could be that way, but it still does look like they're quite confident, although the St. Peter's Girl crew of G. Wakeham does look like she's pushing ahead now on that Pembroke crew.
I would definitely concur, Josh.
But it does seem like that Pembroke crew might still hold on to their position now. It's going to be a tight one, most certainly.
See, I'm almost just gobsmacked, wordless here. I'm so into the screen. I just want to see what's going to happen, Josh. See, they're all going up at a constant speed, it appears, and I want to see, is anything going to happen? Is anyone going to start pushing at the 500, perhaps, or even the 250?
Well, you know what to say. It's this race is the race of a lifetime, and I think Lulu has been training herself since the young age of probably, since she was born, just for this moment. And
I think
it's paying off. It's paying off.
Every domino has been hit here to lead to this moment.
It has been, and you'd almost be kicking yourself if you didn't work that hard. And
definitely,
it's paid off, and she is absolutely sending it down the course.
Clearly pushing herself to the limit. There's never going to be another under-17 women's single scull for the 2022
state
championships. This is the only time this is going to happen, Josh.
Only time.
So to secure this medal is such a big ordeal.
Yeah, most certainly. And if you look back towards the rear of the field, we do have Pembroke in second, St. Peter's in third. The battle for fourth between the Wilderness crew of Margie Tucker and the Norwood crew of A. Chia, coached by BT. Does look like it's very tight, but it does look like potentially the Norwood Marietta crew could be coming through to take fourth place.
I could not agree more, Josh. It definitely appears that Lulu's going to steal the
victory here,
the lead here, followed by L.
Look at
Townsend.
Yes, truly spectacular effort from all athletes today. Margie Tucker trying to pick it up as she enters the last 200 meters now. Ooh. Looking very powerful. Look at those catches from Margie.
Oh my God! Look at them.
Oh, she's lifted the rate.
Rate's up. Pembroke in second. Who's in third?
Third is St. Peter's girl.
Yes. Made the podium.
Oh, This is going to be so tight.
Who's going to
for
get that
fourth place.
spot?
Does look like Margie Tucker is up. Margie Tucker's moving.
Moving through.
And fourth place is going to go to Wilderness, with Norwood taking fifth place.
Coached by BT.
Well done from them. Great effort.
And then crossing the finish line now, it appears to be Wilderness Crew Jeevan.
The Jeevanator doing a fantastic work.
And finally, crossing the line is Norwood again, coached by A. Smith and BT.
BT's all over it.
He truly is. He's all over it like a blanket. Like white on rice.
Like white on rice. Stink on a monkey, even.
There's another race here, Josh. They're already pretty much at the 500.
That was very quick.
Caught up quick.
Do you know what that race is? It's the under-16 men's single scull.
It appears that way, Josh.
And it's
only 1,000 meters here, Josh. It appears the next few races
all master races are 1,000 meters.
Yeah. So this one's under 16. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4 1,000 meters.
Okay, well, as we look outside, it's such a close battle for first place.
Oh my God, for first place, nonetheless.
My heart rate is
beating,
almost at 200. My cardio is done for the day.
Yeah, I'm sweating like a mouse in a mousetrap here.
Sweating like I'm been covered in Glad wrap and shown a terrible, terrible image of a mousetrap trapping a mouse.
I'm sweating like my heart rate's at like 200.
Oh, insane. As PAC,
I'm sweating like I'm watching this race right now.
PAC is moving across the line.
They've hit the nitro here.
Nitro's on.
They've dropped the mic.
Very, very comfortable as we have Adelaide Uni now in second place and another PAC crew in third.
PAC. If the win was a personified object, they've stolen it. They've stolen the win.
Personification of winning.
PAC.
Who's
going to come second?
Pushing up now on second place.
Oh my God.
Adelaide Uni looking across to that PSC.
They're not giving up.
Boatman.
They're not giving up.
They're not giving up.
They're going to keep going to the collapse.
Oh my God! It looks like Adelaide Uni might hold this one.
Oh, I think they have. They've pushed through. Who's going to come?
And Port
third?
Adelaide, I believe. Very close for that second place rating.
This has been such a close field, Josh. I've almost lost track of who's where.
So have I. It's unbelievable how great everyone is doing in these races.
Yeah, genuinely, the quality is immense.
And that race is done. Congratulations to those who raced in that crew, and well done to those POC boys giving it their all.
I concur.
Most certainly.
Now it is another 1,000-meter race, Josh. The Masters Men's Coxed 4.
Remember how you said yesterday how what goes up must come down?
Yes.
Well, what's going up is they're no longer under 16. They are now older than that. They're going up in age to the Masters Men's Coxed 4. And you know what's coming down? Those men down the course. They're coming down the course, and it's going to go very quick.
All right, so we're done here. We're giving you back to Phil.
Yep. Have a lovely...
thanks for having us. We're going to quickly swap over before the end of this race. Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much. See you later.
2 years in a row you've done it.
Yeah.
Three, we have Adelaide Uni. In lane 4, Torrens. They're rowing off 31 seconds. And then 2 Riverside crews in lane 5, rowing off 25 seconds, and Riverside in lane 6, rowing off 30. And, well, it looks to be a jolly good race too.
The Adelaide Uni crew are out in front, and I see that they have Rick Armstrong stroking their crew. And I don't know if you remember early in the day we mentioned that Rick was having a bit of fun in the single scull, that race that he won, and that's actually the first single scull race he's ever won.
Oh.
So at the age of 70, he won his first ever race. And Rick started his rowing career as a youth back in New Zealand where he lives, so he's been around rowing for a long time. But he won his first sculling race, and he's stroking the Adelaide Uni crew that's winning, that's in front at this stage in this Masters Men's 4.
And it's a jolly close race too. They're I think, going to win, but Riverside are pushing strongly in second position, followed by Torrens and followed by the second Riverside crew, and good solid rowing too. When we were calling before, Phil, the water was lovely and smooth, but there's just a bit of a little ripple now. The breeze has come up a fraction.
Yes, we've got a sea breeze. It's going to give. It's blowing the correct direction for most of our rowers. Most of them prefer a bit of a tailwind, and that's what the breeze will be for the rest of the afternoon, I predict, Rob.
So that was race 139, the Masters Men's Cox 4 over 1,000 metres. Adelaide Uni winning that, followed by Riverside, then Torrens, and then the second Riverside crew were in fourth position.
Just we're back on the air as thanks to Josh and George that were doing the commentary for the last hour. Bit of some young voices with some different ideas and methods, so hope you enjoyed that. But just a message to reminder to everyone on the course. We remind everyone here that masks are mandatory. A condition for the regatta to go ahead from the health department was that a condition for schools to be included in this regatta. Both those things were important to remember to wear masks when you're not racing. COVID marshals are here to remind you and assist with compliance. Please wear your mask, except when you're sitting and eating or drinking, of course, and when you're racing. But we do remind you to comply with the health regulations that we were given permission to run this regatta, that masks are mandatory. Thank you very much.
And two very pleasant fellows wandering the course in bright yellow shirts, just reminding us to put on our masks, and they're doing their job, which is a difficult one, very, very pleasantly. And of course, I want to remind you that Wintec Racing are a wonderful sponsor of Rowing SA and the 2022 South Australian State Championships. And of course, this whole regatta is being live streamed, which is very exciting. I believe this is the second year that's been done, and so for those of you at home or wherever who are watching the live broadcast and of this regatta, hello to you. Great to have your company here this afternoon at the 2022 South Australian State Championships. Phil Mangelsdorf and Rob McLennan with you behind the microphone this afternoon.
And the next race will be, in fact, a bracket of Masters races. We've got two divisions of the women's Masters double sculls. In the first one, in the first double scull, we've got Goolwa, Torrens, Adelaide, Murray Bridge, Torrens, Riverside and Phoenix. They're very similar age groups, and there's only 8 seconds between the front marker and the back markers.
So in lane 1 we have Goolwa with Steph Wildren and Kate Tebneff. Torrens in lane 3 with Tori Toogood and Simone Ellis. Adelaide in lane 4 with Tarja Klotz and Shannon LeBlanc. From Murray Bridge in lane 5, Bernadette O'Neill and Kelly Tarnby. Torrens in lane 6 with Susie Ross and Angie Francu. Riverside in lane 7 with Melanie Innes and Iriana Pagani. And Phoenix in lane 8 with Emily Layden and Henrietta Shepherd. And this is the Masters Women's Double Division 1 over 1,000 metres, and they're well and truly underway, Phil.
I can see 7 boats there. Is that the right count? Yeah, that's correct. So they're all there and racing. Well done, Rob. So a drifting start off the 1,000 metres, and with the different time handicap start, it's always best to watch and wait from about halfway through the event. You'd expect the masters to sort of start closing their handicap times, and a close contest in the second half of the race.
So Phil, the Torrens crew comfortably out in front. And in fact, I'd say Torrens are coming first and second at the moment.
And both very accomplished pair or double scull rowers in both those Torrens boats. Experienced masters. I think it's Susie Ross and Angie Franco in front, and Toria Toogood and Simone Ellis in the other boat.
And Gulwa in third spot. Nice to see a country crew doing so well.
They've been long time South Australian competitors, Steph Wilden and Kate Tebneff from Gulwa. They represent their club very well and very often. They're in third place here, ahead of Phoenix on the far side. Then you've got the Adelaide crew, Riverside and Murray Bridge in that order. So Torrens Toogood, the Torrens crew of Susie Ross and Angie Franco.
Win comfortably in lane 6.
Yep. From their club mates.
Tory Toogood and Simone Ellis.
Correct.
Yep.
Thanks, mate.
Followed by the Gulwa crew in third position with Steph Wilden and Kate Tebneff. So that was race 140, the Masters Women's Double Division 1, 1,000 metres, and Division 2 following very shortly. And in fact, they're underway.
So in this race, we've got Riverside off go in lane 2, then Riverside in lanes 3 and 4. The two crews are off 13 seconds handicap. Phoenix are in lane 5. They have a 21-second handicap. The Galway crew in lane 6 were off go, and the other crew is the lane 7 crew from Port Adelaide. They had to give away 27 seconds to the front markers.
In lane 2 we have Riverside with Leslie Lewis and Chili Parker. In lane 3 Riverside with Janet Lawrenson and Naomi Ray. Riverside in lane 4 Anne Pennington and Claire Sweeney. Phoenix with Tony Milne and Caroline Masrad, and they're in lane 5. Gulwa, Diane Tebneff and Jackie Woodhead in lane 6, and Port Adelaide crew lane 7, Colette Barry and Alison Smith. The Masters Women's Double over 1,000 metres, Division 2.
So looking for famous rowers, Chili Parker in the crew closest to us. Chili was a international representative for West Germany in the days when the wall was there dividing the country. So she's a international rep for West Germany before she came to live in Australia. Then go right across to the other side of the field, and Alison Smith from Port Adelaide is an Australian representative. Alison rowed for Australia in the last time we had rowing in the Commonwealth Games. She raced in the women's pair at the Commonwealth Games in 1986 in Edinburgh in Scotland. I was at that regatta and saw Alison racing for Australia in the Commonwealth Games, and she did also, of course, represent this state. I coached Alison in a couple of South Australian women's state crews that were quite good contenders for medals in those couple of years that Alison was in the South Australian state women's crew. And she and Colette Barry have got their Port Adelaide boat running very nicely, and they've already passed a couple of the boats that they were the back markers, so they've passed a couple of the crews, and they're starting to threaten the Riverside leading boats.
So Port Adelaide out in front. And then the two Riverside crews.
Then it's Phoenix and Goolwa in the 4th and 5th spots.
Yes, yes. So one of the Riverside crews obviously dropped out. There was to be 3. So Port Adelaide are going to win comfortably. And then...
well, the race is on for second and third between the two Riverside clubmates and rivals.
Yes.
And another battle between Phoenix and Goolwa for the 4th and 5th.
Yes, I think lane 2 with Leslie Lewis and Chili Parker are going to get second position. They'll just hang on, I think.
But no doubt about the winner, the Port Adelaide crew are crossing the line. So a win to Port Adelaide in the 2nd division of Masters Women's Double Scull. Alison Smith and Colette Barry, coached by Brenton Terrell.
And gosh, that was a close race between the two Riverside crews for 2nd and 3rd position.
Yeah, we couldn't call that one, so you'll be able to get the official results when they come through. Our volunteers will put those results on the World Wide Web. They'll be available as soon as they're given the all clear from the officials and judges.
Race 142 is the under-21 men's Cox 4. It's over 2,000 metres. In lane 4, Adelaide University with Nick Burr, Ben Ashman, Jeremy Beale, Heath McLeod and Aidan Hughes as the Cox, coached by Sam Morton. Pulteney Grammar in lane 5, David Perry, Xavier Buccarali, Samuel Darker, William Thompson, Talia Herbst is the Cox, and two coaches to move them along, Anthony Patterson and Dario Sportelli. And Norwood Morialta Higher in lane 6 with Raynon Whitford, Hindby Moon, Jean Flower, Oliver Evans Wood. Jack Evans Wood is the Cox, and the coach is Bryson Salter. 2,000 metres, the under-21 men's Cox 4, race 142.
So we're back to state championships. This is another South Australian state championship race, the under-21 men's Coxed 4. And those boats are all underway, all 3 boats racing safely. At the moment they're in lane order, so we're looking at the screen. Those of you who have watching this on the live stream, the closest lane is Adelaide Uni, followed by Pulteney, followed by Norwood Morialta in that order.
Yes, that makes it easy. 1, 2, 3.
They haven't gone through the halfway mark yet, so in a 2,000 metre race things can change. Certainly the early leader is the Adelaide Uni crew.
So Phil, were there heats of this yesterday?
No, this is a straight final, just the 3 entries.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Next couple of races are like that. We go to 145 as the next one that had heats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there'll be 8s that are going to the start for the women's under 19-8, which just has the 8 entries, so that'll be a single 1 race final.
So the race underway is race 142, the under-21 men's Cox 4, 3 crews over 2,000 metres. Adelaide Uni is in lane 4, Pulteney Grammar in 5, and Norwood Morialta High in lane 6. And Adelaide Uni comfortably in front. And I would suggest that Pulteney is in second position, but only just got their nose in front of Norwood Morialta High, perhaps possibly a canvas at this stage.
Yes, the Adelaide Uni crew are well out in front and controlling the pace and the race. But there's a real battle on for the second and third placing, those two crews.
Yes.
Their ratings up and they're decent splash and catch. They're having a real battle. They know that there's not much between them. The Pulteney crew just in front of Norwood Morialta. But they're going to take it all the way to the line, I can see from just the way they're racing now. We've got to pay tribute to the leaders and, barring accidents, the winners. The sweep 4 of the Adelaide Uni crew in the under-21 men's Coxed 4 are clearly out in front and got a nice big clear water lead as they head towards the finish line.
And rowing very strongly and cleanly.
Those other two crews, you can see they're still battling to the line.
They sure are.
No one's giving up there.
No, Pulteney's still retaining that lead in second position, but Norwood Morialta are certainly making a red-hot go of it. But I think Pulteney's going to hang on. Yes, I think they will too. I think they're just starting to draw away. Yes, Pulteney's going to win by a length. And well done to them. Well, it's an action-packed program that we have for you this afternoon. And race 143 is the under-21 women's quad scull. Again, over 2,000 metres. In lane 4, we've got Torrens with Lily Green, Heidi Buckman, Hannah Kelly and Grace Dobson. Adelaide's in lane 5 with Sam Walker, Madison Cook-Palm, Grace Seppel and Georgina Tager. And in lane 6, another Torrens crew with Louisa Wagner, Sophie Butcher, Lily Keane and Imogen Graham. The under-21 women's quad scull over 2,000 metres, race 143. Just the 8 there.
Where would you think?
Ah. While we're waiting for race 143, I should just acknowledge the sponsors of this wonderful regatta and rowing SA. Low Farms are proudly owned, family-owned and located just 20 minutes north of Gawler, producing premium hay, chaff, grain and straw grown on the Adelaide Plains. Wintec Racing, they're a supporter of this event. Head on and off the water, Wintec Racing are proud of their innovative, environmentally sustainable approach to boat building. Largs Bay and Seaton Swim Centres, and no matter what the season, even if it's cold or windy outside, Largs Bay Swim Centre specialise in teaching children to swim in our 25-metre heated swimming pool, to swim in a comfortable indoor environment all year round. And the Seaton Swim Centre offers a wide variety of swim classes, including lessons for children and adults, fitness, aqua aerobics and quad training. And we also have sponsors from Hayley Satari. She's a property consultant for Harris Real Estate and a founder of Crucial Women in Construction, and she's a very proud supporter of Rowing SA. Fulham Funerals, and Fulham Funerals believe honouring the life of your loved one is about the relationship you shared. Their experience, combined with our attention to detail in making all necessary arrangements, means that you can pay special tribute to your loved one, regardless of culture or faith, and these tributes permit you to grieve, laugh, love, and begin to live again. And Tap Electrical, who have a rich tradition of servicing Adelaide residential property, commercial and property management, their clients with a customer-centric focus, and they've got a reputation for delivering Adelaide's best electrician experience. All wonderful sponsors of this regatta and Rowing SA. And Phil, this regatta's underway. When I say regatta, this race, the under-21 women's quad scull.
And they've approaching the halfway mark now. I think the Torrens crew that's furthest across the lake, the crew of Louisa Wagner, Sophie Butcher, Lily Keane and Imogen Graham, have a slight lead over the Adelaide crew, and then the Torrens crew closest to the camera and closest to the club rooms is in third place. So a quad sculling race, each rower has 2 oars, and they won't have a coxswain, it's just the 4 rowers, one of them probably steering the boat with a rudder attached to the foot stretcher where their shoes are, and that's how they steer the boat. With the lanes all buoyed, it makes life very easy, well, comparatively easy for steering and these racing boats. As we race backwards, we need to keep an eye on those buoys to know what lane they're in.
Yes, it'd be different on the Torrens River.
Yeah, we have to go around the bends and through the bridges. And the umpire's boat, as well as following the race and acting as a rescue boat, they will warn the rowers if they in fact do anything dangerous with their steering. So they've got a multi-purpose job. The boat following the race has got an umpire to see that there's fair racing. They're also a rescue boat, but they will help the people out if the rowers out if they look like having a crash or of any sort. They don't actually steer the boat. They won't tell the people. They won't help them to steer for their racing, but they'll certainly tell them if they is in some sort of danger. But this is an easy race to call. The crew from lane 6 is leading. Louisa Wagner, Sophie Butcher, Lily Keane and Imogen Graham. They're leading from the Adelaide crew of Sam Walker, Madison Cook-Palm, Grace Seppelt and Georgina Tager. And then the other Torrens crew of Lily Green, Heidi Butchman, Hannah Kelly and Grace Dodson is in third place.
And the distances are almost identical between 1, 2 and 3.
For the under-21 South Australian State Championship Women's Quad Scull title, the leading Torrens crew, look, barring accidents, they should win that race and title comfortably. clear water win.
That says something about the Torrens Club being able to field 2 crews too.
They've got a good batch of juniors.
Yes.
One of the things that's, they've got a women's Masters 8 that's got some former internationals, and I'm sure that's helping the club with their just the atmosphere around the club. I'm sure having those experienced masters there that have represented Australia in rowing must inspire the youngsters to help enjoy their rowing and their club atmosphere.
So well done to those crews, and good rowing too. Over the page, Phil, we've got race 144. It's the open lightweight women's double scull. Just the one crew, and so they'll row down the course to show us their skills over 2,000 metres. Adelaide University in lane 5 with Sibian Rowe. Sophie Radford, the coach, is Jurek Hazelgrove, and I'm sure they'll put on a nice display for us. Just the one crew in the open lightweight women's double scull.
So this crew will have had to have weighed in to be the correct weight for the average and individual requirements of the rules, and they would have had to weigh in between I think 1 and 2 hours before the race. So to be legal, and as just a single crew entry, because it is a state championship, they are a legal entry provided they make the weight requirements. They are allowed to row over and in fact able to win the title. Yeah. Now that is unusual. As a crew boating heading towards the start with 7 instead of 8 rowing, I suspect their other rower may have been in the scull race. There was a single scull race a little while ago, so I suspect he's doubled up and he'll join the boat. They're pulling into the bank now. I suspect he's had another race and he'll join them for their 8 race. It is an unusual sight to see a boat rowing with someone missing, but that's not uncommon in the organisation of a regatta when people are doubling up in different events.
So Phil, this is the 2022 South Australian Rowing Regatta. So when are the Nationals?
The Nationals, I think, the last weekend in March. I don't have that program in front of me, but it usually is the last week, really, of March. And this year it's on the Sydney Olympic 2000 course at Penrith in New South Wales.
Oh, on the river.
No, on the man-made course. They've got a man-made course just like this that they rode the Olympic regatta on. It was built. It was built and opened in 1996, and we had our first national regatta there in 1996, and I was lucky enough to row in the first medal final at that regatta on that course.
Well done.
Because for some unknown reason, I think they put on a couple of Masters races to test all the systems and equipment for their medals final day, and the first medal final race on the new Olympic course was for the National Regatta was the Masters men's quadruple scull, which I raced in. We didn't beat too many people, if any, but I was able to race on the Olympic course in 1996.
Well done.
Which was famously used for the 2000 Olympics, where it was a great rowing regatta and an excellent venue on the man-made lake at Penrith, right next to the Nepean River, where several interstate regattas and national regattas have been held on the Nepean River at Penrith. It's a beautiful river rowing course, very straight, very narrow and pretty fair.
And they used to have the head of the river there, and I think they could row 8 crews across.
Yeah, oh yes, it's quite a big river with a good straight 2,000 metre distance. It was an excellent rowing course. But their man-made course is very good. Unfortunately, it costs a lot of money to maintain and run, and it's very expensive for the hosts to run a regatta there. A lot of clubs can't afford to run a regatta compared with our public course we've got here, and this is like in the public parklands, this course really. Yes. And of course Rowing South Australia, with the help of the resting rowers, bought this land, and we own our own land and the club rooms here, that with the envy of the rest of Australia. No other Australian state owns their headquarters property. They lease it.
Now we're watching the Adelaide University crew. This is the open lightweight women's double scull over 2,000 metres with Sibian Rowe and Sophie Radford, and they're doing rowing nicely down the course. No other crews in this race, and well done to Adelaide University crew.
So congratulations Adelaide Uni, they'll be the winners of the open lightweight women's double scull. And the next event is one that we've had heats for, so it's a 8-lane final for the under-19 men's double scull. Do you want to do the intro?
Yes, this is over 2,000 metres, and in lane 1, Norwood Morialta High with Howard and Whitehouse. Lane 2, St Ignatius with Moulds and Tayani. Port Adelaide in lane 3 with Watkinson and Moffat. Adelaide Uni in lane 4 with Drayton and McLeod. Torrens and Adelaide Uni are rowing together in lane 5 with Lang from Adelaide Uni and Jackson from Torrens. Pulteney Grammar in lane 6 with Livesey and Kusanis. Port Adelaide in lane 7 with King and Ross. And from Norwood Morialta High, Sujanadan and Harding in lane 8. This is race 145, the under-19 men's double scull, over 2,000 metres. This is the final.
I reckon the breeze has picked up a bit. The forecast was not for very strong breeze. Like I said, initially the forecast was for less wind than we had yesterday, but I think it's quite fresh at the moment, and it's also a bit more offshore. It's not just a southerly, it's a southwesterly, so it will make for some slightly challenging conditions for the crews racing later in today.
Yes, because up until now, the conditions really have been terrific, and this morning they were just beautiful.
Yeah, we had very still flat water with no wind at all. It was like rowing on glass.
Mm.
So we've had a start in race 145, the under-19 men's double scull. Early stages and no clear leader of the event. Rowing enthusiasts might find that we don't have the timing of the 500 metres that you do at a World Championship or even the National Regatta, so we get very accurate help when you're doing commentary there with the times flashing up. And in fact, for the Olympics and the World Championships nowadays, they have the like a phone in the bow ball, not the bow ball, in the bow number. So the speed of the boat, the rating of the boat, and the position of the boat are all relayed by wireless internet to the officials and the commentators, so it can be obviously very accurate with such wonderful information. We don't have that for a club regatta here in South Australia, so we try and number. We're missing W4, bow number W4 from Wilderness. That's important for the to be returned. So Wilderness, please pass on that message. W4 bow number missing, to be returned from Wilderness to boat number control.
So as Phil was saying, race 145, the under-19 men's double scull final over 2,000 metres is well and truly underway. Norwood Morialta High, number 2, they're in lane 1. Lane 2, St Ignatius. Lane 3, Port Adelaide, number 1. Lane 4, Adelaide Uni. Lane 5, Torrens and Adelaide Uni combined. Lane 6, Pulteney Grammar. Lane 7, Port Adelaide, number 2. And in lane 8, Norwood Morialta High, number 1.
So I think it's the Adelaide Uni, the Port Adelaide crew, and the composite Torrens Adelaide combined combination of Lang and Jackson. That's those three are battling for the lead. They've passed the halfway mark now, and I'd say it's the Adelaide University crew of Drayton and McLeod, coached by Sam Morton, that's in the lead. Port Adelaide are pretty much on their rudder, not far behind, and the composite crew from Torrens and Adelaide Uni still within striking distance, and almost right alongside of them is the Pulteney crew. It's Liversey and Koutsunis. I think it's the Adelaide Uni crew that are setting the pace.
The under-19 men's double scull. This is the final over 2,000 metres. And it looks to be pretty competitive, but as Phil said, the Adelaide Uni crew out front. In fact, I think the composite crew's heading away, Phil.
Yeah, it's a good battle between those two crews. The crew with Torrens and Adelaide Uni might have got in front.
I think so. I think they're drawing away, in fact.
That's Lang from Adelaide Uni and Jackson from Torrens.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think they're drawing away.
Good racing in these double sculls for the under-19 men's. The Port Adelaide crew's dropped back to about 5th place now. And it's the Port Adelaide crew furthest away from us that's in 3rd place, ahead of Pulteney. So it's the composite crew of Adelaide Uni and Torrens that's leading.
Yep.
The All Adelaide Uni crew, then Port Adelaide 3rd, Pulteney running 4th, the other Port Adelaide 5th. In the closing stages, the other 3 boats are
further
not in contention.
Yes. The under-19 men's double scull over 2,000 metres. And then there's a big gap back to Norwood Morialta, St Ignatius, and Norwood Morialta High right over on the far side. The final three crews. So Norwood Morialta High, number 2 crew, has beaten their number 1 crew, and quite convincingly too. And that completes race 145. Race 146 is next. It's the under-19 women's 8 over 2,000 metres, and I assume that this is a bit of a precursor for the head of the river, Phil.
We've certainly got Walford, Wilderness, Seymour and Scotch, all with their number 1 crews. Under 19, you'd think all their schoolgirls would be under 19, so
yes.
I'm pretty sure that would be their first 8. So there's 4 of the first 8s, and then there's 3 number 2 crews, so their second 8s. There is a scratching from the original entry of Seymour number 2 from lane 3. So 7 boats to contest the under-19 women's 8.
So in lane 1 we have Wilderness School number 2 with Sophia Rue, Katrina Balstron, Lisa Z, Nor Al Quantane, Lulu Ayres, Cecilia Ho, Roxy Alvarez, Phoenix Kutcher and Needy Karacha is the Cox. In lane 2, Walford, number 1 crew, Ava Morrow, Olivia Bridgman, Inky Menz, Ella Hamilton, Lily Richer, Alexandra Williams, Charlotte Newman, Isabella Worth, Lily Retstis is the Cox. In lane 4, Wilderness School number 1, Isabel Jackson, I beg your pardon, Aisha El-Kaji, Lily Marichal, Amelia Goss, Annalise Ruse, Georgina Birchall, Zara Hoadley, Millie Jackson, Olympia Andre is the Cox. Scotch College number 2 are in lane 5, Ari Ravel, Grace Corley, Amy Howard, Georgina Ryan Kane, Ella Ilford, Sienna Davis, Jasmine Gunn, Lucy Seppel, Emma Venus is the Cox. Seymour College number 1 are in lane 6 with Lila McRowe, Chloe Pocock, Caroline McNally, Elisa Wenk, Molly Duggan, Grace Foster, Alice Montgomery, Charlotte Heeson and Phoebe Arbin is the Cox. In lane 7, Walford number 2 crew with Aaron Westwood, Mimi Bridgman, Phoebe Loudon, Isabel Varici, Molly Stewart, Tilly Franco, Sophie Lindner, Felicity Taylor, Scarlett Paps Murford is the Cox. And the final crew, Scotch College number 1 crew in lane 8 with Alicia Bailey, Sabine Keenan, Amelia Waitkin, Alicia Casey, Heidi Balinski, Sophie Hurst, Alexis Dorogi, Lucy Voivicht, Elisa Henschke is the Cox. And there's your crews for the under-19 women's 8 over 2,000 metres, and this is race 146. And they're underway. Yes, they're racing in the under-19 women's 8 over 2,000 metres. 7 crews, and they're underway. As we mentioned a little earlier, it's a tad choppier now. certainly you can see a distinct ripple in the water as compared to the conditions this morning. Of course, this race and regatta is being sponsored by Wintech Racing, and SA Rowing is delighted to have their sponsorship. So just reminding you, we have Wilderness number 2 in lane 1, Walford number 1 in lane 2, Wilderness number 1 in 4, Scotch College number 2 in 5, Seymour College 1 in 6, Walford number 2 in 7, and Scotch number 1 in 8, the under-19 women's 8, and they're well and truly underway. Phil, were there heats prior to this?
No, that's a straight final, this one.
Okay, no, I just noticed that Pembroke and is missing, and also Pulteney as well. And
is that their number 2 crew?
No.
Oh, I see. You're looking for names, yes.
Yes, and I just noticed that Seymour and Pulteney aren't, and St Peter's Girls also aren't represented in this race.
Yeah, well, it's an open competition, so anyone can enter.
Yep.
And as we've mentioned a few times, there's a lot of school crews that have entered a lot of races.
Yes.
And there were lots of races available, so
yep.
They may well have had enough racing for this weekend.
Of course. So with the binoculars up, as good as this screen is,
I don't think the 7 boats are there.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes.
Yeah, there's one right back, the Walford number 2 cruise there as well. So there are 6. So we've got another non-starter.
Right.
Try and work it out. Anyway, we should look at the leaders, and it looks like Wilderness and
yes,
Seymour are battling it out.
Yes, Wilderness and Seymour appear to be in 1 and 2. And I think Walford are in 3rd position. That's going to be a very close race, Phils.
Yeah, well, the
Seymour's really catching up on them.
The state championship yesterday, these 2 crews fought it out, and there was only, I think it was 0.15 seconds between them. I think Seymour won that one.
Yes.
Well, so this time, Wilderness are in front.
Yes, I would suggest half a length.
And Walford were 3rd, so it's the same as yesterday.
Right.
Except that, sorry, it's not the same, because Seymour won the battle yesterday.
No, Wilderness look to be moving away now from Seymour.
So it's the under-19 women's 8, and that looks like being a win to Wilderness over Seymour, with Walford 3rd.
Yes. You can tell Walford, they all wear the bright, luminous green ribbons in their hair, which is handy. So that's 1, 2 and 3.
Well, then it's the other Walford crew and Scotch.
And Scotch, and really battling it out too for 4th and 5th. So that's the Walford number 2 crew and the Scotch crew. And actually it's one of the Scotch crews that's pulled out too. That was very close. for fourth and fifth. And this is the Wilderness number 2 crew who are completing the race. Race 146, the under-19 women's 8 over 2,000 metres, and good rowing, and great to see a good race, very well contested. Race 147, as we turn over the page, is the Masters men's quad scull. It's over 1,000 metres, and in lane 1 we have Adelaide Uni off 45 seconds with Dick Hall, John Bentley, Rick Armstrong and Bill Natt. Riverside in lane 2 with Richard Clark, Hugh Orr, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson. Port Adelaide in lane 3, Jeremy Watkinson, Peter Clements, Frank Prow, Anthony Lee. And they're rowing off 57 seconds. In lane 4, Torrens rowing off 60 seconds with Chris Heaton-Harris, Thomas Labanis, Rob Ellis and Kevin Tankard rowing off 60 seconds, as I said. Gould were in lane 5, rowing off 52 seconds. Brian Francis, Simon Thornton, Cam Wilson and David England. Another Riverside crew in lane 6 off 52 seconds. Anthony Perry, Jude Scarborough, Custis Tiffis and Ian McBride. Phoenix in lane 7 with rowing off 52 seconds with Philip Gerbhardt, Chris Cowan, Nicholas McDonald and Derek Lowe. And finally in lane 8, another Riverside crew off 57 seconds with Brian Glawson, Greg Walters, Ua Dombrowski and Wayne Chadwick. And that makes up the 8 lanes in the Masters men's quad scull over 1,000 metres, race 147. They're in the hands of the starters as we speak. Race 147, the Masters men's quad scull, over 1,000 metres and 8 crews. Waiting for a start. And if you're at home watching this broadcast, we hope you're enjoying the 2022 South Australian State Championships, the live streaming, and which we're very proud of, and it's all sponsored by our official live stream partner and major sponsor, Wintec Racing, and we're thrilled and delighted to have their sponsorship this afternoon. Well, in fact, over the whole weekend, of course. 2 wonderful days of rowing here at the regatta. And still waiting for a start. They must have trouble lining them up because of that breeze, Phil.
Yeah, the cross breeze does make it difficult to line up.
Yes. Yes, it's different down at 2,000 metres because they're all in the hands of the boat holders.
Yeah, we have a floating pontoon start at 2,000 metres, so we have volunteers to hold the stern of the boat and they can line them all up perfectly at the 2,000 metres, but we have a drifting start at the 1,000 metres. But having said that, they're underway off from the 1,000 metres.
Yes, they are.
The old men of the sea have had a good start. They've had over a half a minute's racing already for them. They're, in fact, they've got 3/4 of a minute or more on everyone else in the field. So a couple of our octogenarians, I think you call them, Richard Clark, who's 84 years old, and Hugh Orr, who is 82, with Pete Smith that's 76 and Paul Gunston 79. They had 45 seconds start on the rest of the field.
Yes.
And they're well out in front, as you would expect. But the other boats are on the way, and with much younger men in the Masters racing, they will certainly close the gap and possibly catch the older Masters.
The Masters men's quad scull over 1,000 metres. Race 147. And yes, it's great to see this when they're coming off the various time categories, isn't it?
What I like is that the Masters have taken their opportunity to row at this regatta by the scruff of the neck, because they're all here, all 8 crews rowing.
Yep.
And the Masters, a lot of them don't do it as seriously as when they were young, and they do just enjoy mucking about in boats and being out having a row with their mates. So
Yes.
it's not all that serious, but boy, some of them certainly enjoy it.
There's a great passion there, Phil.
And yes, and some of them do it just as well as when they were young.
Yep, yep. So the Riverside crew in lane 2 is in front. They were rowing off 10 seconds, and they are the oldest chaps there on the water, and they're doing very well to hold their lead. Richard Clark, Hugh Waugh, Peter Smith and Paul Gunson.
The pack is closing in, though,
yes,
Rob.
Yes.
They are.
True.
They are moving. The Adelaide Uni crew, I think, are leading the pack, but so not far in front of them is the Phoenix crew over there in the white with the red hoop. Torrens and the other young Riverside crew are closing the gap, but I think the oldies might be going to hang on today.
I think they will. I think they will.
They've got a reasonable lead.
Yes, I'm going to say 3 lengths. But Adelaide Uni are coming behind them very, very strongly indeed for second position. So well done to them. And
so Riverside, the old men of the sea, hang on and win that.
Yes, they do.
I think Adelaide Uni second and Phoenix third.
In third. Yes, well done to them. And a couple of crews to finalise that race, Goolwa and Port Adelaide. And that will complete race 147. And that takes us to race 148, which is the Masters Women's 8 over 1,000 metres. Just 2 crews rowing. Riverside crew with Anne Pennington, Janet Lawrenson, Melanie Innes, Naomi Ray, Ilara Pagani, Katie Whiting, Diane Levesque Hocking, Claire Sweeney, Karen Montgomery is the Cox. And in lane 5 we have a composite crew made up from Goolwa and Adelaide, Goolwa, Port Adelaide and Torrens. So a real composite crew with Steph Wilden, Dontella Mazzolini, Jackie Woodhead, Diane Tebneff, Denise Abood, Colette Barry, Alison Smith, Kate Tebeneff, Cam Wilson is the Cox. And this is the Masters Women's 8 over 1,000 metres, race 148. And they're underway too, Phil, the 2 crews, the composite crew and the Riverside crew, over 1,000 metres.
And this is the last Masters race for this 2-day regatta, the women's 8.
Riverside in lane 4 and the composite crew in lane 5. think the composite crews got their nose in front too, Phil.
I
yes,
would have to agree at the moment, but there's not much in it. They're both a similar age group and similar average age, so plenty of experience. Some women that have been rowing there for a long time.
Yes.
Some of them are familiar names from their young days, although some of them got married names that are different to what they used to have, of course. But putting on a good display, the women's Masters 8.
Yeah.
Both crews rowing quite well.
I think the composite crew is now drawing away. You've got a lovely clean window to look through. Yes, I think they're, what, a length and a half in front?
In the closing stages, it certainly is the composite crew. I can see Goolwa, Torrens,
Port Adelaide.
And Port Adelaide colours in that
Yes.
boat. And they're leading the Riverside crew, the all Riverside crew. And there's one more 1,000 metre race on the program, and that's already started. That's the final of the under-16 women's double scull state championship. That's underway. I think you might find there's 8 crews in that.
Yes, they're well and truly underway too.
They were lining them up as soon as the 2 Masters 8s were sent on their way, and they've sent these crews on their way in the final.
Yep. So this is in Lane 1, St Peter's Girls number 2 with Laws and Wildman. Norwood Morialta High number 1 in Lane 2 with Shaw and Kibba. Unley High in Unley High number 1 in Lane 3 with Bates and Goulding. Unley High number 2 in Lane 4 with Griffiths and Luscombe. Unley High number 3 in Lane 5 with 12 Tree and Cox. Lane 6 Loretto Marriotteville with Deans and Bell. Morialta High number 2 in Lane 7 with Playford and Haynes. And the last boat is Port Adelaide number 2 in Lane 8 with Barlow and Hansey.
So these crews are flying over the course. It's only 1,000 metres, and it's the Lane 3 and Lane 5 crews from Unley that are fighting for the lead. Those 2 boats, both from the Unley Club, are almost on level terms and leading the pack.
The under-16 women's double scull over 1,000 metres, and as Phil said, they're flying down the course.
They've already gone through halfway mark, and it is very close between the 2 Unley crews, but I think the Bates and Goulding crew from Unley, their number 1 crew, have a slight lead over their number. It is the it's the number 3 crew that's in Lane 5. So they're out racing their ranking.
They are, yes.
For the rest of the field, there's only 3 or 4 lengths. It's good quality racing here. Wonderful effort by these under-16s.
Yes, Unley High number 3 crew with 12 Tree and Cox appear to be in front. Followed by Unley High number 1, Bates and Goulding. And then it's very close.
Well, it's pretty close. It's getting close again between the 2 Unley crews for the lead.
Indeed, yes. And I think the number 1 crew, Phil, is going to run them down and win this race. Yes, they've hit the lead. That's the Unley High number 1 crew with Bates and Goulding.
Very close though. The boats are overlapping and very close. But
Yes.
good racing between these 2 Unley crews. Lots of good club rivalry there. The school rivalry.
Yep, they did win. Unley High, I had to look out the back door. Unley High, Bates and Goulding won, and then the rest of the race too. Very close. And very close indeed. Norwood Morialta High did well, and Loretto Marriotteville. So that completes the under-16 women's double scull race 149.
So a Quinella, first and second place there to the Unley school, and congratulations to Unley. They've won the state championship for under-16 women's double scull.
Well, race 150 is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull. It's over 1,500 metres. You don't come across that distance very often.
No, and that's the only one in this bracket of races, and it'll be the last 1,500 metre for the race, for the day. The rest of the races will all be the full international 2,000 metre race distance.
So in lane 1 we have Loretto with Kernigan, Fitzgerald, Hoskin and Hogg. Chapman is the Cox. Loretto number 3 is in lane 2. McCallum, Pisanello, Blank, Saunders and Smith. Cox is Mansell is the Cox. Seymour College number 2 in lane 3 with Gerard, Howitt, Wern and Lease, and Fox is in the Cox seat. Wilderness number 1 in lane 4 with Dwyer, Tucker, Dowling and Detmold. And the Cox is Tabard Farrell. Seymour College number 1 in lane 5 with Wheaton, Walters, Barrera, Holland and Rhymes is in the Cox seat. Loretto Marriotteville number 1 is in lane 6 with Kohlberg, Rossbauer, Deans, Lane and the Cox is Daggis. The Walford Crew number 3 in lane 7 with Franco, Laplastria, Spears and Morton, and Moore is in the Cox seat. And in lane 8, Walford with Vicelli, Franco, Catanari and Taylor, and Hewitson is in the Cox seat. The Schoolgirl Year 10, Cox Quad Scull, over 1,500 metres, and they're away, Phil.
Yes, they've left the start and all racing safely, approaching the 1,000 metre mark, so they're a third of the way through their race. I think it might well be the Seymour crew that's setting the pace there in lane 5. But they're getting close attention from the Loretto crew alongside of them. And also Walford.
Yes, I would agree. In lane 3, Seymour, Wilderness in lane 4, and the other Seymour crew in lane 5 appear to be 1, 2 and 3 at the moment.
Yeah, the race looks to me to be between lanes 5 and 6, with lane 4 right on their rudder. They've got their, they can see the opposition, I think, or feel them or hear them. They're close enough for that. But quad sculls, they're all sculling really well. They're well coached, well drilled, these crews. They're good fast conditions here with this slight tail cross breeze, and those 3 leading boats, you'd be very happy to be coaching any of them, because they've got good timing, good boat control,
yep,
excellent racing.
And they're only year 10.
Yep. And I reckon it's the Loretto crew that's in front of Seymour and then Wilderness in that order. So the Loretto crew of Kohlberg, Rosenbauer, Deans and Lang, Coxboy, Degar,
yes,
coached by Cook and Newland. I reckon they're in front.
Yes, and Seymour in second position.
Seymour are pushing now right up to give them a hard time at the finish, but
yes,
the finish line might be too close.
I think so. So Loretto in Loretto College in lane 6 in front, and Seymour in lane 5, and they're going to come in second. And Wilderness in lane 4 will get third, 1, 2 and 3. And then it's very tight between the final 4 crews, in fact. Loretto number 2 is going to be next, followed by Seymour number 2, followed by the 2 Walford crews Walford's 3 and 1 in lanes 7 and 8. I've overlooked the Marriotteville crew, and there's a final Marriotteville crew in this race as well, in the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad Skull over 1,500 metres. Well done to all the girls. $151 is next, and it's the under-17 men's Coxed Quad Skull. It's over 2,000 metres, and Phil's just bringing it up on the screen now. We've had one cancellation, and so excuse me, in lane 1, St Peter's College number 3 with Ledger, Giradini, Parkinson, Hamilton and Durden as the Cox. In lane 2, Prince Alfred number 2 with Wannenberg, Ramjani, Went and Merrigan and Moore as the Cox. St Peter's number 2 in lane 3 with Barone, Griffith, Robran, Parsons and Bater as the Cox. St Peter's College number 1 are in lane 4 with Franku, Hales, Wicks and Young. Hunt is in the Cox seat. In lane 6, Prince Alfred College with Chapel Knights, Stunnell, Dawson and Hamoud is in the Cox seat. Unley High's in number 7, that's Unley High number 1, with Lee, Nassau, Manning, Wilkin and Powell in the Cox seat. And finally in lane 8, Norwood Morialta High School with, that's the number 1 crew, Whitford, Flower, Moon and Evans Wood. And there's, must be a brother, Evans Wood, in the Cox seat. So that's the under-17 men's Cox Quad Skull over 2,000 metres. And this is race 151. And they're down there looking at our screen on the in the hands of the starters. I did that the first time I came down to one of these regattas, lying on your stomach and holding the boat.
As a volunteer, you weren't just lying around, were you?
As a volunteer.
Yeah, it's a thankless task, although...
I cleared the seagull...
Rubbish
beforehand. Yes.
I always used to try and remember to thank the volunteers when I was racing for doing that job, because it must be pretty tiring and a long day if they spend half a day there. That's often the shift.
Good way to get sunburnt.
Yeah.
So race 151, the under-17 men's Cox Quad Skull over 2,000 metres.
So the under-17 competition is in our state competition because it's a national competition. We have under-17 races for national titles at the National Rowing Regatta, and they're very popular. A lot of the school crews can enter them. Some of the smaller schools put their best crews in the under-17 competition because they know they can't compete with the great big schools and the older crews. So the under-17 competition is quite strong in Australian national schools and underage racing, and so we have it in our state competition to let the crews see how well they go here, and if they want to take it on to national competition level.
And Phil, there's not a under 18, is there? Then it goes to under 19.
Correct.
Yes. Mm.
So early stages of this race, no clear leader. In fact, the boats, remembering they had heats, so these are the fastest crews from the heats, and the two fastest losers are in this boat race. The St Peter's number 3 and the Norwood Morialta crew in lane 8. They're both the two fastest losers from the 3 heats to give us a full field of 8, although we did have a scratching from lane 5
Scotch
from
College.
Scotch.
Yes.
So 7 boats racing.
St Peter's College number 3 in 1, Prince Alfred College number 2 in 2, St Peter's College number 2 in 3, St Peter's College number 1 in 4, Prince Alfred College number 1 in 6, Unley High number 1 in 7, and Norwood Morialta High number 1 in 8. The under-17 men's Coxed quad scull, over 2,000 metres. And this is race 151, and we have 155 races on the program for this regatta. You're with Phil Manglesdorf and Rob McLennan, and this is the 2022 South Australian State Championships, and we hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the description of the regatta here this afternoon.
So in the red colours, I think Prince Alfred College are their number 1 crew in lane 6 are doing quite well up near the lead and having a good battle with St Peter's College number 1, who are in lane 4. Those 2 boats in the middle of the course, I think, are the 2 main contenders at the moment.
Now, I know they said Scotch College were scratched, but by golly, that sure looks like them in lane 5. Bright gold.
Yeah, I think I was trying to work that out.
That sure looks like Scotch, and I'd say that they're in second position.
Yeah, well, on our screen they have Scotch College scratched.
It's scratched, but I'd say they're there. That looks like Scotch College number 1 with Bridgewood, Brammy, Kittle, Wingard and Wright as the cocks, and they're doing jolly well.
Well, there are 8 boats there, so our information is incorrect. I think
Yes.
let's call what we can see.
Exactly.
And I see the Scotch College boat having a good battle with.
They're in second position.
Prince Alfred College. They're ahead of certainly ahead of
St Peter's. Yes.
I think it's the Prince's crew, though, that's still setting the pace. That's Chapel, Knight, Stunnell and Dawson with their coxes Hamoud. And I think they are leading from Scotch and Saints in that order.
Yes. Yes, I'd agree, Phil.
Wonderful sight with eight boats like this racing. They are starting to spread out a bit, but it's a good competition. This under-17 men's Coxed quadruple scull.
Yep.
And like a lot of our racing, and remembering they haven't had much racing. Our school rowers have been allowed to train with the COVID restrictions, but they haven't had any racing this year, no official racing. So,
no.
By gee, they've certainly trained well, because those leading crews have got great timing and blade work, excellent body work, shape together. I'm just looking at the 3 leading boats. Should be happy to row in them or have anything to do with them. They're great credit to their coaches and their families and support staff that get them racing so well.
Prince Alfred has picked up the rating too, Phil, and going to win by, well, we say 2 lengths.
They've got that effortless look about the way they're making the boat run, which is wonderful.
Scotch have done very well for a crew that was scratched. They're going to get second position.
Scotch are rowing well, so
very
too
well.
is the St Peter's crew.
About 4 to 5 lengths behind in third position. And then we have St Peter's number 3 crew. They're going to come in 4th. And Norwood Morialta High, I'd suggest a 5th. Prince Alfred number 2 crew 6th. Then St Peter's again, and one more crew. Who's that? Norwood Morialta High, right over in the far distance in lane 8.
Lane 8 crew, yes.
So that was a good race. The under-17 men's Coxed quad scull over 2,000 metres. That was race 151. Race 152 is the open men's quad scull over 2,000 metres, and in lane 3 we've got Adelaide Uni with James Powell, Harrison Francis, Ross Hamilton, Nick Blackman. The Adelaide Club is in lane 4 with Matthew Nielsen, Drew Clements, Oscar McGuinness and James Price. Adelaide Uni is in lane 5 with Nick Burr, Henry Southcott, Jeremy Beale, Ben Ashman. In lane 6, a Riverside crew, Harry Wise, Seamus Adams, George Hamra and Angus Rawson. And in lane 7, Torrens have a crew, Bradley Robran, Noah Buxton, Thomas Johnson and Callum Deckers. 5 crews in the open men's quad scull over 2,000 metres, race 152.
I think the Adelaide Uni crew with Blackman and Hamilton in it could well be the crew to beat. They've featured well in the crew racing and the sculling, so they could be the crew to beat. Their best possibly of the opposition could be the Adelaide crew. Oscar McGuinness should be fresh. He hasn't rode in any other races today. He's a lightweight sculler, but and rode in the lightweight national team last year. And the other 3 guys are all South Australian Kings Cup oarsmen, sweep oarsmen. They're not necessarily great scullers, although Drew Clements has won the state title in the men's single scull a few years ago.
But they're fair rowers.
But very talented Adelaide crew and the Adelaide Uni, the lane 3 crew.
Yes. Well, being a Riverside man, I'll support Riverside in lane 6. And although Riverside is regarded as very much as a mature age club, they're starting to attract some younger men and women into the club, which is very healthy, of course. And these 4 younger fellows have recently joined the club, and so we're able to enter into this type of competition, which is great.
I think they're racing. Looks like they're underway. And I'm pretty sure, all 5 boats are there and racing. So I'd say they're away safely, which is good news for all supporters. And I can see them, but I can't see them well enough to give you a rating, but I can guarantee that the starting efforts from all those boats would be a maximum speed, maximum rating. In the quad scull, 40 strokes to the minute or plus that amount, 40 or higher, for the first couple of 100 metres to get the boat running and hopefully get out in front, because if you can get out in front in rowing, you can always see the opposition, and that's a wonderful psychological advantage.
What would be the average age of these fellows? Sort of mid-20s, late 20s?
I'd say the average age is probably certainly in the 20s.
Yeah.
Oscar McGuinness in the Adelaide crew, he's under 23 only a year or so ago. So, well, he won the state title when he was 21 a year or 2 ago, so he's probably about 23.
Right, so mid-20s is fairly a good average.
Matt Nielsen similar.
Yeah.
James Price might be a year or 2 older. Drew Clements has been around a bit longer, so he's probably later 20s. In the Adelaide Uni crew, the ones I know, Nick Blackman, I reckon he was runner-up in the Schoolboy national title about 3 or 4 years ago, so he's only in his early 20s. Not sure about the other guys, but they've been around. Ross Hamilton is older. He's come to rowing from surfboat rowing, and he can row. He's old enough to row in the Masters, so he's over 30.
Oh, he's old.
Yeah. But he's only been rowing in our sweep rowing for about his 3rd season, I suspect. But he did row in the Kings Cup crew last year, and he rowed in the South Australian Masters 8 that won the national title for the first time in the Masters rowing, so in the interstate rowing. So he's had in a short time, some
great success.
Quick success.
Yes. and the style of surfboat rowing compared to scull rowing, totally different.
And he loves it. He's a great competitor, and he's a very lovely gentleman to talk to, and had the pleasure of working with him a bit with some coaching stuff, and very, very keen to ask and learn and talk about rowing, which we all love. And it is those two crews that are setting the pace. They've drawn away now from the crews in lanes 3 and 4. It's just the crew over on the far side, the Torrens crew, that's almost going with those two leading crews. So it's
Adelaide Uni and Adelaide in lanes 3 and 4.
So the order, I think, is Adelaide Uni in front of Adelaide, and then Torrens in third. That'll be my call for the first 3 places as they come to the 1,000-metre mark, just through the halfway mark for the state championship over men's quad scull.
Well, I would suggest that the Riverside crew would be the least experienced of listening to you give a rundown there.
Yeah, well, the second Adelaide Uni crew are all very young guys. They were in school rowing only recently. But this is good experience for them, and they're probably having a duel with the Riverside crew.
Yes.
I think it's Adelaide Uni making every post a winner. They've stamped some authority on this race. They've got a lead, and the way they're racing, I think they're going to make sure they've got that. Just it looks like they've got the attitude to hold that position. They're keeping their stroke rating quite high, and the Adelaide crew's not making any impression on them. And those two crews have pulled away from Torrens, who are clearly in third. The second Adelaide Uni crew will be fourth, and Riverside fifth.
Yes, as Phil said, excuse me, Adelaide University in front, followed by the Adelaide Club and Torrens in third position. And then the second Adelaide University crew, and then Riverside further back in the field.
So both Adelaide and Adelaide Uni are rating around 34, 35 strokes to the minute, which is what they should be doing with these conditions. And if they really wanted to go faster, they could be up a couple more points, because the conditions should make it amenable for that sort of pace. But Adelaide Uni have got a clear water lead. They're over a boat length clear, so they're probably happy to sit there at the moment.
So Adelaide University in lane 3 will hang on to win this race.
Adelaide are putting in an effort to catch them, but I think Adelaide University have got them got the look on them, and they've got them under control.
Yes, but Adelaide in second position have made a red hot go of it, by golly. And then Torrens a comfortable third. The second Adelaide University crew in lane 5 will come fourth, and the Riverside crew in lane 6 will come fifth. And if I'm right in saying they were the least experienced, nevertheless they've acquitted themselves very well. And they look good. Yeah. So that was race 152. So this will be an interesting race. Race 153, the Schoolgirl Coxed 4. It's a final, and it's over 2,000 metres. So I'm assuming these would be senior girls in this race. The Schoolgirl Coxed 4, 2,000 metres. It's a final. And in lane 1, Norwood Morialta High with Hanson, Peculiar, Adler and Harris, and Roff is the Cox, or Rofe, I beg your pardon. Lane 2, Wilderness number 1 with Ruse, Jackson, Hoadley and Birchall, and Andre is in the Cox seat. Loretto Marriotteville in Loreto Marrieville number 1 in lane 4 with Murray, Illman, Pacalino, Munga and Langers in the Cox seat. Wilderness number 2 in lane 5 with Jackson, El Kajazi, Mazshell, Goss and Smart in the Cox seat. Seymour College in lane 6 with Meany, Grudnoff, Linton, Bodycoat and Davies in the Cox seat. Lane 7 Ignatius with Rosser, De Angelis, Graham, Kavanagh and Curvin in the Cox seat. And finally in lane 8, Loreto with Anderson, Lynch, Lennon and Tenney and Katic in the Cox seat. And this is the Schoolgirl Cox 4 over 2,000 metres, race 153. Pulteney Grammar has been a scratching. They were in lane 3.
Now, we had a scratching in that previous event that didn't happen, so we'll just wait and see what happens, I think, Rob.
Are all down there in the hands of the starter. The Schoolgirl Cox 4 over 2,000 metres, race 153. And this is the third final race of the day. We've still got the Schoolboy 8 to happen, and the final race of the day is the Open Women's 8 over 2,000 metres. So this is the second and final day of the 2022 South Australian State Championships, and we thank our partner Wintec Racing, who are our official live stream partner and major sponsor of this wonderful regatta.
Should thank our technicians that have done a great job of filming all this racing and supporting us with all the electronic and wonderful setup here. It takes them a couple of hours to set all this up, so they work very hard. We thank Carol and her team. And on that, those technicians and Carol and her cameraman, they are on all day. We've been able to take an hour of commentary and then have a break and share the job around. So these young people have been working tirelessly for 2 days. I think they might find they've been on the air for 9 hours or something. So
yes, we've had a break with crayfish and white wine. And
yeah, where were you? Where was this? If only. Anyway, thanks to all our volunteers too, if anyone's listening, the boat race officials and the volunteers that help run the regatta, and especially all the volunteers from the clubs. All the parents, the coaches, the managers, the rowing masters, the teachers that help look after the school rowers. We thank you all for our 2 days of racing, and it's great to have you all back racing, rowing. Let's hope we get COVID-free and able to do this for the rest of their lives even.
Now, what's your screen telling you, Phil? Are they underway?
Yes, they have started, sorry. We've been
that's all right.
Thanking people and carrying on.
So we have Norwood Morialta High in lane 1, Wilderness number 1 in lane 2, Loreto number 1 in lane 4, Wilderness number 2 in lane 5, Seymour College in lane 6, St Ignatius in lane 7, and Loreto number 2 in lane 8. The Schoolboy Coxed 4 over 2,000 metres.
Yeah, the lane 3 is vacant, so with this time we have
Pulteney
the Pulteney scratching is
correct
as per the screen. So the other 7 boats are all there, and they've all left the start and racing safely. Always good to see.
And I'm assuming these would be senior girls. It doesn't
it's
say.
It's open age.
Yes.
So you would sort of expect a lot of them to be senior girls.
Yeah.
Open competition. Possibly some from the first 4s or the first 8s or second 8, making up and having an extra race. But they could also be like a year 10 crew that wants a bit of extra racing. So they could be spread out a bit with abilities and sizes and ages. But most of them would be senior rowers from their schools. And it is a schools only race, so no club crews in it.
Can you see anything happening, Phil? I know they're all rowing, but looking at your screen.
Trying very hard to give you some update on positioning. If I had to pick a leading boats, I'd say it's the Wilderness number 1 crew in lane 2 and the Loretto number 1 crew in lane 4. Those two might be setting the pace at the front.
Yep.
In fact, I'm quite sure they're the 2 crews to watch at the moment.
Yes, they're both
approaching the halfway mark.
Yep, and they're wearing light-coloured T-shirts, and they.
The Wilders are quite a white with just a light blue hoop, so it's very white looking. The Loretto's got their dark blue, but it's those 2 boats that I think are leading the pack.
So this is race 153, the Schoolboy Coxed 4. It's the final. It's over 2,000 metres. And we've got 7 crews. Norwood Morialta High in lane 1. Wilderness number 1 in lane 2. Loretto number 1 in lane 4. Wilderness number 2 in lane 5. Seymour College in lane 6. St Ignatius in lane 7. And Loretto number 2 crew in lane 8.
Well, I think it's the Wilderness number 1 crew in lane 2 that's lit up the course here with a pretty fast first 1,000 metres and into the third 500. They've got a clear lead, I believe, over the rest of the field. Loretto will be coming second, and Loretto have got a lead over the rest of the field too. So, but Wilderness certainly showing a clean set of blades to the opposition as they hurtle along out in front. They've really got their boat running and rating.
Yeah, they've had a good day today, Wilderness. And as Loretto has as well. Both schools have done well today.
I just took the rating of Wilderness at about 31. I thought they might have been going a bit faster than that, but they're certainly rowing and racing very well. It's the Wilderness number 1 crew in lane 2, and nearest to them would be Loretto in lane 4.
And that's their number 1 crew.
And the rest of the field, unfortunately to them, would be struggling to win from where they are.
Yes, I think in third position will be the Seymour crew in lane 6.
Yeah, that's certainly correct. And then the... the Wilderness number 2 crew would be
in fourth position.
Spot, I reckon.
Yes, I would agree.
So it's Wilderness number 1. They've got Clearwater lead at the moment as they head towards the finish line. Loretto number 1 are coming second. Seymour are third. And Wilderness number 2 are in fourth spot, ahead of the other Loretto crew.
Big tall girl in the 3 seat of the winning crew. And yeah, they're going to win very, very comfortably. Well done to Wilderness number 1 crew. Followed by Loretto, who are going to be in second position very, very comfortably. And that's the Loretto number 1 crew in lane 4. Followed by Seymour in third position in lane 6. And then the Wilderness number 2 crew in lane 5. They'll be in fourth position. And then who do we have? Loretto number 2 crew right over there in lane 8. Then St Ignatius in lane 7. And to complete the race, the Norwood Morialta High crew in lane 1.
So congratulations, Wilderness number 1 crew of Ross, Jackson, Hoadley, Birchall, Coxed by Andre. They've won the state title Schoolgirl Open 4, Coxed 4 for 2022.
Well, just 2 races to go to complete this regatta.
Well, the penultimate one should be a beauty. This is the Schoolboy 8's final.
Yep.
It's a first and final. They haven't had to have heats for this one.
So it's the Schoolboy 8, and it's over 2,000 metres.
Now we've got a line through Norwood Morialta from lane 4, so they may have scratched.
Right.
We'll just put that on hold though until we see what starts, because we've been tricked once already recently. But this race is for the state championship and the Perpetual Advertiser Shield. The Advertiser Shield has been the state championship trophy for schoolboys rowing since I was a boy, because I raced for that trophy when I was at school at racing at King's College, which is now Pembroke. So it's and it was raced for long before that. It's a beautiful big shield presented by the Advertiser when the newspapers were a lot more interested in rowing, and
yes.
We used to get some good reports and support. I have been promised by the Advertiser sports editor that he will put something in tomorrow from today's racing, so we'll go home and send a story in.
Well, if it wasn't for the war, we might be on page 1.
We did get a little story on page 2 of the Sunday Mail Sport today about the racing yesterday, which featured Alex Hill, the Olympic gold medalist, winning in the state championship, winning 8 for Adelaide Rowing Club. So we did get a little story there.
Great.
We'll see how we go with the Advertiser tomorrow. But like I said, it's the Advertiser Shield goes with the state championship medals for the winning crews. We only give medals to the winning crews in South Australia. At the National Regatta, they do give medals for second and third placing, which is wonderful, but we just have the state championship tradition of handing out medals for winners only.
The Schoolboy 8 in lane 1, St Peter's College, with Aidan Eaton, Dakota Gordon, Ryan Fowler, Murphy Eaton, Ollie Colborne, Xavier Van Ogen, Hamish Scott Young, Henry Maschel, and Philippe Scarsley is the Cox. Scotch College number 1 crews in lane 2 with Lewis Fiedler, Rhys Davies, Henry Felk, Eddie Hesketh, Jaden Piera, Adam Holland, Harry Dangerfield, Daniel Wismara, Jack Walter is the Cox. In lane 3, Prince Alfred number 1 crew with Hamish Bell, Jonathan McKay, Henry Belcher, James Williams, Sebastian Jordan, Edward Henbest, Thomas Saunders, Joshua Feldhoff, and Shay Olsen-Jones is in the Cox seat. In lane 5, St Peter's College number 1 crew, Kyle Miller, Edward Chipperfield, Albert Howard, Fraser Belnaves, Max Henry, Jake Nesbitt, Faris Harb, William Howard, and Thomas Whiteman is the Cox. Pulteney Grammar's in lane 6 with Nicholas Livesey, Mackenzie Barr, Xavier Buccarelli, Max Lehman, Jacob McGinley, Charlie Tang, Ethan Menadou and Ross Kusadanis, and Arlo Jarman is the Cox. St Peter's College number 3 in lane 7 with Henry Soars, Zuck Schlater, Henry Baggett, Edward Shearer, Isaac Johnson, Will Gregg, Lachlan Bell, Joshua Cooper, Jamie Graves in the Cox seat. And the final crew, Prince Alfred College number 2 in lane 8 with Alistair White Hunter, Alistair White, Hunter Lang, Felix Katsaris, Henry Norton, Jack Miller, Lachlan Dickens, Marcus Gibson, Kristen Commons and Thomas Hayden as the Cox. The Schoolboy 8, race 154 over 2,000 metres.
And the Norwood crew is not there in lane 4. We've got 7 boats racing, and I'd say it's the Prince Alfred College crew in lane 3 that are moving along quite well. They are almost on level terms with St Peter's College, who are in lane 5. Those 2 boats, I'd say, are fighting for the lead. The next nearest one would be the almost looks like the Prince Alfred College number 2 crew right over on the far side. They're travelling quite well also. So they're just about to go through the 1,000 metre mark. And the race is on between St Peter's and Prince Alfred. It's a familiar story with some of our first 8 racing. So this is the Schoolboy first 8s. State Championship for the Advertiser Shield and the State Championship trophies. St Peter's won it last year, and they are certainly throwing down the gauntlet to the challengers today. Scotch are possibly in 3rd place now, behind Prince's, who are behind St Peter's. St Peter's are out in front.
Yes.
In that middle number 5 lane.
Yes.
I've got St Peter's about 37 strokes to the minute, which is where they should be in these conditions in a racing 8. And Prince's are almost identical stroke rate, around 37, 38 strokes to the minute. They're in 2nd place and certainly keeping the heat on the Saints crew. Scotch College, I'd say, are trying valiantly in 3rd place, but they're just, their bow ball wouldn't be on the rudder of Prince's, so they're over a length behind.
But I think they are in 3rd position, Phil.
Oh yeah, they're certainly in 3rd.
Yes. So we've got St Peter's, Prince Alfred, Scotch, and then the 2nd Prince Alfred crew in 4th position. Then St Peter's in 5th.
Princes have got their rating up to 39, so they're certainly
having a crack.
Certainly giving it a race to the Saints boys. So Schoolboy 8, State Championship of South Australia, closing stages. Boats are moving very fast.
Yep. They're a strong-looking Prince Alfred, St Peter's crew. Gosh, they look strong.
Prince is doing very well also. So both crews.
Yep.
Scotch not far off the pace. They're can be proud of their efforts, and they're proud of the way they're racing. All their supporters.
Yep.
But St Peter's are going to win the State Championship Schoolboy 8s and the Advertiser Shield for 2022. Congratulations, Saints. Princes are 2nd, and Scotch are 3rd.
And then another Prince Alfred 4th, St Peter's 5th, and Pulteney are going to get 6th, and the St Peter's number 3 crew will complete the race. Well done to them all. There was some strong rowing there and excellent rowing.
I'll be interested to see the time. They Saints 8 yesterday in the they rode in the State Championship Men's Open 8, and they rode about 6 minutes for the time yesterday, because the winning time was 5:52, and they were 10 seconds behind, so just over the 6 minutes. I suspect they could have gone faster than that today, because the conditions are equally as quick.
Yes.
And they were certainly racing well, as were Princes and Scotch, the 3 leading boats.
Well, Phil, that brings us to the final race of the day. It's race 155. It's the Open Women's 8. It's the final, and it's over 2,000 metres.
And we had terrific entries for this, which required heat. So the line-up is on the screen. It's not been printed anywhere. And the line-up, I'll let Rob tell you the draw. And at this stage, we've got no one with a line through them. So the 2 heats have produced our 8-boat final. I said my tip is the Adelaide Uni crew are probably the crew to beat.
Yep.
But the Adelaide crew will be trying very hard to win their 8th title in a row in this boat. They've won the last 7 years. They've won this state championship event.
Good heavens. In lane 1, we've got the Torrens number 2 crew with Sinalis, Kelly, Green, Doherty, Garside, Bookman, Dobson, Butcher, Wagner and Selway as the Cox. In lane 2, Adelaide Uni number 2 with Kelly, Ford, Rowe, Baum, Southcott, McCarthy, Romanuk, Radford and Mann is the Cox. Torrens number 1 crew in lane 3 with Franku, Ross, Alice, Toogood, Elkhuri, Farina, Keane and Graham. Parker is in the Cox seat. Adelaide number 1 in lane 4 with Jollins, Surhinen, Webb, Waters, Kittle, Webb, Seppel, Nicholson and Myatt the Cox. In lane 5, Adelaide Uni number 1, Tickner, Watson, Jones, Tunney, Richner, Wilson, Barr, Malcolm and Carudis is the Cox. Walford number 1 crew in lane 6, Morrow, Young, Metz, Hamilton, Richer, Williams, Newman, Worth and Retsis is the Cox. Seymour College number 1 in lane 7, McCrow, Pocock, McNally, Wenk, Duggan, Foster, Montgomery, Heeson and Arbin is the Cox. And finally in lane 8, the Scotch College number 1 crew with Bailey, Keenan, Wakeland, Casey, Bletchke, Hertz, Dorogi, Voyadic and Henschke is the Cox. This is the Open Women's 8. It's the final, 2,000 metres, race 155, and it completes our program for today. They're in the hands of the starter, and great to see some senior crews rowing, and but also some of the school crews putting up their senior crews against them, Phil.
Indeed, it's a good competition here. We had heats and pretty much all the expected crews got through.
Right.
Most of the school crews are Scotch number 1, Prince's, sorry I got the wrong race. Yeah, Walford number 1, Seymour number 1 and Scotch number 1.
Yes.
They're 3 of the school crews that are all their number 1 crews. We assume that's their first 8s that have got into the final. And you've got Torrens and Adelaide Uni have both got a 2nd crew into the final, which is good effort. Torrens number 1, Adelaide number 1 and Adelaide Uni are the 3 probably best crews. I mentioned the Adelaide and Adelaide Uni crews. The Torrens crew has Susie Ross and Tori Toogood, who are both ex-internationals in their youth, but they were masters rowers. I was chatting with them in the lunch break, and they were saying it's they're rowing against their friends, their children's friends. so that's how, you know, the age.
Yes.
Age shall not weary them for them to be racing.
No.
So Franco, Ross, Toogood, they're all former internationals.
And I think
Simone
they're
Ellis
underway,
has been
Phil.
a state crew, so quite a good Torrens crew, and they'll acquit themselves well, I'm sure, in this race.
Yep. They're underway.
We're racing, yes. This is the last race of the day. Thanks to all our volunteers and
sponsors,
everyone that's helped make this 2-day regatta such a success. And what a way to finish it, with 8 women's 8s racing, and Adelaide trying to win their 8th title in a row. It's all the 8s. The Asian betters will be loving all those 8s. It's their favourite, one of their favourite lucky numbers. Early days, and they're all travelling well and fast.
Well, perhaps a school crew will knock them over.
Well, it happened last year in the men's title race.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens. Oh, I think the Adelaide and Adelaide Uni crews, Adelaide Uni are in fine form, the adult crew. They'll be with Joe Malcolm, our commentator. She's won the single scull. She's won, I think, 2 more titles. She'll be going for her 4th title.
Oh gosh!
And she's stroking the Adelaide Uni 8. She's used her strength and experience to race well this weekend, so she'll be out to win. The Adelaide Uni Club crew raced in the National Regatta last year as an 8, and I think they've kicked on from there with this group because they got a medal. I think they got 3rd in the national competition in the club racing. So their women's 8 have kicked on from that, and this is the result. They're probably starting favourites in this race and could well be in front at the moment. They're certainly having a good duel with Adelaide. Those 2 boats probably leading the pack. So they've come through 500 metres. There's still, for those of you who can see the screen, it's still a line like they did at the start. There's not a lot of difference between the 8 boats, but what a wonderful rowing sight it is. See these racing rowing boats. That's what they do. They race, they row, and they look fantastic. They're very colourful, part of our sport.
Here, here.
So if Adelaide happened to win, I mentioned before Elise Myatt, the coxswain, she coxed the men's 8 to victory yesterday. Usually they have a separate coxswain for the men's and women's crews, but she's coxing the women's 8 now, so it'll be a rare double to win both titles. Mind you, I don't think it's looking too good at the moment because I'd say the Adelaide Uni crew are probably in front. If not, they're almost on level terms with the Adelaide crew. And the way they've been racing, I think the Adelaide Uni crew have more experience in their boat and very fit and strong and racing well. Through the halfway, it's pretty even still between Adelaide and Adelaide Uni. They're fighting for the lead. Torrens probably in that 3rd spot.
Is there another crew over here?
Yeah, there's crew over on the far side.
Right.
So I've got Adelaide are about 37 strokes per minute.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay. Yes. So Adelaide Uni are in front, and it's Adelaide Uni number 1. They're in lane 5, and they're in front.
I reckon Adelaide Uni around 35 strokes per minute. So if they're holding the lead or in front with a couple of points up their sleeve, they're doing very well. Caitlin Nicholson was stroking the Adelaide crew, and she, in the pairs race, she took that rating right up, and they won that event. But I don't know if they can do it in an 8. Caitlin, good luck if you try it.
The Scotch crew in lane 8 are acquitting themselves well too, Phil.
There's a good race between those 3 school crews. They're almost level, neck and neck.
Yep.
Seymour, Walford and
so
Scotch.
It's Adelaide Uni in front. Adelaide Uni number 1 crew in lane 5. They're in front and rowing very, very strongly.
Yeah, they've got a commanding lead. I think Adelaide the Adelaide dynasty is going to end at 7, and barring accidents, the Adelaide Uni crew have got clear water now. They're out in front of Adelaide in this state championship open women's 8. 8 in a row was one step too far by the look of it. But Adelaide winding up for the finish. Caitlin Nicholson challenging them, but the Adelaide Uni crew keeping their length. Their body works beautiful together. Joe Malcolm's wound them up and winding them home.
Yep.
And they've got daylight, so over a length. There's Adelaide lift again and race to the line. They've got something up their sleeve.
Look at this.
Brave racing. And look at the school race between Walford, Seymour and Scotch. Those 3 boats coming 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yep.
And overlapping. Rowing. Great school rowing by those schoolgirls. What a fantastic race to showcase our sport to finish the day with 8 women's race, 8s racing like that.
And the final 2 crews, Adelaide Uni number 2 and Torrens in lane 1, to complete that race. And the final race of the program today, that was great rowing and a great regatta. And congratulations to all of those crews, because, gosh, that was good rowing.
So congratulations to Adelaide Uni, winning the Open Women's 8th State Championship for 2022.
And here's the Torrens crew to complete the race. So a great race. Well done to them all.
And that little private race between Walford, Seymour and Scotch, those 3 crews were all overlapping, absolutely nothing between the 3 of them when they went across the lines in 3rd, 4th and 5th place. So I'm sure their connections would be happy with them to be racing like that after their first weekend of racing for the year because of the COVID. So don't forget, keep your masks on while you're packing up. Thanks again to all our volunteers, and Phil Mangelsdorf and Rob signing off.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon.
Thanks, Carol, and all your team for all the filming that we've done.